water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, water. Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Wike kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petro Sọ́nàmẹ̀ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petro Sọ́dúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
Pardon me. I don't know what. Pardon me. I don't know why I cough every time the thing comes on. But hello again, dear friends. We meet again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. So we meet again. We do it again. We are doing it again. I am doing it again. Hope you're doing it with me. The session starts. Your company required. As regular as clockwork, you will always find us here. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed. So the eagle has landed. The day they dumped PDP, they will announce. Atiku gave update about Wike, other aggrieved governors. So that is the language of fed up right there. If you've ever wondered what fed up sounds like, that is the language of fed up right there. So thoroughly and utterly had enough, Atiku Abubakar, of these wayward elements that are constituting a nuisance to his ambition. The day they dump PDP, they will announce. Atiku gives update about Wike, other aggrieved governors. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. So there it is right there. But what trailed the headline? Nnamdi Kanu challenge pointless, British Foreign Secretary. So that Nnamdi Kanu space, it looks as though it may well be this platform that stands alone in keeping that storyline alive, completely abandoned by his own people, of course, but we are not fair weather friends. We touch base to find out what's happening to the Umahia Ban element, and only to really find out that it is not especially looking good for the character from the East. Nnamdi Kanu's challenge pointless, British Foreign Secretary. So quite why Nnamdi Kanu's challenge is pointless, I will find out shortly. Islamic group Murik petitions Nigerian legal practitioner disciplinary committee seeks punishment for lawyer Omo Robo for dressing like juju priest to court. So I'll share the screen. So because the image will instantly remind you what that narrative is about. It's this character that as a challenge to the allowing of people to, police functionaries to wear Muslim attires, especially the female ones. So they brought that into law quite a few months ago as part of the Islamization agenda of Nigeria. So as a reaction to that, this lawyer then said, okay, I am an Ogun worshipper, or I am a native worshipper, and I shall then, to my practice, present in court. So this is how the guy has been presenting in court. You can see him right there. So that is a serious lawyer right there, donned out in the garb of his worship. But this seems to rankle with the Muslims somewhat. Islamic group Murik petitions Nigerian Legal Practitioner Disciplinary Committee seeks punishment for lawyer Omirobo for dressing like Juju priest to court. So quite what is in play there, we'll find out shortly. So we'll find this out shortly as well. So still with the Soludo Peter Obi space, is without respite that space. Soludo, Anambra group denounces Peter Obi, demand refund of stolen treasury. So there it is right there. So it seemed at the first instance that the pushback against Soludo was somewhat universal. Amongst the Southeasterners, but some voices are now coming out to say no. We're not all completely lost our head regarding this element from Anambra that is trying to paint black as white. We know he's a crook, and we're now coming out frontally. So now the exposing of Peter Obi are slowly coming to a headline near you. So the exposing of Peter Obi slowly coming to a headline near you. Soludo, Anambra group denounces Peter Obi, demands refund of stolen treasury. So quite what is in play there, we find out shortly. So that usual pit stop that we sometimes take to take on a human interest story, we take that pit stop in this instance to go to this space then, the travails of a young man. I wish I can have my own personal girlfriend, but here in Nigeria, we share everything. Young Nigerian man laments. So there in Nigeria, they share everything, but I did not know that they were having the need to share girlfriends too. So how is that done then? Setting aside prostitution, how is that done? Do you have her on a Monday and Tuesday, and then the next part owner has her on a Tuesday, on a Wednesday and Thursday? How does that work when you share everything, including sharing girlfriends? So the lamentation of a young man in Nigeria, I wish I can have my own personal girlfriend, but here in Nigeria, we share everything. Young Nigerian man laments. So young Nigerian man laments. PDP crisis, finally Wike speaks on reconciliation with Atiku, lists fresh conditions. So I'm not quite sure if the ship has not fully now sailed in that space and is just going to be regurgitating and looping around in an endless cycle of nonsensity that our space. Let's move quickly away from there to the next headline. 17 heads of security agencies are northerners. Atiku slam Buhari APC. So this is tequila. If you've ever wondered what tequila means, that is tequila right there. This is the guy trying to pull the wool over our eyes. He's a northerner. He's there to serve northern interests. We heard him in the Arewa interaction, inviting that people should gather around him in a claddish manner. Now he's now trying to be a man of the people. The lamentation of everyone else, the Fulanization that Buhari embarked upon, he's now trying to leverage that as political cachet. If you are fooled by that, then you are a fool. 17 heads of security agencies are northerners. Atiku slams Buhari. So Atiku slams Buhari. Breaking, court discontinues Nnamdi Kanu'S case. So it never rains but it pours. It never rains but it pours, and is shedding like an avalanche over the Nnamdi Kanu'S space. We all knew that it was going to end this way. It is only the grace of state that is ever going to set that guy free. The grace of state. So that is to say that a government institution shows clemency. That is the only thing that is likely to set Nnamdi Kanu free. So they continue to rope him up again, the man from Umar here. So from the man from Uma here, no, I think we'll actually end it there. I was going to bring you another headline, but it's not strong enough conversation to be had. So plenty to go through. As ever, a rich mix of everything, from the human interest to the interests that are subhuman, everything represented here. The usual protocol. Click on the like button as you're coming in. You should do that as a matter of routine. If you're not already subscribed, then please correct that. That is something you should all have done if you spend any amount of time here. So make sure you are clicked on subscribe. Click on like and subscribe. And then, of course, you are all aware that we're pushing the buy the coffee thing, encouraging people that are inclined to tip towards the platform to do that via the buy the coffee, not buy the coffee, but buy the coffee app. So to do that via the buy the coffee app, so click on that and then go donate generously towards the platform to your host. But be very liberal in that donation. Don't be derisory. If you are clicking on it at all, then click on it only to go wild. So click on it only to go wild. We're really encouraging people to do that, and we invite you to do that. So what we're also, but that is discretionary though. That is at your discretion. Another thing that is discretionary, but we're also pushing, is inviting that you click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. This is how the conversation takes place on the platform. It is because people click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. That is how then we have these long and involved and robust conversations that we usually have on this platform. Nobody is commissioned. Nobody is designated. I don't send anybody any text saying, please be there or whatever. It is entirely at the behest of the audience if the session takes place or not. So if it's not clicked on, as soon as I finish reading the headlines and the body of it, then I abandon and then end the session there. If enough people click on it, then we have this long and deep into the night conversation. So that is it. It's an open microphone session. The open microphone, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So if you're a new voice or a long-standing voice, we're especially canvassing for a female voice. All voices welcome, of course. The only requirement is that you have your brain switched on, because it's a nonsense-free zone. There, we don't countenance. We have a short fuse for nonsensity, as I'm sure you are all aware. So click on like, if you should have done that. Make sure you are subscribed as well. Then so those are compulsory clicks. You must necessarily click on those, like and subscribe. And so those are compulsory. And then click on the buy the coffee thing if you want to donate towards the platform to treat your host to cups of coffee. You can do that as well. And then we are inviting also that you click on the a hyperlink that says StreamYard to come share your thoughts about the conversations taking place. So all of that, as you said about those tasks, let me take you to the east and one of the golden songs of that space, or Sunday, or Wendy.
Sunday,
You caught me having a sip of water. So there it is, Sunday Wendy. So on Sunday or Wendy, as guys, I bring you this. The day they dump PDP, they will announce. Atiku gives update about Wike other aggrieved governors. The camp of the People's Democratic Party PDP presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar says reconciliation efforts are still ongoing with the aggrieved governors of the party, now popularly referred to as the G5. The Director of Strategic Communications of the Atiku campaign, Dele Mamadou, made this known during a press briefing in Abuja on Thursday. He spoke against the backdrop of the open support given by Governor Yemsin Wike to the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, on Thursday during the commissioning of a flyover in Rivers State. Correspondents report that Wike had promised to provide logistic support to Obi in his ambition, which gave rise to speculations that the governor and his allies might have concluded to support the Labour Party candidate for the 2023 presidency. However, Momodu in his reaction said the governors have not announced their intention to dump the PDP and Atiku, adding that the former vice president has also not given up the chance of reconciliation before the 2023 election. He added that Wike and his team would not leave the PDP without informing the party of their decision. Momodu said, "On the issue of the governors, I am not a clairvoyant. I am not a prophet. I have no idea whether they have dumped the party or not. The day they dump the party, they will announce that they have dumped the party and we will all know. So far, so good. They are still in the party and we are happy they are in the party. There is still room for reconciliation. All they are saying is that they are not happy and we will continue to pray that peace reign in the party." Speaking further, Momodu described Atiku as the best man for the 2023 presidency, saying the PDP candidate is on a mission to save Nigeria. "We have the best under that government. We had the best under that government, and he was able to assemble the best brains at home and abroad. We are very proud of him, and that is why he said he will continue from where he stopped. That's why we have adopted Recover Nigeria as our campaign message," he said. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. A lot of you, of course, would have come across Wike's interaction with Peter Obi just as early as today, really, where he made all manners of promises, of course. But it's still not clear. So the politics of Wike is probably the most confusing within the Nigerian space yet. What we do know for fact is that he's somewhat distanced from Atiku, but he has not left the PDP, so we cannot say that he's not for the PDP success. But his language, both verbal and body, is distancing from that party, especially the presidential candidate. Now he has been romancing a lot of our people. When he was in Lagos State, he endorsed Sanwo-Olu, who is an APC man, which then signaled somewhat tilt in the direction of the APC. Now he has invited Peter Obi to come and commission something in his own home state. And in the course of that interaction, he promised support for the Peter Obi campaign. So now the noise now is that he's now for Peter Obi. But Buhari, of course, invited to come and commission something in Rivers State as well. And you can bet your bottom dollar that as soon as Buhari turns up, he will make another yet more confusing messaging that is tilted towards the APC. So the most confusing but the one thing that we do know is that Wike is strategizing quite heavily for that 2023, and is strategizing beyond the Rivers State governorship space. Because, as you all know, he has recruited a 200,000 strong army. What is even the population of Rivers State? Let me just find out the population of Rivers State. Okay. Let's see. It's roughly about 5 million people. And of course, only about a quarter of those will be of voting age, and maybe only about 500,000 to 700,000 will be voting. So it's almost 10 to 1 the voter to the voters. You know, it's almost 10 to 1 to the voters, the army that he has recruited. So certainly, Wike is gunning all out for the 2023 elections, and is gunning beyond he's already of some certainty that he will retain his state. But then the number of mass that he has recruited as an army, it suggests that he's actually looking to significantly influence the presidential space. But now he's saying he's going to lend logistic support to Peter Obi. So what does that mean? Confusing. It's as clear as mud, the politics of Wike. And if you are able to make if you are able to make more sense of it than I can, then you have a greater mind. Come share thoughts about all that. Nnamdi Kanu'S challenge pointless British Foreign Secretary. So it looks as though, they spend a lot of time telling us that Nnamdi Kanu is a British citizen, but I'm not quite sure that Britain considers him really one of theirs. So the distancing of the hearing in the judicial review challenge against the Foreign Secretary brought on behalf of separatist leader Nnamdi Kanu took place on Tuesday at the Royal Court of Justice, London, United Kingdom. Correspondence reports that Kanu is the British Nigerian leader of the Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB, an outlawed group that calls for self-determination for the Southeast geopolitical zone. Kanu was arrested at an airport in Nairobi, Kenya by security services and was detained in the East African country. He was then flown on a private plane to Nigeria. For the past 18 months, he has been held in solitary confinement in a cell at the Department of State Services DSS headquarters in Abuja. Kanu had reportedly traveled to Kenya on his British passport. Since his detention in Nigeria, Kanu's family have been asking the British government to take steps to secure his release on the grounds that there was no lawful basis for bringing him to Nigeria, and he was therefore subject to what they tagged as extraordinary rendition. Kanu's family has also argued that his ongoing detention is arbitrary. However, the Foreign Secretary has, to date, failed to reach a firm view on whether Kanu was subject to extraordinary rendition or not. The family's legal team brought the challenge on the basis that reaching a firm view is necessary to lawfully determine what steps should be taken by should be taken to assist Kanu. During the hearing, Charlotte Kilroy, KC, so that's, it used to be QCO, Queen's Counsel, but they've not changed it to KC, of course, because the Queen is dead, long live the King and all that. During the hearing on Tuesday, Charlotte Kilroy, KC, acting for Kanu's brother Kingsley Kananta Kanu, highlighted that the IPOB leader has been the victim of a brazen and violent extraordinary rendition. She stated that this is not the first time that the Nigerian government has tried to harm Kanu. In September 2017, when he was at his home in Nigeria, the Nigerian military launched a violent raid on his house and killed 28 members of the IPOB in the process. She cited a Nigerian court judgment in which the judge described the government's agent as out as pythons to terminate the life of Kanu. She then outlines the evidence that Kanu has been subject to extraordinary rendition, noting that the Nigerian government itself had admitted in domestic proceedings that it transferred Kanu to Nigeria without any lawful warrant for arrest nor any extradition process. Moreover, the Nigerian Court of Appeal ruled Kanu was subject to extraordinary rendition, a position she said the federal government of Nigeria subsequently adopted. She explained that given the danger Kanu faces from the Mohamed Buhari administration, it is incumbent on the British government to assist him. She referred the court to domestic policies that evidence a clear acceptance by the British government that it has a role in protecting its citizens abroad, where there is evidence of a miscarriage of justice and various instances in which British government has publicly condemned the actions of other states or called for the release of its citizens where they have been arbitrarily detained abroad. She argued that the evidence of Kanu's rendition has been clear and overwhelming for some time. In response, Sir James Edie, KC, acting on behalf of the Foreign Secretary, stated that reaching a firm view on whether Kanu was subject to extraordinary rendition was a matter of foreign policy in which the court must not interfere. He added that there was no legal basis for the court to require the Foreign Secretary to reach a view and that Kanu's challenge was pointless. Following the hearing, the parties are now waiting for the court to provide its ruling. Reflecting on the hearing, Kingsley Kanu, who brought the challenge, said, "It is well known that the Nigerian courts are heavily influenced by the Nigerian government. However, they have been brave enough to take a firm stand and rule that my brother was subject to extraordinary rendition at the hands of the Nigerian government. If the Nigerian court can do that, it is not clear to me what further evidence the British government needs to reach a firm view. I hope that the United Kingdom court will now require the Foreign Secretary to reach a firm view." Shireen Makar, one of the solicitors representing Kanu, said, "Kanu is a British citizen who has been subject to one of the most serious and egregious breaches of human rights. The government's position in refusing to reach a view on whether he has been subject to extraordinary rendition amounts to refusal to condemn this breach. If the court allows the British government to take this position, it sets a deeply troubling and dangerous precedent for any British citizen who might find themselves at risk abroad." Kanu's family is represented by John Halford and Sharon Marker of Bindam LLP, together with Charlotte Kilroy of Blackstone Chambers, and then it goes on to list the list of his lawyers. So there it is right there. So the Nnamdi Kanu space is just continues to subsist. So the Nnamdi Kanu space continues to subsist, and they are trying to force the British government to take a categorical position regarding this guy. And that would somewhat squeeze the Nigerian government. But the British government, they are saying it is entirely pointless. But why would they say it is entirely pointless? Because there is precedence that of Britain acting in support and defense of their citizens abroad. So if they are saying it is pointless to act and support Nnamdi Kanu, then by extension, just how British is he? But so they cast him adrift again. Everybody cuts this guy loose and feeds him to the wolf. Cut him loose and feed him to the wolves. So feed him to the wolves. We're still with Nnamdi Kanu. Court discontinues Nnamdi Kanu's case. A 20 billion naira suit filed at the Federal High Court Abuja by the detained leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, Peter Obi, Nnamdi Kanu, against the Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami SAN, has been discontinued. Correspondents report that this update was given on Tuesday by Barrister Aloy Ejimako, the special counsel to Kanu and IPOB. Update on MNK outstanding cases in which I am directly involved. The UK case is awaiting decision. Our Federal High Court case for November 18 is discontinued. The African Union case is awaiting decision. United Nations opinion has been escalated to other tribunals. The Kenya case is set for February 2023. Ejimoko wrote on his Twitter handle. Recall that the High Court had fixed Friday the 18th for hearing of the suit, which also has the Director General of the National Intelligence Agency, Ahmed Abubakar, as defendant. Kanu, through Ejimoko, had filed a writ of summons marked blah, blah, blah. The application, dated and filed on September the 23rd, listed Malami and Abubakar as first and second defendants, respectively. Ejimoko challenged the manner of Kanu's arrest in Kenya and also called his continued incarceration a violation of human rights. The reason for discontinuing the case was not stated by the lawyer. So the reason for discontinuing the case was not stated by the lawyer, but who discontinued the case even is not stated by the lawyer. So whatever it is though, the Nnamdi Kanu case discontinued, not ringing very, very nicely for Nnamdi Kanu at the moment. Not ringing very nicely for Nnamdi Kanu at the moment. So leaving Nnamdi Kanu but still staying with matters legal, Islamic group Murik petition Nigerian legal practitioner disciplinary committee seeks permanent punishment for lawyer Omirobo for dressing like juju priest to court. So I'm going to share the screen for this because necessarily you must, the image is part of the narrative. So I'll share the screen for this so you can just see what offense in this guy's attire. So let's see what offense in this guy's attire. So you can see him attending court rather, dressed in the full regalia of a juju worshipper. An Islamic rights advocacy group, Muslim Right Concerns, Murik, has filed a petition against human rights lawyer Malcolm Omirobo, Esquire, for appearing in court wearing traditional regalia. The petition was sent to the Legal Practitioners Disciplinary Committee, asking it to discipline the lawyer. The group alleged that Omirobo's action was in protest, The group alleged that Omirobo's action was in protest to Supreme Court of Nigeria's approval of the use of hijab in court by female Muslim lawyers. However, Omirobo at the time said he was only exercising his right to wear an attire that was in line with his religious belief as granted by the Supreme Court regarding the use of hijab. This was stated in a petition written by Murik, Sokoto State Chapter, which claimed that Mr. Omirobo acted in a manner unbecoming of a legal practitioner, causing serious disrepute and mockery to the legal profession, particularly on social media. The petition reads in part, the grounds upon which this complaint is predicated are as follows. The Supreme Court of Nigeria had on June the 17th, 2022, in a split judgment, held that female Muslim students have the right to wear their hijab in public schools. In protest to this judgment, Malcolm Omirobo, Esquire, who is a legal practitioner, appeared before the Supreme Court of Nigeria a week after the judgment wearing wig and gown, but barefooted with a red cloth tied around his waist, fetish necklace, and his right eye encircled with white powder, to the extent his embarrassing conduct had to force the Supreme Court to go on recess, as reported by different sections of the media. That's essentially the thrust of it. I'm not going to give you the fullness of it. As you see, it just goes on into a long essay. But essentially, they want him debarred for reasons of wearing whatever it is that he wore that offends them. So for reasons of wearing whatever it is that he wore that offends them. Let's go on to the next. I'll share the screen for this one as well. Pardon me. Hold on one second. Hold on. I'll share the screen for this one. So it's just so you can see the image of the boy. Let me share the screen. All right. I wish I can have my own personal girlfriend, but here in Nigeria, we share everything. Young Nigerian man laments. A young Nigerian man, Ola Atonda Abdullahi, has lamented over his inability to get a personal girlfriend. According to him, in Nigeria, everything, including girlfriends, are shared. I wish I can have my own personal girlfriend, but in Nigeria, we share everything, he wrote. So there it is, the sad tale of a young man. No be lie, I have been calling my girlfriend's number since morning. She no gree pick, and I know say she don't go hook up. And then this person goes on to write a long essay. He's right, and this has killed and taken away the shine in relationships. Sometimes I feel sorry for the ladies of this generation. When they back out, there is nothing like love. Of course, they can never experience it. So relationship is all about sex, and it must come with something like trade by barter. But trust me, there is love, and it is sweet to the body, mind, and soul. So there is a lot of people concurring with the young man now. He cannot get his own personal girlfriend. So I want to know what an impersonal girlfriend is. Give me one quick second. I just want to get something. I'll play you a 30-second clip, and then I'll be back. A 30-second clip. All right, so that was that. So now we're back to matters more serious. Soludo, Anambra group denounces Peter Obi, demands refund of stolen treasury. So what does this mean? The Anambra Concerned Citizens ACC has distanced itself from the presidential aspirations of former Governor Peter Obi. The group said fresh revelations made by incumbent Governor Charles Soludo confirms that the Labour Party candidate defrauded the state to assuage his ego and greed. In a statement co-signed by its president, Mazi Chijioke Ude, and Secretary General Dr. Andrew Young, the group further said Obi's supposed investments are not just a scam, but stolen funds used to shore up his family business. Professor Soludo properly exposed how Mr. Obi impoverished Anambra people whilst parading himself as the best thing that has ever happened to the state. The incumbent Anambra governor's explanation has now made us know that the so-called investment Mr. Obi purported to have made is worth next to nothing, which implies that the Labour Party presidential candidate defrauded the state to assuage his ego and greed, the statement reads. By being a renowned economist who has had the benefit of managing Nigeria's monetary policy as governor of the CBN, Professor Soludo is in the best position to analyze the shady investment that Mr. Obi made. It is tragic that in addition to being scammed, the investment translated into the Labour Party's presidential candidate using Anambra state funds to shore up his family business. The funds Mr. Obi claimed he saved are yielding interest into his own personal and family accounts. We therefore agree with Anambra state government that the money Mr. Obi poured into his family business should have gone into stimulating the economy for the benefit of the citizens. We could imagine if the funds went into building infrastructures that supports businesses and provides employment like rail, road, and industrial parks that would have stimulated the economy. Anambra concerned citizens hail Professor Soludo for his boldness to speak out on the purported achievements of Mr. Obi at a time when the latter has turned himself into a demagogue that bristles at criticism. Professor Soludo has proven that he is nationalistic to the point of exposing Mr. Obi at a time when political and ethnic Professor Soludo has proven that he is nationalistic to the point of exposing Mr. Obi at a time when political and ethnic correctness has forced people to ignore the lies of these failing presidential candidates. We want Mr. Obi and his supporters that Anambra concerned citizens will not hesitate to expose him if he dares to utter any further words on the exposure of how he defrauded the state. We issue this warning knowing that he has been relying on his lynch mob that he calls supporters for intimidating and silencing those that dare to expose his fraudulent rule in Anambra State. The Anambra concerned citizens therefore denounce Obi, adding those who currently support him are on their own and risk the same fate in Anambra. The group, however, demanded a refund of state funds fraudulently cornered into his pocket under the guise of savings or investments, failing which we shall initiate steps to compel him to. The statement added, he must, as a matter of honor, if he's capable of such, halt his presidential campaign until he can refund what he took from the state through the failed investment and savings. It is in Mr. Obi's interest to comply with our demands before continuing with his failed presidential bid, as we will not relent in exposing him as the con artist that he is. So the con artist that he is, so there it is and there it is. It never changes, does it, really, within that space? It never changes, and there it is again. So there it is and there it is. It's just there is so much to expose about that guy, but a lot of people are keeping a lead on it, just hoping against hope that there's a possibility that hoping against hope is just a ludicrous something, but I suspect that they will expose him fairly shortly, and I think Charles Soludo is well intent on that. Finally, Wike speaks on reconciliation with Atiku, list conditions. So we're back with Wike again. Governor Yemisi Wike of Rivers State has clarified the group of 5 governors fighting for inclusiveness in the PDP will not accept any reconciliation against the principle of equity, justice, and fairness. Wike maintained that their position that elective offices must be shared equally between the North and South in the PDP ahead of the 2023 general elections remains sacrosanct, correspondent report. So the governor spoke on Wednesday, November the 16th, when he led former All Progressive Congress APC National Chairman Comrade Oshomole to inaugurate the 8th flyover located in his country home in Obio Akpo local government area, Port Harcourt. His words. Now, people praise you. Okay, I think we've read this in a previous. So nothing really changes there. I'm not quite sure if those conditions are fresh because that is what he has always said. So I'm not quite sure if there's any deviation or departure from what just already obtained. 17 heads of security agencies are northerners, Atiku slams Buhari. taking a swipe at the President Buhari-led federal government, Atiku Abubakar, the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) on Wednesday, November the 16th, decried what he called the lopsided appointment of heads of security agencies in Nigeria. Atiku stated that presently 17 heads of security agencies across Nigeria are from the northern region. During the interactive session with members of the National Guild of Editors in Abuja, the former vice president said when he comes into power, this will change as his government will foster unity by bringing capable hands from all parts of the country into the security sector. His words, today we have 17 heads of various security agencies. All of them come from the north. I will not do that. I will make sure that every geopolitical zone is represented in these security outfits. This is also another way you can unify this country and give every part of the country a sense of belonging. PDP will form a government of national unity. We will bring members of the opposition who would have lost, and then, of course, we will move on from there. This is when only the way to unify, I don't know what that means. This is when only the way to unify this country, and we will now begin to move. So there it is. I will increase police military workforce. Atiku noted that he plans to double the workforce of the Nigerian police and do the same in the military as a way to strengthen security and reduce labor market correspondence report. By the time you double the strength of the Nigerian police force, maybe you will be talking about 700,000 or so. You will have reduced unemployment. So we will extend that operation to the armed forces. By the time you finish doing that, you will find that you would have taken more than 1 million people out of the unemployment market. So I'm not quite sure if it should be deemed as a panacea to unemployment or really to be deemed as a security fight. So there it is right there. So there it is right there, and here they are right here. Ajale Koko, I see. Des, I see you, and Ajale Koko, I see you. So good to have you, gentlemen. Acknowledge the super chat from Des. Obedience is better than sacrifice. So there it is. The mantra starts. Obedience is better than sacrifice. So let's kick it off with you, Ajale Koko, if you are ready to go. Ajale Koko, are you ready?
I'm ready, one man.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you. So good to have Ajale Koko. So to it then, let me kick you off with let me kick you off with the Nnamdi Kanu'S space that the British government are trying to distance as quickly and as sharply as they can from him, to say that, look, we don't want anything to do with this. So what are you making then of what is coming out of Britain regarding Nnamdi Kanu?
Yeah, thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Please click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. What happened that make them to, for them to make such statement? What is the build up to that statement that, that they are distancing themselves? What is the true situation of it?
The Nnamdi Kanu space is a family and sorry, all right, sorry, so something just came through there. No, it's the Nnamdi Kanu family. They've gone to court in the United Kingdom to try and force the British government to take a position regarding Kanu. But the British government, they're trying to distance as much as they can, and they are inviting the court to stay out of it and leave it as a foreign secretary matter, and the foreign secretary has already distanced from it. So essentially, they are not affording him the fullness of the protection that a British citizen should traditionally get, which is to tell you then that they don't really consider him essentially a British citizen, and they consider their relationship with the Nigerian state far more important than his human rights?
Well, you, one man, a British man. So if it were to be a true white citizen, what would they have done? I believe they will have contacted Nigeria authority. They would have done everything to bring him back. But why? Is it? Do you have special law that a naturalized citizen, if he run into a problem in a foreign country, British authority will not go to help him out? If he run into a legal problem, what's the law in Britain? I don't know. I know of America that America will protect any citizen, whether you are born America or you are naturalized America. You run into any problem in any part of the world, America want to go and protect you protect you and fight for you as a citizen. So I don't know that of Britain. Maybe you can explain to us, woman.
In Britain, it's very similar. They always there's a journalist being detained, I think in Iran or something, and the British government, they are moving quite aggressively to try and secure his release. Her release. She's actually female. So the British government are moving quite, and traditionally they always take a position, especially the Foreign Office. They always take a position. But in this instance, what I suspect is that the British government, the British economy is going through quite a strain at the moment, and the energy space, of course, there's a real scarcity of energy. So the value of Nigeria to the United Kingdom far supersedes the value of Nnamdi Kanu'S human rights. That is just my reading of it. The value of the Nigerian state, the oil, the gas, and all of that, it far supersedes the human rights of Nnamdi Kanu. And Nnamdi Kanu, of course, being a black man, and then again being a naturalized citizen as opposed to being a citizen by birth. I think they've just decided to, it is not worth the effort. It's really what it is.
Can I come in?
That is
Yeah, come in, Baba, correct. Yeah.
Anyway, good evening, everybody. It has been a long time again.
Baba, correct. I used to have a Ogunde song for you. I have to go and dig that song again. Yeah.
Well, I'm very busy anyway. Okay, now coming to the issue of Nnamdi Kanu, I think based on my own understanding, number one, when he traveled to UK, when he traveled to Kenya, I think I am not really sure anyway, but I think he was arrested with Nigerian passport, right?
No, it was arrested with a UK passport. He traveled with a UK passport.
Okay, yeah. And brought back to Nigeria. Okay, well, so in that case, what one man said is right, I think, and what Ajanleko said is right, because he's a black man, and also he has two nationality. Had they been, he was born in United Kingdom. Let's say he was born in United Kingdom. I think his case might be different, because it seems now that we are having two citizenship, which is happening around the world anyway. You have a first-class citizen, you have second class, you have third class. So it is like that. So you will see sometimes when it is white, and that white person born in that place, they still see way of classify them better than those who naturalize. We might not agree with it, but it happens almost everywhere in the world. I'm not saying that they are denying you from being the citizen, but when certain things happen, there is still the way that we handle your case will still different. right? I'm not going to mention a country here anyway.
No, you are right. Look, we have to concede that a black person in a Western space is seen by that Western space as a second-class citizen.
So
your rights are not to the fullness of your white.
There was a time when I was going to Antigua. I'm very sorry to bring this thing to this case because I just want to establish this issue of first class, second class, and third class. I went through what's the name of this small island? Turks and Caicos.
My goodness me, I never even knew such a place existed.
Mr. Alexander, no that place is man. Don't worry, ask him. So I traveled through Turks and Caicos, and then the immigration asked me, why are you here? I said, I'm here to stay for 6 months. He said, no, but you are transiting. I said, but you see this passport that you have in your hand. This is an Antigua passport, and I have right to be here for at least 6 months. And he said, no. And I said, okay. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Because you are transiting. Okay, that's fine. Get it to Antigua now. Immigration was asking me, sir, how long are you staying? I said, you are asking me how long am I staying? If I like, I stay here. If I tell you that I'm not going back, what will you do?
And you carry an Antiguan passport, do you?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was what I used to enter. So asking me how long am I staying? I said, you are asking me how long am I staying? You can ask me that question. If I feel I stay here forever, I decide not to go back anywhere. And she said, well, but you are not living here. I said, that still doesn't matter. I said, do you think this is the one that I said I work very hard for this one? not the money back. And I said to him, I work very hard with this one. And I said, do you know so immigration, and I start mentioning names. And she's just a baby immigration. And she was looking at me like this. How do I know that those people? I said, well, you see those people? We work together. When they want to repatriate people, they will come to prison. I am the person that deal with whoever they want to repatriate. So don't give me bullshit. So he said, okay, I'm very sorry, and I hope you enjoy your stay. I said, thank you very much. Okay. When I got in now, I'm very sorry to take your time anyway, but we need to establish the fact of what is going on. Then when I get inside, I was explaining to one lady. She said, why do they have to ask me that question? I said, well, I'm not doubting about that. I said, you see, here, when your parents and your mom and your dad born in this country.
And Antigua is a black country, is it not?
Yes. I said to them that they count you as first class. Right? But my kids, because I came all the way from Africa, came here, live here, and have my kids here, they see them as second class. I said, you see me, that I was not born there, but I got naturalization through process. They see me as third class. I said, if you don't know, you better know now. I said, you see those who got a millennium citizenship, because there are all kind of citizenship that is going on, or you that you got through investment. Those are fourth class citizens. So this thing is going on around the world. We can decide not to talk about it, but that is fact. That is exactly what is happened to Nnamdi Kanu here, because he was not born in Britain.
It's totally dispensable. They have no obligation to him whatsoever.
So he was born in Nigeria, and this case is the case between Nigeria and UK. So UK will, in this case, defend their own interest.
Can I say how I see it?
To supersede.
All right, quickly, and then we get back to. We want to hear from Alexander Gomez before he dashes off, but but later, Baba land.
So, like you said, you are very correct. So, UK will defend their own interest because their interest now is supersede that of Nnamdi Kanu. But if Nnamdi Kanu could be a white man born in UK, then the case will have been different. So that is my submission on that.
All right, brilliant. Alexander, good to see you.
Yeah, well, man, how are you?
I'm well.
I came in personally to address this Nnamdi Kanu scenario as asked by Ajali Kuku. Look, let me tell you my personal experience. Because I've been through something not as bad as Nnamdi, but very close as a Black person and as a British citizen. Now, I live in the United States. The United States, if you're a United States citizen, naturalized or born citizen, they would go out of their way to protect you anywhere you are, so long as you say you're an American citizen and you could prove your citizenship. In Britain is not quite the same. I have a family history tracing back 100 years. In England, the house that my baby brother lives in London was bought by my great-grandfather. My father was born there. I was born there. My brother lives in that house right now. I went to Ghana with my ex-wife, who is Ghanaian, a mother of my kids, and for some strange reasons, I became larger than life in Ghana, and the women were getting a little bit too freaky on me, and my Ghanaian wife took it personally, and because she comes from a very high-profile family, they were threatening me and doing all kinds of things to me. So I said to my wife, "You're messing around. I am going to go to the British High Commission in Accra and report this matter." When I got there, they were playing me. They didn't do nothing about it. They were playing. The question they asked me was, why did you have to come to Ghana in the first place? I was neglected. There was nothing they did. And from that day, I realized that the law protecting you as a Black Briton is different from the one protecting you as a white Briton. I know it's not the same in America. America will go out of their way to protect you if you get yourself messed up. But I addressed this issue about a year ago that Nnamdi Kanu is a naturalized citizen. He's not a born citizen. He has the wrong skin color. These people are just going to ignore him. It doesn't really matter. And British law says that Britain will be a secondary country, because in Britain, you're allowed to own as many passports as you can. So because of that, if you have multiple citizenship, they don't pay you much attention. That is the expert answer to that question you asked, Ajay. I hope I made everything clear.
Yeah, that's very clear. It's unfortunate.
You know, Ajay Koko, it's the story of the Black man. That is what is happening to Nnamdi Kanu is the story of the Black man.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate. It's, you know, to American cannot understand it if you try to explain, except that you live in Britain and you know the way the system works. You know, to average American, if you say, oh, an American run into a problem, or a British citizen run into a problem in Africa, and they are not going to help him out, an American will not understand, because American law here, you know, it give every citizen equal right. It doesn't matter you're Black, you're white, you're this thing.
My friend just left. I've known him for 40 years. He's from Delta State. He's an honorable man. He was born in England when his father was studying law in the 60s, and went home at age 3 when his father finished. His name is Numa. He was a very popular politician, his father, under NCNC. So he went home. You know, it took this guy 17 years to apply for a British passport and get an approval. 17 years it took this guy, because he was applying for the British passport in Nigeria and not in Britain. 17 years to give him that passport. Wow. 17 years. And he was born in England. Not a naturalized citizen. His birthright. 17 years. Yes.
Wow.
Yes. There's still a little bit of racism in that country.
And by the way, Britain is the most advanced in terms of racial cohesion. I kind of think of a country that is more advanced in terms of pulling all the ethnicities together and making sure that everybody has equal rights. But as George Orwell said in Animal Farms, some animals are more equal than the other. Nnamdi Kanu, they don't really see him. They are not interested. No.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you another scenario, Aja. I went to Ghana and my passport expired, and I thought, and that was my maybe 4th British passport. I went to the embassy, a British High Commission rather than Accra, and I said I wanted to. This was funny. I wanted to. It's funny. It's been 20 years, but I still find it very funny. I went in there and I spoke to the consular officer that I wanted to renew my passport. She took my passport. She took my birth certificate. I sat down. I said, okay, what's going to happen? He says, they have to investigate. I said, investigate what? That's my passport. That's my birth certificate. You can hear that I was born over there. Say anybody can present papers to us to say that they are who they are. You know, I was shocked. I said, okay, no problem. So I had, at that time, you could have a Ghanaian number that roams from Ghana to Nigeria. So the woman said, okay, we'll go through the Home Office, which is like INS here. We'll go through the Home Office and get clearance, and then we'll call you when we get clearance, but we don't know. It could take 6 months, it could take 3 months. I said, okay. So I jump on a plane going back to Lagos. Immediately I land in Lagos. This woman called me, Mr. Gomez. I say, Mr. Gomez, the passport's ready. I said, can you come pick it up? I say, no, I'm in Takoradi. I'm far away from you. I can't come to you. See, they have, the British can be very funny. The system of Aja is not very open like we have in America. Is a very free society. That's why they call it the greatest. The British are extremely thorough in everything they do. They're very thorough people. And with regards to Nnamdi Kanu, that's why he's going through it, because one, he's a black person. Secondly, he's a Nigerian. And, you know, you are a naturalized citizen, you have multiple passports, so they're not going to take you as priority. So that's why I called in. So let me let you guys carry on with the show.
All right, thank you, Alexander. But that's the backdrop to it. It's not expedient for them to give him any value, you know.
That is why you have to make Nigeria your home. Try to get something down there. That is
so they just treating him like a foreigner, and like just ordinary Nigerian, not a citizen. That is what they are doing to Kanu, and it's very unfortunate.
I think that can be the interpretation. Yeah. So
I'm a foreigner. I'm a foreigner everywhere I go. So that's why I have to make home back in Nigeria.
Yeah, not a foreigner. Okay. Yeah, not a foreigner. Yeah, let's hear from you, and then we move on at Des.
Oh man, there's no denying the fact that racism is something that you see in the West. You know, both United States, United Kingdom, wherever, Russia, all this country, there's been, you know, racism is still there up to now. But that is one aspect of Nnamdi Kanu's case. The other aspect I probably look at it is, I think the matter, I feel it's basically out of United Kingdom's hands. Because this case is now in the hands of the UN, and you can't really who is UN who's United Kingdom when it comes to UN. So it's in the hands of the UN now to deal with it, and they've already said that they gave Nigeria, I think, 6 months. You know, let's see what happens after the 6 months run out. So United Kingdom should, I don't think they should even meddle with it, because now it's basically in the hands of the UN. That's probably what I got to say about it.
One more, before you move on, sir, please, sir, if I may just, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
You know, Mr. Jeff, the United Kingdom also owns the UN, so let's forget that, you know. So
they don't own the UN. UN
no,
is
they own,
owned by.
No, please, thank you. Let me
but
move
what I'm
it
trying
on.
to say, what I'm trying to say, like a USA is okay. Like in the case of Shogore, we can see that they intervene, somehow, it just means that we should just try to get our ass right so that we can go back home, all of us, because home is home, sir. That's all I want to say.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Tony.
Can you correct that expression, please?
Which expression?
United Kingdom owns the UN.
No, it's one of the greatest.
He has his reason for saying it. What do you mean correct? That's his own view now.
It's the greatest. Look, UK is the greatest country. They control Germany, they control Japan, they control even USA somehow. Whatever they say, we hold the water. Let us not kid ourselves here. Nnamdi Kanu was also speaking against their interests. You know that everybody now, all the Europeans, they are targeting Nigeria oil. You can see the pipelines, they are directed to Europe. So Nnamdi Kanu was saying that the UK is going to empower the other part of the country to deal with us so that they can be able to have so that's vested interest. Thank you, sir.
If you actually want to say who controls UN, you're even gonna put US ahead of UK.
My brother,
UK
is the capital of the world.
Let's move on.
All right,
let's move on anyway.
All right, thank you. So thank you, Tony. So let's still stay with Ajande Koko, and let me take away from politics for a moment, because this struck me when I saw it. It made me feel some funny feeling. I wish I can have my own personal girlfriend, but here in Nigeria we share everything. So this is a young Nigerian. When let me show you the image of the guy. Then you see why it struck me. When you get to that first phase of becoming aware of girls and trying to form relationships with them, and you think that you are in love with it. So if you look at this boy, he's at that phase of that first interaction with a female, but he's now coming to the space, the Nigerian space, that he has to share his girlfriend with other stakeholders. So what are you making then of this new Nigeria that we have? I wish I can have my own personal girlfriend, but here in Nigeria we share everything. Young Nigerian man laments. Look at him. Ola his name is. Look at that. Oh my show.
What really happened? Did somebody else took his girlfriend away from him, or what is his lamentation for?
It's not so much that. It's more that the girls are, through the poverty in the country, they've found the necessity to commercialize themselves. So they cannot, for reasons of sustenance, stay with one boyfriend.
One man.
We have to say this in both ways. Both male and female do the same stuff. Don't say it's just female that run around chasing guys.
Well, that is true. That is true. Yes, but I have experience.
Be careful, your wife is listening.
Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that.
Look at that.
You see, I have a lot of friends anyway that we usually talk. So when I ask them questions, there was a particular lady, I think it was last week, we were discussing, and I said, "Why do you have to do that?" And she said, "Oh, well, it is a situation of the country." And this person, she is working at the bank. So then I now ask her, "How much are you making in a month?" And maybe like around 80,000. And I said that money is really small, really, indeed. But you should also thank God that, because some people are not even working, and some people are maybe even making 10,000 per month, and they are still managing. So, but what I believe is that when some living above their means, beyond their income, I think they will of course share their girlfriend will be sharing them with money bag. That is what I can say about
it is impossible or near impossible to be a young pretty girl in Nigeria and not take commercial advantage of your gender. Because the life is so grueling for these people. When you are struggling so hard just to get 10K, and somebody offers you 50K just to,
funny enough, those bankers about we are talking about, even the bank use the girls. If you go to Lagos, there is few proper Lagos boy that wants to marry a banker, because most of them they use them for marketing and they give them target. So you must go out and sleep with rich men to bring in money into the bank. If not, you lose your job.
You are very
So
right.
it's quite
And
crazy.
there
So
are
every
10,000 girls that are willing to do it as soon as they start
exactly,
you.
Exactly.
exactly. Even married
particular
women.
person.
I've been sorry about that. I've been in a secretariat before at the governor's office, and all these commissioners, all of them were there. Married women came to market, and some of these politicians were fixing them for a date, and they are married women. So it doesn't even have to be single. So imagine a newly married girl. There is a lady among that I'm sure she's probably in her 40s then. Back
All
then.
this comments you guys are making. Hope you guys are referring it to your wives, please. I don't understand
How do you
why.
mean? Is that not
He's
the
just
reality? Is
saying.
that not the reality of the Nigerian
He's
space?
just saying married women do this. I hope you have to be interfering your wife to that statement too.
No.
But anyway,
Why? I know what I'm talking about. What are you talking about, man? What are you driving at?
I'm
No,
saying that I'm saying that you guys are painting Nigerian girls, every Nigerian girl is black, which is not supposed to be so. I mean,
is it an unfair state? Is it an inaccurate
depiction? It is a generalization of statements. That's what you
Is
made.
it inaccurate though? Is it inaccurate?
It is inaccurate when it's generalizing the whole
generalization is not.
female.
Hold on, D. Generalization is not an inaccuracy. An inaccuracy is a false depiction. Is it a false? Is it untrue?
It is untrue, one man, because you've not done a poll,
has been described.
or you've not done a research to verify the fact of what you're saying. I can't come here and say my sister is doing what you're doing or what you're saying.
No.
I can't come here and
when the preponderance is hold on now. When the preponderance is in a certain direction, then you can generalize to say this is what subsists. So if a good number, a significant number of this young boy is saying it, D has given you an example, Baba Korea has given you an example, and I'm pretty sure everybody on the platform can give you examples. It's the stark reality of the Nigerian space, the survival of what the girls have to do to survive. I don't think it's an unfair thing to say.
Okay, one man, you have your own instant, like a poor girl, right? What about the rich ones? Have you made that instance?
No, poor is relative. You are always somebody is always poor relative to whatever company they are keeping. Everybody is poor relative to whatever company they keep.
Oh man, I don't want to be defending girls. I feel like a girl should come here and defend herself, and we are all guys. From my own perspective, my girlfriend has never cheated on me.
Right. Can you put your heart? Don't ever say that, though. Don't ever say that. Your girlfriend or hold on. This is a golden rule that you must adopt. Your girlfriend or your wife, they are only your girlfriend and your wife when you are with them.
I understand that.
And then when we are not with them, then you are taking a leap of faith.
Then what you're saying,
you are testing water. So if this was in Nigeria now, I would take your phone number and what
you're basically advising is you shouldn't trust anybody you're engaged with. That is what you're advising, which is not
trust, but with caution. With caution now. Do you trust?
If you're going to
right with that statement.
Trust with caution. If you're going to go into a marriage, if you're going to go into a marriage with someone and you don't trust that person,
although I trust my wife, I haven't said
thank you.
I would
thank you.
But my wife is a unique and peculiar sort of, she's
okay. Let me tell you something. You have your wife when life was still good.
Yeah.
What do you mean when life was still
When
good?
life was still
Come
good,
on.
but not now.
No. What he's saying is, yes, that generation of obviously where my wife would come from.
Let
Was
me
when
tell
they still
something
had
this. Let me tell
somebody
something
under
this.
20. Don't trust a girl under 25. That
Let me
is
tell
Nigerian.
something
Don't.
this.
Let me tell you a
Go
quick
ahead.
story.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry about Korea. Let me give you a quick story. You see, I met a girl. She was in Malaysia. Then back in the days. So we got talking.
Look
She
at this
told me,
liar.
her
What do you mean
boyfriend
back
just
in the days?
relocated. Back in the days.
Oh, all right, okay.
It's back in the days, one man. I know what I'm saying. She told me, oh, her boyfriend has relocated to Nigeria. So we always talk on the phone. You know, this girl came back to Nigeria then. I went to pick her in her house. We did the thing. And I called this girl, I called this girl 2 days after. It was that boyfriend that picked the call and told me, oh, why are you calling her? I said, she's my friend. He said, oh, I'm her husband. We just got married yesterday. So that girl has actually come to meet me, knowing she's coming back from Malaysia to meet her boyfriend that relocated back to Nigeria to get married. And she still come and had something with me 2 days to her marriage.
You're not getting me. I'm not saying that it's something like that doesn't happen. I've had a personal experience on it. You know, me having sex with already married girl, which I didn't know. I'm not saying that doesn't happen. What I'm saying is what I'm saying. No. You guys are misinterpreting me.
You know,
I'm
the
saying
never
that.
forgets. Okay,
No. You guys are misinterpreting. I mean, when I was in college, when I was in university, I met this girl and I didn't know she was married, but later I found out that she married someone that is in abroad. I know those stuffs happen, but what I'm saying is, all girls, you cannot say that all girls. There are some girls that has principle, that are even to now, they're still virgins. They're they're not gonna have anything to do with a man. Yes, I'm telling you. That's one man. I can tell you that I'm very sure of what I'm saying.
100%. I agree with you. I agree with you. Before I left Nigeria, I was dating someone, and she was 24 as at then, and she was a virgin. I was actually the one that disflowered her, if it's allowed on the platform to use that word. You see? And it's strange when you see things like that. Nobody's disputing all these things, but 90% now of Nigerian girls will sell their boyfriend off and go with another man if it pays them better. That's what we are saying. Nobody is saying that.
Nobody is celebrating. We are not glorying in it. Or it's not like it's not like it's a sad state of affairs.
I have the senator's daughter in my inbox as we speak on Facebook, and she's the senator's daughter in Lagos. Not like she's poor, not like she needs the money. So sometimes some people are wayward like that. Sometimes some people are doing it to survive. Some girls now are the one feeding their family, that even the parents don't ask them where you bring the money from now. When you know, it's like that Yoruba brother, they always say, "Omo yin o se agbafo, on kwasho wale." That was in the past.
Look at this guy.
That was in the past. Now, that was in the past. Now, those young people are the ones feeding the father, feeding the mother. They don't mind. They don't even ask them questions anymore. Think, maybe you are in uni. How come you are getting all this money? They don't care anymore. That's how bad it is. Even married women that you are talking, 60% of married Nigerian women. Yeah, 60% of Nigerian married women are cheating.
I don't know.
Just to survive.
Don't. That's an abstract.
No, I'm telling you, the truth. We have.
I don't know where you guys are bringing your figures from.
I don't know. Let's hear from Alexander. He makes a reappearance.
60%.
I don't know where it's. Oh yes, I don't know. This is just because he has chanced one girl, he now thinks it's a.
No, one man. I'm telling you. Me anyway. I will keep quiet. If you don't believe me, let me keep quiet.
Alexander, Kashi don't hear about women matter. You don't jump come. Okay,
Sorry,
maybe
the
we hear
Calabar
your
and
own.
me just jump out now. No verse.
No. Talk. Maybe we hear your own side.
No. Alexander Garcia is a special case. So I have his data. Alexander, look, I should be blackmailing you. What I know, all those.
Nah. By the way, DOG, if you have a spare time, just send me the message of that girl in my DM. No, I'll continue where you stop.
Look at that. Pass me a deco. Pass me a deco. Look at that.
So,
Enough
which
with
one do
this.
you want now? The one from the other day, or this one that I'm talking about now?
You know, if you have money, you can. The world is yours because all these girls, they won't even necessarily have to be paid. But if you can present them a lifestyle that takes them out of the drudgery of their life, they married, unmarried, young, middle-aged, if just a little bit of flashy something, and especially in Nigeria when everybody wants to be popping and
all of us watch that President Trump video now. Say, you can grab their these, you can
grab them by the what's it.
You can do whatever you want to do,
There's still some girls that the only or for whatever that is marrying how many girls now, that when he approached, they said no. There are still some girls out there that can say no to him. So it's not basically because of your money. Some girls just got the principle, and there's something they can take and they can't take. Whether you have money or you don't have money, they just have that principle,
All right. But that, like this is saying, we can't just condemn all females. But back to you, Ajan Lekoko, the poor young boy that's having to be a part-time lover. A tragic story, but sadly, Nigeria, that 2022.
Should that one even have girlfriend at 22 years old?
When did you have your first girlfriend?
Well,
look at that.
Let me tell you, woman. Yeah, when I was in high school, secondary school, but we weren't doing nothing. Nothing going on. We weren't doing nothing. Because how you going to do it? You want to take it home? Your parents going to say, how you going to bring her in? It was tough back then. You can't. It was difficult. How you want to? Okay.
Yeah.
If you and
your days are different, sir.
Yeah.
These guys, like this picture, one man showed us. Their age now, they lodge in hotels. They lodge in hotels.
Do you feel a sense of disconnection with somebody around about the age of 25 and downwards? Because I feel a sense of disconnection from them. Apart from how is school, how is work, I kind of think of a conversation to have with a 25-year-old. What am I going to be saying to him or her? Well, to him, maybe we talk football, but what will I say to her? It's just they just live in a completely different world, with totally different morals. Just maybe that's why I hide away on the internet and talk to you guys, because we are all curmudgeons now. We are completely out of the loop of part-time. Yes.
Let me just say something real quick, right? If you want to know, if you want to really know about there was a guy, I think it was OTOG, that was speaking about some certain things. That guy is a real OG. When I say he's a real OG, he knows the terrain. If you live abroad,
you say how rosy his cheeks are. OG.
If you live abroad, and your fiancé, quote unquote, or your girlfriend lives in Nigeria, Mama, do you know when Wike say foul? Do you know what it means? So
yes.
I won't say more than that. I don't care how much you are sending to her, even if you send her $10,000 every minute, especially if she's in Lagos.
It also works the other way around. It also works the other way around. If your wife lives in the UK, America, and you live
No, I
in
don't want. I don't even
Nigeria.
want to say. I don't even want to go to the level of those ones that are already married. You know, you understand what I'm saying? I just want to restrict it to those unmarried ones. I have. We are all guy men. When we say guy men, right? We all of us. We did not come
Oh, she
from Russia.
enigmatic.
We did. We go to Nigeria. We go to Nigeria now, and we have friends in Nigeria now. When it is a week or 2 weeks before you go home, right? One man. Am I like best speaker on the radio?
Why the
Look at
question? Why the question? Why the question?
that. Shout out to the hotel.
Angelico, that one. Angelico, that one you're talking about is normal thing now. You can't expect to leave a girl there for over 1 year and she won't. You don't expect her to do something. She must do something. It's inevitable. You get it. Just know it in your mind that she's doing something. Just for even if you want to marry her in the future, know that she's doing something. Just remove that one from your brain. So when you marry her and get her to wherever you are, then you now live with her. But if you are thinking that she's not doing anything, that you're sending her money, that is a total lie. I don't agree with that one.
There was a statistic that came out, I think around about 2019, 20 thereabouts. They said 40% of Nigerian children are bastards. You know, they are not fathered by whoever they are calling daddy. 40%.
40% of money.
I beg,
yes.
Yeah,
one man, go and check.
Right.
You need to go and check. One man.
Don't worry.
But one man, I have something for this.
Are you casting aspersions?
One man. You know that in the Southeast, they usually pay heavily to marry their wives. That's where this guy might be speaking from. Because they will have to sell their house, sell their plots, sell everything before they can marry their woman. So, and then you cannot, but you know, in our own case, we just marry out our girls if they love somebody, and then maybe they just bring a bottle of gogoro, and that's all. That's why whenever they maltreat our girls, we will gather our cousins, we go and take that our sister out from that house. But for the Igbo people, they never take their children back. So because they will spend heavily, they sell their cars, they sell their everything they have it in order to get married. That is why probably there might be kind of otherwise the condition of Nigeria right now, you cannot trust any woman. If the woman says it's going to the market, you don't know what's going to happen before it comes out for the market. Talk less of living abroad. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. So Ajan Lekoko is more complex than you thought, you know.
It's more complex, man. This high level of moral decadence that we are talking about is one thing is strongly responsible for it: the economic hardship in Nigeria. Wherever you see economic hardship, women particularly will suffer most there.
Yes.
Economic hardship or war, wherever you have been ravaged by war, and where you have economic hardship, women will suffer most. And that is what is going on in Nigeria with our ladies, our young ladies. The economic hardship is too tough that they have to do everything. Ladies, young ladies, married women, and so they have to do everything to survive. And, you know, female, as we see them, young ladies and women, they represent the family. Sometimes the men, due to economic hardship, they couldn't provide for the family. But the women cannot look at their children and see them hungry and will not do everything to go and look for food for them. If it has to go to the extreme to sell her body, to make money, to provide food for the children, she will do it. So it's economic hardship that I can say is responsible for this this kind of behavior that you see our young men, our young ladies doing, transferring from one man to the other in order to make money. And it's just unfortunate that it's like that. No, it wasn't like that when I was growing up. You can't, there was discipline. You don't even want to be seen with men. Young ladies, those that in high school doesn't want to be seen with men in their area, because that will show to everybody that they are they are not disciplined, and that could bring shame to the family.
Would you have loved to have been born into this generation?
No, I don't like this generation. I don't like
yes,
this generation.
I'm not sure.
I don't like this
I wouldn't
generation.
want to have been born into this
I
generation.
don't like this generation. I don't like the way they
no disrespect, Alexander Akashi, but you people are too wayward,
the way they, maybe it's because of when people are young, they can do all sorts of things, but their reasoning, their exposure to all bad of things in this life is just too much, man. One man. I must tell you one thing.
Do you feel sorry for them? Do you feel sorry for them?
Yes, I feel sorry for this generation. I feel sorry for them.
Do you think they are under too much pressure?
Oh yes, they are under too much pressure, and they are under too much. So many things influence their way of life, particularly this internet that we have. It has. It has this global world and this global village that we call this world. They can. The advantage of it is there. It's very good, but the worst part of it is that they don't take advantage of this technology the most. But the disadvantageous side of it is what the disadvantageous side of this technology is what they are putting into practice most of the time. The advantageous part of it, most of them don't, and a greater percentage of them are not interested in making use of the greater percentage, advantage of technology to better their life, and better their future. But they want to copy.
Adamekoko, do you think now more than ever upbringing is important? More than ever before?
It's even more difficult to even raise children right now with this global world that we live in, where they can punch their phone and then see different things that they're not supposed to even expose to. You understand what I'm saying? I have to tell you that I didn't know anything about oral sex until when I got to United States of America. And I didn't come to United States. I was almost 40 years by the time I came to United States. Can you believe that? One man.
So you didn't know about what? The other sex?
Oral
sex. No.
I never heard of it. I've never seen it.
Yes.
Until when I get to this country, that was when I got to know about it. I'm almost 40 years old then when I got here. When I came to this country. But can you say the same about young children in Nigeria?
They know it by 13, 12.
Oh, Lord. This generation
is probably doing it already by that age as well.
It's just, there was a time one of my friends told me that this thing
that just gave birth to a twins.
Look at that. If it was in this country, imagine. If it was in this country, somebody is going to jail.
To jail, exactly. So, and I think again, sir. Sorry, Ajani Oko, sir. I think again the problem is even the situation of the country. Even parents can't concentrate on raising kids properly anymore. They don't care. Everybody goes separate ways, survive on your own. So it's quite difficult to even raise kids properly. On the other hand, too, I think the government are not helping because even the school system itself is rubbish. Even teachers are having things to do with all these young kids in school, you know. So it's all complicated, to be honest.
Alexander Kashe, your generation, I'm sure you.
How is it my generation, old man?
You're a young man. Are you not a young man?
Relatively.
Yes, you're a young man now.
Relatively.
Look at that.
So, Woman, you are trying to say something then when I'm mentioning about...
No, you were saying that your first real, maybe I won't say, it wasn't even an encounter, we don't know, but it was only when I moved to the UK that I actually had my first real sighting of gay sort of people. Of course, you knew loosely, just academically, what it was in Nigeria, and that's not to say it doesn't exist in Nigeria. But my first real experience, just see two men, just in the way couples work sometimes with hands, copying each other, just casually walking down the road. I tried not to look too much, but I had to pause for a moment. That did I just? Of course, I didn't say a word. I didn't say a word, but I had to make a mental adjustment that okay, this is where we are now. This is where I am now. So I then made a deliberate effort to pretend like it was something normal and I was used to it. But I had to do a double take. That
I mean, what did I just say? You see, the very first day I saw such an incident too. It was in a train when I was in New York. You see, I saw these two guys. They entered the train, and they started kissing. Okay, I was like, "What am I saying? Am I saying what is this?" That was my first time to really, see it live.
Look at that.
What am I going to do? I was just confused. What am I going to do? I need to get out from this coach to another coach because I can't just bear it. I can't stomach it. What am I saying? So, but
but now you don't notice it. I don't notice it anymore. Even I don't even see it. Not that I choose to ignore it, but it's so commonplace now. You just you think so what? It doesn't bother me.
You just walk away. It doesn't even bother you anymore. But this world we're living in is so difficult to raise children right. Very, very, very difficult. And if you try to raise children right, you will appear too tough, you will appear too wayward, and it's just a different world.
The thing is, Adanle Koko, what they are trying to do is they are trying to redefine this alternative lifestyle as a human right, because they are not teaching it. Remember, we did a session on education for children. They are not teaching it in schools and everything like that. So even if you tried to force it to be overly conservative, you might well be flouting the law that you are being discriminated, that you are discriminating and.
Yes, or abuse. Or they just say you abuse your children and stuff like that. So,
because they seem to be promoting this alternative lifestyle. They seem to
they're promoting it hard. So,
you know what I believe? I believe that kids I mean, even if the parents doesn't train you, or parents can only do what they can do, but you have the obligation to train yourself. You know, choose the right path. I mean, I've grew up in a really bad area that I mean, I don't even get why I'm not an armed robber or something. You get? I grew up in that sort of area.
You are not? Are you not?
Oh man, it started though.
All right, carry on.
It started. So I believe that people train themselves to in a moral that they want others to see them as. I mean, I don't believe that friends. I mean, to an extent, friends can influence you, but it's still the
Friends
whole
influence you
ball.
more than your family,
Yeah,
especially
but
when you're
still,
in your teens and 20s. Friends influence you
yeah,
more than your family.
they influence you more than your family, but still, the whole ball falls down to you. You know, whether you want to accept it in the future, it's still based on your moral and your strong will to accept it.
All right. Let's move back to matters political. Did you want to come in enigmatic? Because I think we have maybe overlabored that space. Let me take you then to Ajale Koko. You remember that we covered this when the ruling came from the Supreme Court that females are allowed, especially female police officers, they are allowed to dress in their religious regalia as clothing for their day-to-day work, so they
Yeah.
can wear Islamic something as a work uniform.
Yeah.
So having opened up that space, this lawyer now, Malcolm Omirobo, he has now said, okay, if religion is now being liberalized, that people of whatever practice are allowed to dress in the form of their practice to go to their place of work. He being a native worshipper, he has now, you can see his picture on your screen, he
Yeah.
has now gone to court, to the Supreme Court even, that made the pronouncement, with his legal wig and the gown, but then wrapped in his native worship thing. So Murik, Akintola, I think the lead in that space, they've now written to the legal body to disbar this guy. So, is there grounds for the disbarring of this guy for exercising what is now a fundamental right?
That guy Murik is just extremist, and extremists cannot dictate or interpret the law to us. They cannot interpret the fundamental right of Nigerians. This guy dressing in that this attorney dressing in Babalawo wrapper and all this thing is a lawyer by profession, and is a constitutional lawyer as well. So Muri can write whatever he like to the legal body, but the legal body cannot do anything contrary to the law of the land. So I think the law of the land will prevail, and that law is what this guy is operating within. It's operating within the law of Nigeria. And since then, I mean, the day he went to court with that, the lawyer, I mean, the judge did not send him out. They saw it, and his reason was quite clear that, yes, if Supreme Court can allow Muslim women to have hijab or dress in such a Islamic way of dressing while in service, he too have the right. So that means everybody have the right to dress in such a religious, in their religious way or manner that is comfortable to them. So Murik is just chasing the shadow. So the legal body cannot do anything against him because this guy is operating within the confinement of Nigerian law. So that's the way I see it, woman.
All right, thank you, Ajan Lekoko. And finally, Ajan Lekoko, the mystery still goes on. We've been trying to unravel just the narrative for Yemse and Wike. Every single day, we come up with different permutations. So now, he has invited Peter Obi to come and inaugurate or commission projects that he has built. And in the course of that interaction, he promised Peter Obi to provide him logistics for his presidential campaign. So this now, we say support. That is support right there. But he's falling short of openly declaring for Peter Obi, but he's promising him logistical support. The PDP space, they are tearing their hair out. And now the consternation, the day they dump PDP, they will announce it. So what are you making of our Wike's politics that continues to confuse? And what especially are you making of this logistical support that is offering to Peter Obi?
You see, Wike is fighting a psychological war with PDP. So he's sending a message to PDP that if you think that we doesn't matter to you, here is one of my brother that matter to us in the South. If the interest of the South does not matter to you, that constitute yourself as the leadership of PDP, here is our brother that matter to us. And in Rivers State, I will give him every logistic. I will provide security. Whenever he want to come and campaign for the presidency, as a presidential candidate, rather, in Rivers State. So it's just it's a psychological war that is waging against PDP leadership. It's just, it continues to send that message. This state is not going to work for the presidential candidate of PDP. He made a categorical statement that every election for state offices or, state offices, he is going to deliver for PDP. He made a categorical statement to that effect that for state offices, for PDP, is for PDP. He didn't mention about the presidency. It's a local election, state election. Yes, nobody should come and dare PDP here. So telling them that Obi, anytime you want to come, he said you are a man with good character. You are a man with, you are a straightforward man. You are a good man as well. I've been to your house. I've eaten in your house. Your wife provided me with food. And you gave me nice drink. Anytime you are coming here, you are my brother. I will give you every support that you need, as long as you can let us know ahead of time. Let us know ahead of time. We will open the public space for you.
Do you think Wike is playing a masterful politics?
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Because we've not seen this politics before that Wike is playing. We've not seen it before. Because usually they would have capitulated or gone one way or the other. But he, even we're nearly, what, 8 months into it, and it's still keeping everybody guessing.
Look, let me tell you, what makes politician a very strong politician is when you control your state. If the state, all elective offices in that state is predominantly controlled by your party, and you as a leader seeing that loyalty from your people, very strong loyalty from your people, and then you have, on top of it, you have huge money in your pocket, huge money to continue to drive that the unity of the party at your state. Nobody can stop you. No, Wike understood the game well. He knows how the game is played, and he's playing it at the best. And it really is not playing. He's not joking. If PDP does not let IU go, Wike will not work for PDP presidential candidate. He will deliver that state for a different candidate. But we don't know who is going to deliver it. But I know it's between Tinubu and Obi. I will say we go for Tinubu if the picture is clear to him that Tinubu will surely win.
A lot of people are suggesting that he's actually being encouraged to strategically back Peter Obi, which by proxy backing for Tinubu as well. A lot of people are starting to talk about that sort of proxy politics. A lot of people are even saying Tinubu is very much pushing that Peter Obi continues as he is. So they're saying by proxy, they're encouraging him to back Peter Obi, which by proxy not in the direction of Tinubu. Did you buy that, or is that too convoluted?
Well, yeah, people that are looking at it that way, I won't say that they are totally wrong. Because, look, I think Wike will study that space very well. If he feel that majority of his people, if they have finally decided that, okay, we are not working for Atiku, if majority of the people wants them to go Peter Obi way, I think he will listen to them in order to keep his relevance, in order to keep his leadership position in relevance to the people, and maintain that strong leadership in that place. I believe he will sit down with the leadership of the party in the state, and they will agree together where to go when it gets to that time. He's not going to take a unilateral decision or try to impose his own will on the people. He will sit his leadership down in that state and said, here we are. Atiku is not backing down. He's not letting this guy to leave. Who is the best that we can go with this time? They will lay it on the table. They will look at the pros and cons of it, the advantage of going for Tinubu or aligning with Tinubu or going for Obi, whichever one that will pay them well, that is where they will go. If Tinubu play a very good game, giving him assurance that if you deliver this state for me.
Ajale Koko, did you see Tinubu at the inauguration of his when he was doing the inauguration with Buhari in Jos? Did you watch it?
Yes, I think I watched brief of it. They
said it was quite erratic, and he was shouting Buhari, Buhari, and it was just Did you?
I didn't really watch it.
Yeah,
I didn't watch
right.
it. I didn't watch it. I just watched some few clips. I didn't watch the full of it. So, but Wike, if Tinubu play a very good game by coming to Wike that if you deliver this state, this is what I will give you in my cabinet. This is the position that I will give to you and your team. Because Tinubu now, we want to work with them as a team, not only Wike alone. They got to look at all those five governors and try to see how they can work a deal with them. So, and promise them what they believe, position of cabinet or very powerful position that deliver your state, work for me, and this is what I will do for you. If they believe that, yes, Tinubu presidency will protect them and will give them position of leadership that will still keep them relevant in their state, they will go for him. And this is where, what do you call this guy? Obi. Obi have to come out with something to them as well. It must come out with something good that if you work for me, this is what I will give you in my government. So it's got to be a competitive game this time, political game. They are not going to work for free for any candidate. It's not done in politics like that. It's not done. They're not gonna say, oh, Obi is from my region, so I'm just working for Obi. No, it's not done. It's a matter of interest, and what is their interest, and what are they getting in where they want to deliver their vote to. What are they get in return? So that is what is going to determine. So, but for now, it's hard to say where Wike will go. But
I don't think we will ever know. It would never leave the PDP, and it will continue to keep people guessing until the results come in.
He said so today. He said he was telling Obi that I know why you left. But me, Wike, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving my house for armed robber to come and take over from my house. He said, I will remain in this PDP and I will fight them to the ground. That is what he said. He said he will remain there and fight them to the ground. And to fight them to the ground, I believe he's in the position of presidentship. He wants to fight them to the ground and disgrace them. Because in the last election, 2019, he had the highest vote. And it's only in Rivers that Buhari could not make 25% in the whole of South-South. Buhari made 25% in every state of the South-South except Rivers State. So he's a very strong politician. It's grounded, and he have the money. He have everything that it takes to deliver that vote to wherever he wants that vote to go. But I think he's playing the politics well. He is, as a guarantee that will be that whenever you come, I will welcome you. I will give you all the support. He's showing the leadership that is strongly committed to what he's preaching. Because what he's preaching and what he's fighting for is that power must shift to the South. So he lost it, that power shift in PDP presidential primary, but he's still standing he's romancing with the Southerner is romancing with Tinubu and romancing with Obi. So meaning that it's recommitted to the Southern presidency. So who will he give the final of his votes to if they can't resolve the problem in PDP? That is what Wike is not telling anybody now. But it's a matter of time. We shall know when it gets close to election time. We will know where Wike is going.
All right, thank you, Ajale Koko. Thank you, Ajale Koko. I suspect we'll be discussing Wike right up to when the votes come in. Thank you, Ajale Koko. But Ajale Koko, 4 times. Let me go on from you to Baba Kure, who joins us from Canada. And if you don't believe me, just look at the flags behind him. It's 2 nations proudly. He straddles in the middle. So, Baba Kure, good to see you. Let me
what of your Caribbean flag? Which other country you said you are a citizen?
No.
Antigua.
Don't worry, I have it upstairs.
No, we want to see that one too. Come on, you are citizen of the world.
Especially if you have the passport of the country.
You want to see it now?
No, hang it up later. Next time, we want to see that flag there too.
All right, you will see it next time.
A global citizen, a citizen
global
of the world.
citizen.
All right. So Baba, correct to it then in the kind of space. You've given us your interpretations of that space. But let me take you to this Islamic group that are asking that this lawyer be disbarred or debarred for reasons that is dressing like a babalawo to attend the court, even though the courts have themselves said that you can wear your religious apparels to your place of work.
Abakure, just a second. Akure going to Yambisa.
Where's Akure suburb?
Area Iboda Akure suburb.
Itagolu?
Iju Itagolu.
Yes, no, not Iju Itagolu. It is Itagolu. Iju is one town, and Itagolu is one town.
Mama Akure Dada, Akure Middle Secondary School.
Okay, where you are going to Ekiti, you first get to Emakode. Do you know where they call Road Maker?
I know those areas. I know those states very well. My secondary school
all right.
there,
So we're going to Ado Ekiti anyway. Itagolu, then Iju, then Ikere, then Ado Ekiti.
Okay.
Yes, just about is about 10 minutes drive away from Akure anyway.
From Akure, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. A citizen of everywhere, a true Nigerian. Enigmatic, he knows Igbo land as he knows Yoruba land. We only have to send him to
don't play with enigmatic, don't play with him.
Look at that. What did that run by? We only
I want the order now. I mean, yes, but I want more believable. I want to talk down.
Now then, there's you are allowed. The girls not
you know, it's a curious thing, you know. Yoruba men, they love Igbo women, but they have issues with Igbo men. I don't know why, but there it is. According to this lawyer dressing like a babalawo.
Anyway, thank you very much for having me tonight. That is what you get when you do not get your house together anyway. To me, I think the dress code of that lawyer is not really worth it, because you can even see that it's not really well presented anyway, or may I say presentable in any reasonable gathering or any reasonable society. But you see, when you take a religion to your head, I'm not referring to you
yes, I know. Yeah.
So when we take it so serious, that is what we get. So everybody will they will use that to do what they feel that you are taking advantage of us. Then we have to do what we have to do. I think it is high time that Nigeria stay away from putting religion in their head, because Nigeria is a secular country. No matter how we turn it, it's a secular country. It's not a Muslim country like some people said. It's not a Christian country. It's not a Babalawo country, so it is a secular country. We might be saying that, okay, where we Nigerian Muslim take much percentage and Christians take much percentage, but still we still have some people who are believe in Ogun worship, believe in Oya worship, believe in Oshu worship. So I think Nigeria is a secular place. So they should take away religion out of that, and that is why we are not really moving forward. And for the man who is who said they should ban the man from coming to the courthouse.
Alexa, I think, what's the weather for tonight?
Oh. You mean here?
Sorry.
Oh, you are talking to Alexa?
It's showing now. It's showing now. you know him now.
Well, he cannot show off to me because I have it in upstairs too.
Look at that.
You just no, be abroad today. Who they show off?
But I know you now. You know, for reasons of data protection, I cannot tell them about enigmatic. But you know, it's more bling than Puff Daddy. More bling than Puff Daddy. But there it is.
So for the man who is telling court that that man should be reprimanded or something punishment, I think he shouldn't have said that anyway, because court is at fault right from day one. They should have left everything open. They shouldn't have decided, okay, where one lawyer, because they are a Muslim, because their religion is Muslim, so they should wear hijab to the church, and so that is where the confusion came from. So I think it is high time we do away with this issue of religion stuff in Nigeria. Though in other part of the world, take for instance in Canada here, we have some Sikh. There are some Indians that believe in something like Sikh and stuff like that. They wear their robe, and we have some RCMP with their. They even design a cap for them, and they have to wear it to match their own religion. So, but you know, you cannot compare civilized country to that of Nigeria. So, and moreover, we take religion so serious in Nigeria than here. So I think it is high time we do away with the issue of religion, and that is why we are now moving forward. So that is my take on that.
All right, brilliant, Baba Kure. So brilliant, Baba Kure. You know, Baba Kure, I often encourage that people send me stuff that they want us to discuss on the platform. I often encourage them to send it to me via Instagram. And let me post my Instagram link again. If you have anything that you want us to discuss on the platform, send it to me via Instagram. So, Baba Kure, somebody sent me something via Instagram. I'm going to share the screen, and I want your commentaries on this. This is the direction that the world is heading. We always talk about Nigerian success stories. Here is another one. Can you see on your screen, Baba Kure? This is yes. BBC. This is BBC Yoruba service, and they are the ones reporting this. So it's written in Yoruba language, of course. Olukemi Omo Adegoke, the UK president of the Board of Trade, meet Adewale Omo Adeyemo, who is the United States Deputy Secretary of the Treasury. So there it is. So
one man, this is just minor. This is just the tips of iceberg based on what happened in the United States election, midterm election. This one is just one out of it is showing you the potential that Nigeria has. It is just because we do not have good leader. And I always say on this platform, you see, when any day that Nigeria gets itself together, the black race will be respected. The whole black race will be.
Baba, can I interject for just 1 minute, please?
Go ahead.
You see, this last midterm election in Atlanta, there, a lot of our people won elective offices. A lot of Nigerians.
Yeah,
Yoruba in majority. 10 of them,
and then,
yeah, 10 of them. I think there's one Igbo guy, and the rest of them are Yorubas.
7 Yorubas.
7 Yorubas. Okay. What is that telling us? We can win election in foreign land, but in our country, it's difficult to even organize election. So just to keep in that.
How far do you think we are from, how far away, and I'm asking this as a serious question, how far away do you think we are from having a Nigerian American president or a Nigerian UK prime minister? Because I don't think we're as far away from that as we might think we are.
Well,
for that very question, I think we are still very far away from that. We just started. It is just that you see these people that won election in the United States, they are so fortunate, and they already screened them to the highest level. That is why they entrust that position into them. I mean, in their hands. So I think we are not really much far away, but we still have a long way to go. If we can continue like this, I think we of course get there. I have a clip, one clip on my phone, which I may likely send to you. There was an interview that was conducted with one white lady, and she said that the reason why white people are afraid of black people right now is that they know that they are they start losing power to black people, and they believe that black people will take revenge of what they have done to them. I will send you the video.
Yeah, but Obama has dispelled that though, because that's always been something that has been said about. I think Obama has dispelled that. Obama, he was the most powerful man in the world for 8 solid years, and nobody saw any sign of that black revenge, you know.
Well, but that might be one or some people's belief in some quarters anyway. But we are getting there. But let's go back to the question. Like I said, when Nigeria gets itself together, the whole Africa will get themselves together. The whole black race in the world will get themselves together, and they'll be well respected. And I'm very glad that we are getting there. And as a matter of fact, we see some of our Nigerian guys now in the United States, which we have never seen such before. So hopefully in Canada here we have some I don't know about federal, but in provincial wide we are having some of our colleagues going into the I mean be the Minister of Justice, change over and move to another ministry. So we have a couple of them like that. Some of them are in provincial legislative house, but we have not seen some in federal. But I think we are going to have very soon. So that is the potential we have. But these people that won election, like Ajanle said, they cannot even afford money to buy form back in Nigeria. They cannot. But look at what happened in the United States. Look at what happened in other countries. So I think if we can get it right, Nigeria will be great. But
how are we gonna get it right when so many people are still trying to vote Tinubu? How? And Atiku.
When many people are doing what?
When so many people are
how
still,
are you going to get it right when people are still
trying to vote Tinubu and Atiku? How are we gonna get it right?
Yeah. To me, at this time, I'm just watching everybody. I just want to distance myself from Nigeria election. The reason why. Yet I'm not supporting Tinubu, but sometimes in 1999, the old Yoruba, they kick against Obasanjo. As a matter of fact, I vote for my statesman Olufalaye, right? But what happened? We cannot shy away from the fact that I'm not saying that Obasanjo is not a corrupt man, but he did well. As a matter of fact, he paid all our outside debt. He was the person that increased the teacher's salary. Before he came to power, primary school teachers were receiving 600 naira at that time. They couldn't even afford to rent a house. But when Obasanjo came there, that we turn our back against at that time, people were able to buy vehicle. Things were going well. I'm not saying that that is going to replicate if Tinubu does win the election. I'm not saying that. But I'm just saying that sometimes we might turn our back to some people, but they might be even the best person. Right?
Obasanjo had an antecedent. You know, even when he was a military ruler, he was the first guy that gave rule to civilians. So he had that kind of a mindset of, you know, progressive mindset and to do what is right. So people saying that Obasanjo was corrupt, I really didn't see him. The person that was corrupt in that government was Atiku. So it felt like, yes, it kind of felt like it's because of Obasanjo.
If Obasanjo was not corrupt, why did he want to go for the third term?
Baba Kure, let me ask you a question. Sorry, I want to move this conversation to this direction. Do you think that Nigeria can get it right in this cycle, in this electoral cycle that we're in now? Do you think we can get it right in this cycle, or are we going to have to abandon this cycle for another 4 years, and then we have to start from this moment to build up to 4 years' time to try and seize that country back? Or do you think we can get to where we need to be with what you say within this present electoral cycle?
Thank you very much, one man. That's a very, very good question. Regardless of who wins this election,
regardless of who wins,
it's just a testing point. We are not going to get there because a lot of things are already spoiled. This election, if truly we can it doesn't, I know that there's still some irregularity and some still there are some underage that will still vote. However, if we can vote right now, like the way they are going to use Beaver and stuff like that and transmit election results directly to the INEC server, I think it will checkmate some from fraudulent acts. I'm not saying that we are going to get it right 100%. So it is just a testing point. To me, whoever said money is not going to play in this politics
sorry, Baba Kure. I wasn't actually even talking about the electoral process itself. I'm talking about the candidates that are available, because we are talking about Nigerians being successful. And if we want to talk about Nigerians being successful, we can do that every single day endlessly, and we never run out of material. Also, we're talking about Nigerians being successful, and that we are talking about if Nigeria gets its act right, then that will help not just Nigerians, but Africans. But I'm saying, with what is available within this electoral cycle, is there anything to suggest that that Nigeria will head in any meaningful direction under the stewardship of whoever becomes the president in 2023? Or are we just to forget about all of them that we're hearing about now and begin now, we surrender another 4 years to these people and begin now to build for 4 years' time to now aggressively try and seize our country back from these people?
You see, one man, I'm still on the point anyway.
All right, sorry, carry on.
Regardless of who wins this election, the election has to come from genuine voters, not like the one that they will thumbprint in your room. You get what I'm saying? So when these people, whoever win the election, either Tinubu or Atiku or Peter Obi or Kwakaso, whoever win the election, even Chowore, whoever win the election, this election is going to shape them, because they know that if they do not do well, I'm not saying that they are going to do excellently well, but at least with what is going on the ground right now, that will get into their head that, boy, I think I need to perform very well, because these people, if I didn't try my best, at least they will remove me next election, because people already have the power to vote for the right for their own candidate. Though I know some people will still get money and vote for the wrong person, but at least this one will at least we shape our electoral act, electoral process a little bit, to choose somebody who will likely deliver, because they know if they don't deliver, then next time that is it. They gone Gaza, they gone home. So I think this one will shape them. So in other words, we will get it little bit. So from there we can build on credible and better candidates.
All right, thank you, Baba Akure. To answer my own question, I don't think there's nobody in this electoral cycle that imbues me with hope for the future. I'm not hopeful for the future from all of the candidates that are available, except for Moyele Shore, who we know sadly does not have a chance. But I'm not hopeful for the future for anybody. Tinubu, it's just falling apart. It doesn't even sound mentally balanced most of the time. Certainly not physically fit.
APDP.
It's just, what are we even? It's just a nonsense, really. Because the idea that Tinubu should be the president, Atiku is a hardened criminal. Somebody sent me 38-page document on just the American documentation of his criminality and looting. And he's telling you when he comes in, he'll carry on the same. And Peter Obi, that's just a joke. He cannot even tell his left from his right, just some lumbering oath, So there is nothing there, and we can't have Shore, unfortunately, but we would need to be in that Shore type of direction.
For me, you that's your opinion. You are entitled to your opinion, but for me, I think this election will shape how our politicians behave and how they do the needful. Not like before, that somebody will just stay in their house and just complain and just bring ballot paper and just rough handle people that at the polling booth, and they exchange that and they run away. So I think this one is going to be little bit different, and they might think, okay, I think we have to do better right now. That is my own opinion anyway. So
all right, brilliant, Baba Akure. Always brilliant from Baba Akure. So Baba Akure, to the little boy then who only gets his girlfriend, his own slot is Monday and Tuesday. Somebody else is Wednesday and Thursday.
And weekend when he's supposed to enjoy it. The money back, take the girlfriend away.
Look at that now, part-time lover. But it's sad, but fairly common. It's just tragic, isn't it?
Des is coming for his girlfriend.
Look at that.
I will talk to my friend this, right? It is good to it is good to trust whoever you are dating or your wife. Like I said to one man married his wife when life was still good. And I can say that I'm so fortunate to have one of those good girls too. My
wife is from your side. My wife is from your side. She's an under woman.
Anyway, I and my wife, we are from the same town anyway.
Oh, so
and as a matter of fact, our house is just like 5 houses to one another.
When are you paying homage?
I paid homage now. Yeah. What do you want? Is it dog?
we are pretty very close to one another, like 5 houses to one another. So I know her very well right from childhood. So I'm so lucky that I have one of those good girls. But now I can tell you the whole thing is gone Gwaza, like a Caribbean always say. So it's gone bad right now. So like I was mentioning about I was discussing about a certain friend that said that it is situation of Nigeria that make them do something like that. So you need to be very careful. Don't rely too much on anybody. If you are dating anybody back in Nigeria, don't rely too much on that individual, because the same person that in a question that I've been talking about, you can imagine if somebody in one day, let's say you and somebody talk now, and you cannot imagine that's the same person already gone to Lagos and came back. You said, how do you see that? So what I'm saying in essence is that you might believe that, oh, you trust this person and you are talking, and where they've been, when they tell you, you'll be so shocked that seriously, so you've already been to that place. So that is what is going on in Nigeria right now. So that boy is a very poor boy, and God will pave way for him. Women need money right now in Nigeria, particularly in Nigeria. They really need money, and not in Nigeria alone anyway, honestly. Today's world, no money, no love. That is what is really going on in the world right now.
No money, no honey, as they say on the streets. No
Exactly,
money, no honey.
And it's just like you have to recharge now.
You know, we're living in strange times. Strange times.
One man, I was just taking it easy, so I want to ask about something before. I want to say hello to him as man. So
I mean, you can ask him, but just so long as it's consistent with the conversation. Let's hear from you, Tony.
Yes, sir. Just because I was cooking, so I couldn't come in on time. Hello, Akabo, my brother. Long time.
What were you
Akabo, Baba Skure. I greet you. Okay, you.
Thank you, Tony. I'm hearing you. What
nice to see you back. And so I was trying to remind you that what Wama was saying was very correct, because the system is very toxic. That when you are talking about the beaver and that you are hopeful about the electronic voting, I mean, don't you know that it is the same Nigerians that are going to operate those electronic gadgets?
Well, you are very right. Though the question is back, but I will still answer your question. Look at what to me. I still have at least I will give our electoral department at least 80% that they will perform very well in this coming election. If Nigeria, if they feel Tinubu is their man, so be it. That is not my problem. If they feel, hold on, man. If they feel it is Obi is their man, so be it. If they think it's Showore or what's the name of this man, Adamawa man, Atiku or Kwakanso, so be it. But I know for sure it's not going to be as business as usual. Look at what happened in Ekiti State. So nobody can complain. If you get your money, you vote for Tinubu, so be it. That's your own problem.
Yes.
It's not that somebody go inside the room and print and just bring the ballot paper out. Look at what happened.
I don't hear. But then to the test, why do you have to single out Tinubu if you know that your president is older than Tinubu?
Sorry, what test?
Yes, test. Was it test that said that people that were stupid, people that Nigerians are stupid to be voting, thinking of voting for Tinubu? I mean, why should you single out Tinubu, even though that you know that your president is more than 89 years old?
Yes.
We have Tony. We have seen where that mistake got us, right? So
what mistake? What mistake?
The mistake of voting for Tinubu, right?
Is America not functioning well? The institutions are there. The institutions.
How can you? Let me clear something. You cannot compare a country that is 245 years old to a country that is barely barely 70 or something like that. You cannot compare that at all. There's no comparison to that. And when you're saying,
but we are leading the United States. I mean the ratio of educated foreigners.
What are you talking about?
No, I mean that the Nigerians are well recognized so in America, for example. So why can't we perform at home? That's where we are trying to say that we should let Tinubu come so that he can devolve the power. He can that we trust him.
What are you talking about devolving? Bro, it's like you've not even read.
Regional setting.
You have to make
if you can do that
make
for
your.
us,
Can I talk? Make your arguments with facts. You've not read Tinubu's manifesto where you are talking about all this restructuring. The Tinubu manifesto does not support restructuring, so let's forget about that part. His manifesto doesn't support it.
But we are looking at the antecedents of the people that come from this western region.
No.
Inahoro, Awolowo, what they stood for. And you know that these are the look at the Basa John also. He also performed well. And then do you know that that third term that we missed is what we are facing today? What
do you mean we missed? It's not constitutional now. What do you mean we missed?
I know. But we don't need a perfect democracy. We needed somebody like that, a strong, strong guy.
We need the rule of law.
But most of the countries that are developed were developed by the dictators, and then so later they will hand over to the people to enjoy their democracy.
All right, thank you. So
thank you,
Babakure. I'm sure you probably talk higher than my IQ level. That's probably what it is. But back to you, Babakure.
Anyway, like Tony just said, I don't live in America. I live in Canada anyway. So like I said, because I'm going to answer his question, in Ekiti State, APC pay money for people. PDP pay their money, but APC pay better, and people voted for them. It's not that APC goes inside the room, thumbprint, and brought out the ballot box and dismantle what they have outside there and replace it with the one they brought out of the room. So people get the money and they voted for them. So there was no argument in Ekiti State. Okay, we go back to Osun State. Osun State, APC pay money, PDP pay money, but PDP won election. There was no argument. So because it was a beaver they used at that time. So I think if we continue using this system, if APC pay money and Nigeria say, okay, well, that's the best person, that's the best party for them, so be it. If it is PDP, so be it. If it is Showore, so be it. It is Obi, so be it. But the most important thing is that people vote for who they want, not that somebody just one riffraff, some group of riffraff just come to the polling booth, scatter the whole place with gun, and replace the ballot with a ballot box with the one on the table. So that is my take on that. So whoever win the election, so be it. If they collect their money and they vote, once they vote through that machine and they count it, and it's not that it is manipulated through ballot paper bringing which was brought out from the room, that is fine for me. So that is what Nigeria shows. So back to that guy anyway. That is the situation we find ourselves in Nigeria right now. So the economy is very bad, and this girl, like somebody said, I think it was enigmatic, said that I don't know that person, like maybe enigmatic. Somebody mentioned it on this platform that some of these people, they are the people that providing for their family and stuff like that. You can imagine that young boy that you're talking about. Can he give even 5,000? Can he give it to a girlfriend? To be frank and sincere, can that boy give 5,000?
But Babakure.
Does he have 5,000 for himself? Never mind.
Exactly.
Friend Bob, are you hearing me, Babakure?
Yeah.
Babakure, look, it goes beyond this, right? From my own personal experience, I can say some little things that I know. It's, to me, sometimes it's actually not about the financial background or what you have, right? I schooled briefly in OAU before I crossed to Igbinedion. Then before I moved to the school that I graduated from. It's another private school in Nigeria.
Well, you've been rusticated all over the place. What's going on?
No. I
testing girls.
Okay, why I left OAU? You know, I got into college very at a very young age. So when I got there, it was unfortunately they had this their Nazi strike action, and then I didn't go back immediately. I think it took them like almost, I can't even, maybe 6 months or 7 or thereabout. So after like the second month, my parents took me to a private university, Ibn. So I was at Ibn. If you are very conversant with Ibn very well, Ibn now Shai school, so my parents bust in one weekend unannounced, and then everybody was bubbling. But of course, I didn't do the bad thing. Fagbori, for a cigar, anything, but it was just the normal thing, because you see you are mixing with a lot of the high and mighty of Nigerians. All these billionaires, their kids were there, so influences and everything. So unannounced again, my parents they went behind us. They took us to a more stricter private university in Okija. Which was a very good one.
Baba Kure where you want him to
so
be.
what I want to tell you, Baba Kure, is that when it's not about how rich or how poor you are. When you miss your way, you miss your way, right? I was bringing that Ibn and the other private school that I went to let you understand the fact that even when you have money, you come from money. You are not coming from a rich home, but you are coming from money, right? You still see all these girls doing aristo then in school, regardless of the fact that they had the money, they had the wherewithal, they have everything. So I just believe most of the time it's about self-discipline, and it's about you having that audacity to actually not fall, to avoid peer group pressure. So it goes beyond having money or not. So that's just basic truth.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So Baba Kure, round up that space, and then I'll go from you actually to enigmatic. Baba Kure, back to you. You've muted yourself.
Okay, like I said, okay, the experience of individual is different, but okay, but like I said, I think the biggest problem we are having right now is poverty in Nigeria. That's why this thing is very rampant. Like who just spoke right now?
Enigmatic.
Is that enigmatic? Okay, enigmatic. Like he said, I'm very sorry to say this, right? Some of these guys want to taste which one is the best. You see, those they are very rich. What they are trying to do is not that they are looking for money, but they are looking for which one tastes best. I think that is why they are doing that.
They're all criminals. There's one I'm talking to right now. See that this girl just said told me that she had a birthday last 2 weeks. I should give her money. I'm like, last 2 weeks, you are looking for money now. I don't understand. I'm like, that one don't pass now.
She want to pay for the cake because she has not pay up the bill for the birthday cake.
When Solomon told you to call, Solomon was trying to give you the OT. You know what he was trying to give you orientation about how to deal with Nigerian girls. You were not listening the other day.
Leave Solomon don't know anything. Leave her.
Okay.
Solomon knows a lot about yeah. Sorry, Kaya Babakure.
So that girl and enigmatic might be that they want to taste another banana from some other guys. So they want to taste it, touch and go, and see which one is the best, and they will finally hang out with. I think that is what is going on, even though they are rich. So that is what they do in that sense. But those who are not rich, they do it for money, because a bag of rice now is 40,000 naira. So you can imagine that little boy cannot even afford to give a girlfriend 5,000. Because he even needs 2,000 for himself. So you can see the level of what is going on. You give somebody 10,000 right now, it's like you give them like 100,000 naira. That is the level of poverty we have back in Nigeria. Do you want to hear one story again? You see, when people want to have maybe they want to have a wedding right now, they will inform you 2-3 months away, you know what they do? They already call you, then they will list your name and they will estimate. I think I should be able to get 50,000 from this person. so that is the level that we find ourselves. You see, they will list your name. Okay, I'm supposed to get 50,000 from this person. So they will plan for on what they have not received. That is exactly.
You know what they do as well, Baba Kure, and I'm sure this may have happened to you. Suddenly you get some text with an image, somebody inviting you to the funeral of their mother or father, knowing full well that you are in America, Canada, etc., or to the wedding of their sister, daughter, etc. All of that, of course, send your contribution. That's just they're sending you invitation to you live in Ontario. They are sending you something in Abeokuta. So
one man, you are telling the fact of what there was. In fact, last month was very, very tough, to the extent that I had to send a lot of posts on my WhatsApp so that everybody could see it. When you receive, in fact, I have a family member that we have never we've lost contact since 2005, before I left Nigeria, and found me on Facebook. Send me friend request. Oh, this is my relative, this is my cousin. Accept that friendship. The next thing is that, how are you doing? Fine, thank you. Bam, that's one done. The next thing is the invitation of remembrance of his partner. The next thing is account number to send the little token that you want to send, and I ignore it. I have people who sent me invitation for the burial of their mother, and I ignore it, and they send me message again that well, you didn't even reply back to me with the message I sent to you. Didn't you see the invitation I sent to you? I said, well, I saw it, but I'm sorry, I won't be around at that time that you are having the funeral. Simple as that. So, like one man said, you living abroad, somebody in Akure send you invitation card to attend the wedding ceremony, send you invitation to attend the Kore Agboile in the church, send you invitation to attend Kore harvest, harvest ceremony, send you all kind of invitation. So what technically what they are saying is that your name they will already written your name in their list. That okay, I should be able to get at least, at worst, I think I'm supposed to get 20,000 naira from this person. This one might, oh, it's my good body. Okay, 50,000. Then they will add it together. Then they will, okay, well, if I can get this, then I will be able to have this funeral done. I will be able to have this wedding done. I will be able to have this harvest done. I will be able to have this naming ceremony done. That is what is going on in Nigeria.
All right, thank you, Baba Kure. It's a real and it's a story we all know, and a real tragic story. And the biggest tragedy, of course, and Nigeria, one of the wealthiest countries on the planet. Nigeria, one of the wealthiest countries on the planet. So it's just so sad. And by the way, Baba Kure, it's not as though those people, they are lazy or whatever. It's not as though they don't have pride. And when a man packs his pride to then be saying, pardon me, it's very difficult for them to be sending those things, but they've forgotten about pride, or because the country has just so
one man. Let's put it this way. It is true. It is situation of things in Nigeria, but mind you, right? You have to be very, very careful at the same time. Somebody might be asking you, I can tell you that, one man. Somebody might send you invitation card. Oh, I'm having the funeral ceremony of my dad, so time. I can bet it with you. You see this person that sent you that invitation card? He is living in the house that you cannot even afford to build back in Nigeria. Are you hearing me? If you better know, you better if you don't know, you better know now. You hear me? You hear with me? I say, okay. So you just have to be very careful.
Yeah, man.
You can help people. There's nothing wrong in helping people, but make sure that you do your diligent investigation of this person. Doesn't really matter even if it's your own brother. Okay, well, you at least you will hear one or two information or two things that is going on about them, and you can, okay, well, I think this person worth assisting. I have seen a person, a cousin of mine. You hear me? I said to her, I said, you are working in Abuja now, and your mother is living back in Akure. So why I will suggest to you guys to take care of your mom. Why don't you just take her to Abuja? And she said to me, oh, I'm living in the government house. Okay, then get your transfer back to Akure from Abuja. She said, oh, well, I'm trying to do that. And about 2 months after, she told me, well, bros, I already moved back to Akure now. I got my transfer back to Akure, and I'm living so place, and I'm looking for the. Remember, it was me said, okay, bring your. You should take your mother to your house, and so you can take care of your mother. You can live with her. She said to me now that, oh, well, I'm trying to raise the money to rent the house. So I'm living with so person. So how much do you have now? I have 50,000. How much remaining? Okay, I need about 20,000 naira to balance the rent. I said, okay, sure. Send me your account number. Send 20,000 naira. Bam! 3 days after, the same person that is asking for money was celebrating birthday. What do you say to that?
It's unbelievable.
When we want to talk about this, I can write book about what I've seen. One man. So just be very careful, right?
All right, thank you, Baba Kure. So thank you, Baba Kure. Let me for time move on from you, Baba Kure, to enigmatic, and let's move it back to politics. And let's take the politics from the United Kingdom, enigmatic, and then take it all the way to Umar here. So Umar here, born now, absolutely pointless for us to support this guy is what the British government are saying about the Nnamdi Kanu'S situation. So are you surprised at this? And how does this permutate? Because, of course, if the British had gone to back him up, then that embodies his space. But what are you making then of the British casting Nnamdi Kanu adrift? Enigmatic on D.
All right, thank you, Oman. First, I'm not surprised. And then what is the reason for not being surprised? The only country that I believe that probably have that capacity to protect their citizens globally, regardless of how you become a citizen, is the United States. They will look out for you. They will take care of you. They will protect your interest. They're gonna stick their neck out for you. You will never lack. And in the U.S. military, they say one American life is worth the life of every American. So they will probably burn a whole city down to save their own. I can't say that of the United Kingdom, unfortunately. Let's compare the travels of Nnamdi Kanu, his experience in the hands of Nigerian government, and what he's been subjected to over the years, side by side with what Shore's situation. You saw what happened. Shore's, the member of Congress, all the members of Congress from Shore's district, as to the point of Bob Fernandez or whatever it is, Senate Chairman Committee on I forgot it. Just to let you understand. So 3 members of the House of Rep, maybe 2 members of the Senate, and a whole community, they came out for Shore, and that is American spirit for you. You know, it's quite unfortunate that UK is watching Nnamdi Kanu, in that dungeon. They've basically looked away. It's like they're actually having a kind of an MOU with Nigeria to punish him. But it's not like that. It's just in the nature of the United Kingdom. Baba Gomez, he just gave his own practical personal experience. And he's not the only one. I've had personal friends too that actually they've had similar situation. And UK never, it's like they have two laws for how they approach their laws or how they actually dish out those laws. There are two rules, silent rules for those who are white and those who are not. America does not see that. Once you are an American, even if you are on a green card, not the permanent resident, not the temporary one, they see you as their property. They see you as it is their responsibility all over the world to take care of you. Look at the way they were chasing the case of Jamal Khashoggi, that Saudi Arabian journalist that was murdered in
Turkey.
In Turkey. Unfortunately, we had a reckless president who probably connived with the Saudi government to, neutralize the case and loot the case. And I believe Biden, they are still trying to find out about what happened. So America is called the beacon of hope for immigrants. It's called the land of immigrants. It's called the beacon of democracy for a reason, not just because it is America. It is because of the fact that when you look at America itself, look at the government in the US now. When you look at the judiciary or some certain, cabinet positions, you see mixture of immigrants, a lot of them. And Wale Adeyemo, the guy that you just posted his stuff now, is at the top of America's, financial echelon here. Same as a lot of them in the military. Probably a week ago, you did an expose about a military lady. And I know a lot of military generals. I know a lot of adjunct generals in the U.S. military, legal side of the U.S. Army, right? So, U.S. is when God bless America is not just a myth. It's not a fluke. It's for a fact. One man. It is unfortunate that Nnamdi Kanu is being left in the cold by the country that he calls his own, and they are practically doing nothing. He wouldn't have been a white guy, and he would be going through that situation, and they wouldn't do nothing. So there's little that United Nations would do. There's even little that all those his lawyers can do when even his nationalized country wouldn't take him as their own and take care of his situation. I can tell you for a fact that while Sowore was going through his issues, Nigerians, they were looking over their shoulders because at a point, the U.S. government had to detail some certain prosecutors to go to court with Sowore at almost every point to see what was happening. Because Showore's wife, she's a law professor in the U.S. over here. He has the case over here, and it's quite unfortunate. And this is what I will tie it back to even Nnamdi Kanu miscalculating his excesses with his people. I mean, I don't like to throw them under the bus all the time, but you should have known the fact. Look at what is happening to Nnamdi Kanu now. He's been left in the lodge to take care of his situation while they've moved on. They've moved on. They've moved on. Unfortunately, the people you are trying to die for, the people you want to kill for, the people you want to liberate, they turn 360 degree and they just move on like that. It can be so disheartening, and it's quite appalling for the situation that he has found himself. I believe he will learn from this, and I believe those who want to follow suit probably to do what Nnamdi Kanu is doing. That guy in Finland, is he Simon Epa or whatever his name? You better be careful because he's not an American. If he's an American, you can do anything. American will come for you. Only one guy was probably kidnapped the other time in Kebbi or Borno State. The U.S. Army, they send their SEAL force. Muhammadu, if you know this, they send their SEAL team to rescue just an American. That's to tell you, American will be in the thick of a war. They will find a way to rescue that American. You see what is happening in Russia now with Britain Greer. They send prosecutors, their representatives. They are deliberating at the highest level with the Russian government to rescue that girl because of some trumped-up charges. So let alone Nnamdi Kanu, a British passport holder, lampooning I mean, wallowing in DSS custody all this while, and they can't even if you are pretending, just pretend as if you don't know. Just help this guy with some, legal aid. That is the least you can do. So, what is the essence of carrying a British passport when it makes absolutely nothing? You know what I'm saying, one man? It's quite appalling. It's disappointing. I can't say. I mean, it's your country too. You are a British person, but
you see, it's what I was saying to Baba Kore enigmatic. I don't think the world is going through a phase at the moment where energy is at a premium and countries are trying to recalibrate. The United Kingdom no different, especially off the back of this Ukraine-Russian war. They've now seen the potency of the reliance on places like Russia, and they want to have as vast an expanse as possible of places that they are sourcing resources, so that they are not dependent in the and one of those places are places like Nigeria. Nigeria has one of the largest gas reserves in the world, one of the largest oil reserves in the world. It's awash with gold, diamond, emerald, everything. So they are not going to be making too much noise about some random guy who essentially is an immigrant and a dissident. They're just going to cut it. It's not what the price. It's not what the political price.
No, man, I completely disagree with you. Nnamdi Kanu is not a dissident to the UK. It's a UK citizen. America wouldn't see Nnamdi Kanu as a dissident. America could probably, get one thing. When people say Tinubu cannot travel to the US, I laugh at them. It's a citizen, right? The only thing they will do is probably they will get the only thing you at the highest or at the height of it, you will serve a prison term, and then probably you do your parole or probation, and then you get. I can tell you 100%, one man. I can bet it. I can bet all my certificates that the US would have taken care of this Nnamdi Kanu issue if Nnamdi Kanu were to be an American citizen. I can tell you for a fact they would have found a way to compare, because number one, right? If you look at the nitty-gritty of Nnamdi Kanu's case, ab initio, it was Nigerian government that actually, should be questioned, not the other way around.
Please, can I say something?
Come in. Hold on. Come in to Niger. Let to Niger come in. It was about to.
Yeah. Thanks for having me, woman, and greetings to everyone on the panel, chat, and the viewers. I think the last speaker is painting quite a rude picture, as if Americans are now getting convicted overseas. And Americans have been killed in Israel. American citizens have been killed in Israel. You don't see America sanctioning Israel or anything like that. So I think you are painting a bit of a rosy picture. The fact is that Nnamdi Kanu is also a Nigerian, and that too makes a difference. And the fact that he's also broken the law to the point whereby even Twitter had to take down his own comments. So it's not like he's painted like Showore, that is just abusing human rights and he was being oppressed or something like that. Kanu is a different case. And I think sometimes there's an element of the individual case that we are talking about here. If Kanu was like fighting for gay rights, you find that the UK government would be more abrasive about it, or he's just fighting for human rights. So I think you are painting a kind of picture like America is some kind of shining this thing, something on the hill, that is a false narrative you are painting there.
Well,
Americans get convicted all the time.
Let me address this guy.
Okay.
Somebody just gave an example of Britney. Right? Is it Britney? This girl that was holding in Russia, and this is a girl that has anti-American sentiment, but yet still they still give him that aid, that help that he needs, legally speaking and diplomatically. They're still talking with the Russians to have him maybe brought back to the United States. Another case in point is this guy that went to North Korea and stole their flag. That's why he was warned not to go, and then they still give him that
guy from Alabama, right?
Yeah. So what I was talking about, well, I can understand what you're saying, that in some instances Americans will just maybe if they can't, it's something they can do.
So I really
let
me say something. I'm not sure where we are taking this to. This matter is in courts, and I don't know if we are expecting UK to come and drag Nnamdi Kanu to United Kingdom. It's all still gonna go into a court process, which United Nation, which is the United States, United Kingdom, many countries are involved. So I don't know why we are dragging these countries. It's still gonna go into the court process, which is what is on to right now.
Why should they be involved? Why do we have to always subject our country to controls of foreigners? Why should they be involved? He's a Nigerian citizen. If he sinned against Nigeria, he has to answer for it. Period. I don't understand this idea where we talk about UN and all the rest of all the time. Other countries don't do that.
Nigeria, I think you are. Let me just say this to you real quick, maybe a second, right? And then of course, in every legal situation, in every law, there's always an exception. I'm not saying absolutely. If Nnamdi Kanu, let's assume Nnamdi Kanu is an American citizen, America that I know, right? I'm not speaking from the point of an abstract. Now I know for a fact. I know even American soldiers that were deployed and they probably did something wrong. They broke the rules of that country and everything. And there's always a way they will protect that. They can have an agreement with the government. Look, let's do this. Nnamdi Kanu would have had America would have called Buhari. Look, this is an American citizen. First of all, let's understand the law. Let's understand the legal processes that you're actually, engaging to nail this guy. Then first, that's how they will start. And then number two, they will let Nigeria know this guy is carrying an American passport. We need to know the consequences of what you think he has done or what we believe he hasn't done. They will trash everything first, underline cross the T's and dot the I's. Why United Nations is involved and all these national bodies or international bodies you are calling now is because UK is not doing their job. They are not protecting their own. So at the end of the day, Kanu's legal team and that foreign guy in the US over here, they have to seek international attention to what is happening.
See,
when you go to the basic fact of how Nnamdi Kanu's situation happened, okay, America was okay. This is what we've established. You've probably broken the law, the treaty law, whatever in Nigeria. But regardless of the fact, this guy is an American citizen. They will find a way. America will always find a way, right? They could order Nigeria, Buhari, talk to you. We need enter and only prosecute. There will be a legal way to get Nnamdi Kanu of this mess. America will not look at their own suffer like this. I know for a fact.
Come on, man. You are basically saying that America will support lawbreakers. That is not necessarily.
You are painting it wrong with my brother, but that's not the way it is. I'm telling you.
They're saying they're going to get. You just said they are going to help get him off the case. They're not going to help get him off the case if he's broken the law.
Sorry, let me say.
Give me a second. I know some colleagues, right? I know Nigerian soldiers that did something wrong in Germany, in Afghanistan, and I know how America came into the picture and everything was settled. They could bring you back to America over here, court-martial you, send you to jail. But for the fact that they will leave you in a foreign land and languish in a foreign land on a trumped-up charges, it wouldn't happen. America wouldn't do that.
Let Ajaneko come in. Yeah.
To Nigeria, you don't live in America, right?
No, I
don't. You don't know how, yes. So that is why, yeah. So what Enigmatic is saying is the actual truth of how America operates. It's a law in America. I mean a law. No American citizen must suffer outside America, must be left alone by America to suffer outside America. That is a law. And if America don't stand up for an American outside America that need help, America can pay billions of dollars for that American state. They can be sued. and they will pay seriously for it. And a lot of head will roll if that should happen. So when all these things that Nnamdi is saying is 100% true how Americans operate.
It's when you are innocent, not when you are
Whether you are
guilty or
innocent,
something.
hold on. Whether you are guilty or not guilty, America will provide legal assistance. America will go on diplomatic means to make sure that that American does not lack every support that he needs. If by getting him out of there, he can come to America and come and face the consequences of the law, but they will help him out of that place. They will do everything to help him.
You guys are
That's
funny. Do you know how many Ajali Koko, do you know how many Americans? Do you know Ajali Koko, do you know how many Americans that are in prison in Panama? I don't even
It's
understand
unbelievable. Some of the things
you guys are here. I don't even understand.
What I say, do you know how many Americans do you see living in jail in Panama? That America left there. America abandoned them. America didn't do anything.
Abandoned them. I'm telling you the
come
fact.
on, man. Don't say
in
this.
Indonesia, all parts of the world, Americans are getting imprisoned for drug trafficking or other offenses. I don't understand how we really sound like this.
Even in the Philippines, all over the world. I don't
know when someone commits crime, they charge it in that country. I mean, what America can do is basically maybe do a legal something, bring like a lawyer, and they judge the case. There's nothing like
look, if that country
of crime,
if that country have a very strong tie or every strong relationship with America, America can work out diplomatic means to get that citizen released. If it's not released, they will make sure that they do everything to guarantee his safety there. If at all he's going to be punished in that country. But for America to abandon and not do anything, no, America will not do that. They will stand up, do everything to make sure that they help him out of that predicament. If they couldn't get it due to, at a diplomatic mission, diplomatic means, if they cannot work anything
offer
else.
him or her the basic consular service. Don't worry, they are not sending in Navy SEALs every time America.
No, they will not send Navy SEAL. No, not to send Navy SEAL, but they will give every support. They will want to do everything to get him released, to get him out of that problem.
Yeah, they'll give him basic consular service. Yes, every nation does that now. Consular service.
Well, where is your Britain? Is your British doing that for Kanu?
Yes, they did. They gave him consular service.
No, they didn't do anything. Which consular service?
They gave him consular service in Abuja.
When was that?
At the initial stages of it.
They must have given him, otherwise they too will be breaking their own rules.
They gave him consular service now.
Can I come in? Okay, why are they abandon him now? Okay. Why did they say, oh, well, we don't need the consular service that you are saying they provide them? They just met him and talked to him, and everything ended there.
Yeah, but that is what the United States would do as well. They are
no. That is
not. She go and check it. I think the fact that Americans get convicted all the time.
No, hold on. If America have to provide him lawyer, they have to pay legal fee for lawyer to represent him at the court, make sure that his right is protected. They will do that. They will not leave him the way Britain left Nnamdi Kanu alone to face his problem by his own, to hire lawyer, to hire everything and be fighting all this thing alone. America will not do that. That's I guarantee you. America will provide legal service.
You can't guarantee it now. We have so many examples. Americans.
No, we know what happened. We have several cases. No,
you just have to Google it. It's right. In China, they are jailed everywhere. They are being jailed.
Sorry, let me say this before I forget. Sorry to cut you. America is not the issue here. It's not the kind of issue. America is in jail in Nigeria. They are there. Go to Kirikiri. They are there. Forget about that. Anyway, what Adesha Granson did
Which America you see for Kirikiri?
He did. Yeah,
Which America? We give us your food. Now go they talk like say this thing.
No,
Una
he's
not know the thing where we don't see for this America. Una not know people where we know we run into problem.
He's there 7 years. What America did that he will serve 7 years. They reduce the sentence. After 7 years, to go back to America. Simple. No, he's there. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay. He's there now. Only you know.
Woman, can I come in now?
Wait, let me finish my question now. Hold on.
Okay.
What Adesa Grancy did is not up to what Nnamdi Kanu did. But Adesa Grancy is in jail in Britain. That's the country that the institution works. Now, I've said this in this show before, like 6 months ago, that Uche Mefo was someone in Scotland Yard. Someone does not mean arrest or one, just someone come when the lawyer. And they talk. When Uche Mefo went to Scotland Yard, not by my word, his word, go check his podcast, it's there. When he came back, he turned down. He didn't give those words again. Because at the point Kanu was the point of no return. He has left Biafra struggle, is now hitting on Britain. Britain caused the genocide. Britain said that should not change this thing. Britain is our problem. Now he started insulting the country he was. At that point, when Mepo went and came, well, for what Mepo said, that he was with someone too to come. They want to check his activities. Then from then, he decided to start jumping bay from both countries around in Nigeria. Now in London, he left, started touring Europe. He was in Israel for so many months. From there to Germany for so many months, he was just touring around with his passport until he ran to Kenya and arrested in Kenya. So that would be the question: why British is not supporting him? Then who should want to together? Maybe he still wanted in Britain too to come and answer for what he's doing or come and explain what is all this that he's doing. So we should not just tie it on British leg that British don't do anything. We don't really know the case he has in Britain. If Adesina Kransi can go in for something lesser, the Nnamdi Kanu was on air saying kill this, kill that, this, that. No country will support anarchy. You have to understand this. If American citizens is in America telling some people to go and keep in South Africa, America FBI will arrest him first before the Interpol come get there. So we should
it's like Tuna just said, it's like conditioning. Because that's what the Americans do best. They condition their people into these beliefs, but which is not really backed up in it. And then they do one or two examples.
They're in jail in Japan doing 12 years for drugs. They're in jail here. Many. Trump friend, watching CNN. Trump friend, he has a problem with his wife, Japanese wife. He took his child and came to Japan. And he came because he's America, maybe he's working with Trump. He came out to go and bully his woman here. He did 21 days. He didn't see son. No lawyer, no American lawyer was granted to him. He said in CNN, he said that country is a communist country in disguise. They're dead with it. They tell in Japanese, Koko Nihonji yo, Koko Nihon, mean this place is Japan. Japan police #1. That's what they told him first. In this country, they couldn't sit for 21 days. So forget that thing that I said about America. Yes, they'll give support to yes.
All these cases you guys
are
citing, they are not political. Kanu's case is political. And anyway, if it's a political matter.
Kanu's case is not political.
Hold on. Let's hear from rational mind. Let's hear from rational mind. Yeah.
All these examples that you guys just cited, a lot of them are not political. If it's a political matter, then they will come into it because they know how political can be a mess. So Kanu's matter is a political matter, and Britain should have given him assistance. But we understand the whole politics. We understand the whole thing around it. Like one man and other people said that they have different laws for different people of different whatever. So maybe that's the reason why they are treating him the way they are treating him. But I guarantee you, Showore, who's not even a U.S. citizen, who's just a green card holder, was offered that assistance. Even the
it was offered consular service.
The foreign relation, the guy sitting on the foreign relation committee.
Bob Menendez. I just remembered the name now.
He had to make inquiry to the Nigerian government as to what is going on that guy's case. They were interested in it. That's how you know that when it's a political matter, they know what it is. They know how.
I will look for his conference.
I don't understand why you're just citing an example of people where somebody that went to Japan and beat his wife up or whatever. That is not relevant. Kanu's case is a political matter, and it needs to be solved. It needs to be resolved if they want to do it politically, and if they don't want to go through the political route, let the court decide that.
So one man, what I'm trying to let everyone understand is that America will not support, illegality against their citizen. If you want to take him to court, they will want you to follow the legal process. Do not try to do this kind of abracadabra they are doing in Nigeria, that it will take them maybe 1 year to even have an appellate court decision. They wouldn't do that. They will, if you are going to jail, if you want to jail him, let's see the fact of the matter. They will put everything on the table, and if it merits, then by the laws of that country, goodbye. Go and serve your term, 2 years, 3, or how many years you want to give you. But they will not abandon you and let them toss you around within their legal process or within their legal system, just languishing without finding a way to know what is actually happening. What Nnamdi Kanu is going through, regardless of what he has said against the United Kingdom, we've seen over the years, and we've seen several cases that UK is like they have to they have a flexible law against a section of their citizen. Look at what they did to this member of the British Royal Council, Royal Family, the guy that was emerged in some Trump issues and fraud.
Prince Andrew.
Yeah. So imagine how they find a way around. There's somebody who has been jailed in America, who has been sentenced in America now.
Harvey Weinstein.
Weinstein was killed in he was, of course, he died. Let's say, okay, we heard he died, but we already understand what happened. Then, so when you look at all those kind of situations, Americans, of course, there are Americans that are in jail, in prison, in foreign countries, but you will be sentenced on the basis of following the rules of law. They will not twist the law. They will not look at you. They will not let you manipulate the system against their citizen. If you decide to go to prison in that country, that's good, but you have to follow the law.
All right, thank you. Somebody was just pointing out, I think it's Patrick, that Nnamdi Kanu is actually undergoing a criminal trial, so not a political trial, but a criminal trial. Yes, and then the same person, still Patrick, he brought out the name of the American in prison in Nigeria, in Kirikiri, Marco Ramirez. So.
What's criminal?
All this American.
This Marco Ramirez. I think I have an idea.
In like Tunaja said,
I have an idea about his case. His case, even yes, I believe America was involved. That it is what I'm telling you now, right? If you've been convicted or indicted of a charge, and then America will ensure that okay, they go through the normal practical legal process as it should be. They will not circumvent the law. They will not allow you to circumvent the law. But if you have to go to prison, so be it. But they would have tried their best as an American to protect an American. So there's always a reason why America will tell you a life of an American is worth the life of every American. So if you have to go to prison, they will
that's conditioning, exactly like Tuna just said. That's conditioning.
When the US goes,
they just give you all these things to feel good. Americans are languishing all over the world now, politically, criminally, everywhere. Don't worry about it. Don't go and commit crime abroad, though, thinking some clean passport. They will eat them well. You will eat
Woman, I would be lying.
What is criminal?
See, I think when they go out of their way to get their people out of foreign territories, when they pose a security threat. Some of those people are probably either spies for them or soldiers. That's when they go out of their way out.
Or if it's a high-profile situation
yes,
that the whole country is agitated about. So just a publicity stunt. But don't worry. Americans are all over the world in prison.
What is political? I mean, what is criminal about what Patrick said? What is political? What is criminal about what Nnamdi did? What is
criminal about Nnamdi Kanu? What Nnamdi Kanu did?
Yeah, what is
inciting people to kill, and then inciting acts of destruction. Now, you know the charge sheet. Acts of terror. Those are criminal acts.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not been tried for having a political view. It's been tried for criminal acts.
It's on the world. They use the guise of those criminal things. It's political.
What do you mean they use the guise? Did they or did they not commit? He did it in open glare.
Why?
We also what he did.
Why couldn't they prosecute him the first time before they were trying to have him killed?
Because the first time he hasn't done that. In the first time he was not going to kill this.
They said he imported stuff into Nigeria.
Listen, the first time.
Hold on now. Would you allow me to speak?
You hold on. You hold on.
I was speaking before.
Wait, hold on. He was speaking first. Let President Man. Yeah.
So he was imported radio stuff into Nigeria. They said, and they said he was organizing some proscribed group, and I mean other charges were also there. So why couldn't they prove it? Why did it take them eternity until they decided to want to go and kill him? Why can't they prove it in their own court?
What do they decide to go and kill him? What do you think led to the? What do you think led to the activities at Nnamdi Kanu'S home in Uma here? Why do you think they sent the troops in?
Well, man, this guy was having gatherings of people around him who were championing the cause of self-determination. They saw that as a threat. That this guy is gaining popularity, and they have the governors of Southeast. Some of them were involved because they saw that this guy is the way he's going. They would lose their power, their grip on the people in that side, in that region, and so they had to invite the Nigerian government to come and.
That wasn't what happened.
Well, yeah, I know you can say he violated the terms of whatever. Maybe that's what you want to say. I know you want to say that, but then the point is, it's still debatable.
What do you mean it's debatable? It can't be debatable now. It's either flouted it or he did not. Did he not flout it?
Well, you see. Hold on
now, what pace? Let him
speak. Let him what pace speak.
No, but you know what you're saying. He flouted his bail conditions. That's one, and then he was organizing a paramilitary organization in open glare and making threats off the back of that. So he actually invited that activity in his house. You know, he was granted bail. You have to remember, and allowed to go to his own homestead. Just be a man. Only that they set a minimum sort of gatherings that he cannot congregate because of the sort of activity he was engaged in, and then they set bails. They could have detained him, but they granted him bail, and he flouted the condition of that bail. One, that's enough to already rearrest him.
So but why don't they arrest him?
Yeah, but then he went further because he was such a political figure. They gave him a longer rope. But then he started, because he was starting to form that ESN, which he was describing as a paramilitary organization. So all of that. So it's not as though he was just casually sipping tea and then they busted into his house.
My point is this one, man. All these things you just mentioned.
Are they factual or not? What have they said?
We saw them.
Right.
We saw all of them. But then why don't you invite him over, and from there you can arrest him if you have any need? Why must you have to go in that commando style?
Well, I agree with that.
Like they did in Igbo's case, they could have invited the guy, and from there, have him arrested, rather than go in the dead of the night and try killing a man. That is the criminal act there. These are criminals themselves. These state actors are criminals.
Mind you,
so that's what we're saying here.
Mind you, it was
Nigerian government is equally guilty of criminal act.
Rational mind.
No, I agree with that.
Rational mind. Mind you, from the Nnamdi's team that was saying they was trying to kill him. We all saw the video openly where the soldiers was going there. They announced a day or two or three before that you're going to do pattern that's in that area. And we saw on TV where the soldiers was going there. You see boys with stone. We're stoning at the soldier. People that is fully armed. You are throwing sticks and stone at them. People are not trained to shoot like the police. They are trained to shoot to kill you. So we should look at the way provoked to that extent. Yeah, they take it too far. Then again, you guys forgot that the first group the form was BGN, that's Biafra National Guard. When they gave him a specific order that go back home, don't start got more than 5 people. Don't leave your community. He was going from different place to different place. He flat his basic condition. Now, let me ask you this, as very intelligent you are. Showore was given even more draconian street bail condition. Did Showore break anyone? Rational mind.
You say what?
Did Showore break any of his condition bail conditions?
It did.
It did. Well, in some ways.
Wait, hold on. I just want to answer.
Yeah, it did.
No, it did break his several.
Which did he break?
He was told not to be in a gathering of more than 10 or 50 or thereabout, but already he was always with a mass gathering. He was told not to have political rallies. He was, and then he was graffitiing public assets. We also how we went to graffiti.
No, one man. Are you saying after he was arrested in Abuja? Is that what you are talking about before that one?
Yes, after he was arrested, it's Abuja conditions.
Yeah, but then another thing you need to understand is that.
But he was not to listen. He never left.
Yes, but that was one of several bail conditions.
But then the last judgment he had from the court pronounced those conditions to be draconian. That is right. It's wrong.
Well, yes, but when they are in situation, they have to be enforced. It only becomes out of effect if another court pronounces it out of effect. But when it's in effect, then you have to adhere to it. You don't get to pick and choose.
But why didn't they go and arrest him again? Why did they go and arrest him?
Yeah, because they give him a long rope, just like I said, they give Nnamdi Kanu a long rope. Because he was a political figure, and they wanted to tread very carefully not to appear to be heavy-handed.
You see, this Nnamdi Kanu'S case is very how do I say, very difficult one. I know it has an element of political there. I don't know if you people once had there's this saying that they said. I think in one of these movies that I watch, The Gladiators. One of the senators was telling Zinero, or what the emperor says, there's this animal that you give him, it just lays down and allows it to spray. So I think Nigerian government, they use that tactics. They give these people that leeway so that they can fall into their traps. So, but my point is this: you see, like Mustafa once said, he said in one of his interviews, he says, sometimes you need to tackle something head on. Don't just let it just escalate to the point of whereby it becomes something else. So the Nigerian government know what they are doing. That's what I'm trying to say. They should not have allowed this to just get to this far before they could intervene. So my point is, when he was doing these things, arrest him, have reason to arrest him, invite him over, and then you can arrest him.
How about let me suggest something to you, rational mind. How about if Nnamdi Kanu and Omoyele Sowore, how about if they adhere to their bail conditions? How about that?
Well, you see that it's law is a law. I totally agree with you that they should adhere. They should take to what the condition of their bail. But my point is, my point does not really matter in this matter because this is law. Law is law. But sometimes when you try to restrict a man, like you're telling Sowore that he should not have any TV interviews or something to that effect, that he could not have any TV interview. You're trying to silence this man. I mean, how can you just, it's too draconian that you have to restrict him to this place and he can't move. You deprive him of his bank accounts. You don't want him to even to speak to the public, and you don't want him to have in a gathering of 10 people. Like, what kind of thing is that? So
it's too heavy. Yes, it's too heavy.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but
law is law. They need to obey it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Of course, they can't choose not to obey it. Thank you, but back to you, enigmatic. Round of that.
One man, you forget me or you forget me. Hold on.
All right, Tony, but please keep it within the conversation. Let's hear from
you.
Yes, sir.
Please
keep it within the conversation, though. Yeah.
Okay, sir. I'll be doing that now.
Yeah, go on. Let's hear from you.
So America do go that far to help any citizen that is having their residence permit or whatever, because I heard someone say there about the G1 that are in Germany here. They do, so when they are involved in RO cases, with the ladies here, then they always come out to rescue them. And then the Great Britain is that also that we used to know also stand for the right for human rights across the world, whether they are citizens or whatever. Even the Germans, they even accepted. They even go and they try to break diplomatic relationship with Turkey for just somebody that was just having a 3-month visa to enter Germany. A journalist, he was kidnapped by the Turkish mafia, and then the government of Germany had to go and fight for the guy. The guy is now living in Berlin, and they have been granted a German citizenship. So that's what we're saying. Like the case of Nigeria.
That's different though. He was kidnapped in Germany.
Yeah, but the guys now,
so that's a matter of sovereignty, isn't it?
But the problem, the problem that I'm having here now is that we that are in abroad, we know how things work. That this Nigeria government doesn't exist because look at the government, the court, Supreme Court, and all. They said, okay, release this guy. You know, for the fact that they are not even honoring the court.
So Supreme Court did not say release this guy.
Okay, Court of Appeal. The other, look at what they did to Sunday Go. They're going to keep people and whatever. So what we say is that we should know better that UK is for white. It's a white country, so they will always support their own. But at the same time, we that in abroad that knows how things that we are the last hope of the common people in Nigeria. That when we eventually come back, we are going to make sure that things are working fine. You know, I don't see
the law is the last hope of the.
But there's no law in Nigeria because there's no government in Nigeria where there is no nothing, so no life, no power, no road.
Forget all of that. Please don't keep doing that every single time.
Yeah. Okay. So
how are you the last hope of the average Nigerian? How are you the last hope?
Yeah, not only me. Most of us here is that when we go back
you
home,
personally. How is
okay, me when I go back, I hope to go back home.
Not you personally. How is the person abroad the last hope of the Nigerian?
Yeah, because when we eventually go back home, we are going to replicate. We start replicating all the things that we have experienced abroad. How government is being run. Like for example, now, as from January now, the German will be paying their citizens €550. Those people that are relying on their welfare.
The point I'm making to you is that the law is the last hope of not only the Nigerian but every person. You cannot from abroad go and operate outside of the law. You know, you might from abroad go and improve the law, yes, but you still have to operate within the law.
I get you, sir. But you know that Nnamdi Kanu was fighting, a just cause. You know, that's what you want to know.
I don't know that.
Because to what peace, Otome Obota, agree to it all. So do you know that ever since they have arrested Nnamdi Kanu, do you know that the escalation in your own state, in our Edo state, that more people have died because the fear of ESN or the brokers of Nnamdi Kanu was a kind of security for us. Okay, thank you, Waman.
All right, thank you. Back to you, Enigmatic.
Okay, so we can make a case of probably Nnamdi Kanu overestimating the values of his political leaders in his region and his people, and then two, probably overplaying his hand, because how he actually got to where he was renditioned back to Nigeria, how the whole drama, I can't place my hand. So probably he overplayed his hand in that. We can probably make that case, and we can make the case of the fact that he overestimated the values of his people, but of course, we understand the situation in Nigeria. Where you have a certain Malami as the Attorney General of the Federation, and then he's quote unquote supposed to be the legal officer of the national legal officer of the country, advising the country. And you see, what are you expecting from Malami to advise Buhari? Of course, and this is where a certain country should have come in. They could have settled for a political situation. There's nothing stopping Buhari administration, looking at the way of a political situation out of this matter. It's quite unfortunate that Nnamdi Kanu is facing double jeopardy now: the jeopardy of facing the Nigeria system and the jeopardy of facing the situation of his people abandoning him when he actually needed them most now. Following a lost cause, unfortunately. Well, I wish him the best of luck, and I hope other folks who are trying to do the same Nnamdi Kanu, abracadabra from the Southeast will be careful, because within a flinch of an eye, they're going to leave you and they're going to turn 360 degrees and go with the next person. So think twice, and I hope he gets the right prize at the end of the day.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant, always brilliant by Enigmatic. So Enigmatic, a quick snapshot of the Wike situation. We discuss him almost on a daily basis, but of all of the time we have dedicated to this guy's narrative, we've not yet been able to really pin down what his politics is. So what do you then make of this offering logistic support to Peter Obi?
Yeah, first of all, I commend Wike for that, and then this should be clear to to Peter Obi's people now, obedient, that look, they have to be measured in their fleeting frenzy, the way Nnamdi Soludo says it, this fleeting frenzy agitation about people who they consider, having divergent opinions. At a point, they were almost taking Wike to the gulag. At a point, Kwankwaso was the best. Within a week, he was the worst. So they have to understand the thin line in politics. The best person to you today may be your worst.
Matic, sorry. Yeah. One man.
Yeah.
Please, beg. I don't know what happened today. Bless it. It's like the heaven will fall today. Let me thank my wife. She just dashed me $200 from nowhere.
Wow. The question you should ask her is, what has she done? What has she done?
I want to ask her. They say, what have you done, Yuka, to give you $200? Eh?
No, yeah, right. I mean, one man, you're asking that question wrongly. Is it what did he do?
Oh yeah, what did you do? Yes, what did you do? What did you do to be deserving so you can do it again?
Yeah.
So you can do it again.
He said, what did I do for you to dash me $200?
So you can do it again.
Why are you nice today to dash me $200? What did I do that was make that?
I'm nice to you every day.
Who's sorry? You're lying. You're nice to me every day.
Sometimes I give you money.
which money? My money that you take back, eh?
Don't bring back my $200. I have this for 2,000. Don't worry.
Don't worry. You're so late. Sorry.
If you want to set what piece up, he said you should help him thank his wife. He said we to thank his wife. You are now robbing him.
Nigerian man.
All right, it's just the way we are built. Thank you, Mrs. World Peace. For looking after our brother. We appreciate it. Good job. He only ever speaks of you in glowing terms. That if you ever want to hear the voice of a man that loves his wife, listen to War Peace. It's always my wife, my wife, my wife. So well done. Thank you for taking care of our brother.
Thank you, one man.
All right. Thank you. So back to you, Enigmatic.
Yes. So as I was saying, they should be measured in in their criticism. They should have that skin to absorb constructive criticism, and they should understand the fact that politics is just a game in the hands of those who understands it. So even Tinubu, that is probably the worst human alive to them now, maybe their best friend when he becomes president eventually, next year. So Wike has done the best. He has demonstrated that he's a seasoned politician. He knows the game. He knows the rules. He knows how to put the right card at the right time. Because there's one thing that I need you to understand. There are so many people who are not even really they don't really. It's not. They understand the fact that it's either you are against the tide of the obedience because they command, the social media space. If you are a blogger, if you are an influencer, if you are somebody who is probably making your means of livelihood, like all these Tunde Ednos and all of them, you have to play safe. You have to be on their side, even if you are supporting somebody else, behind the scene. We understand the fact that Tunde Ednos is an Atiku person, is very close to OBO. Of course, he's a PDP guy, but he's doing everything every day to show that he supports Peter Obi. Because if you don't do that, they will shut down your. It will go to your. That mob. They will invite everybody to you, and I don't want to use that stuff, but you understand what I mean. So it's better you stay on their side. So Wike now having Peter Obi, have you seen if Wike is in the stock market, Wike would have blown, through the roof since maybe 10 hours that you saw that camaraderie with him and Obi, because he understands the game. Bring Obi to yourself, have the love of the obedient, right? Even when Obi went there and then threw his own candidate, his gubernatorial candidate under the bus, and that lady is already she's threatening fire and brimstone now that he's gonna mobilize against Obi in Rivers State. So that's another story for another day. But yeah, he did a good job. At least obedient. They are aware of the fact now that if they will be scared of going to any other state, Rivers State is their home during their campaign. But Wike with an instruction though, with a caveat, when you come to Rivers State, know your space, know how you don't paste anything over there, or else you get into trouble. And he secured the approval of Obi for that understanding. And then, so it's politics. They should understand it. It's 3 months away or 4 months away. And like I said, maybe 2 days ago or thereabout, these folks, they are businessmen, they are politicians, they are associates. If I break bread with you behind the scene, one man will find a thin line to compromise and to work things out. This is what you are seeing about these politicians. After the election, Obi, Wike, the Jagaban, Atiku, all of them, they all have a common ground that they meet. So they are the only ones you will not see within that common ground will probably be folks like Omoyele Sowore, right? Who is not a part of the oligarchs and a part of the establishment. And that is why we are saying Obi is part of the system. So when you say it's a paradigm shift, it's not a paradigm shift. It's one of them. It's just one of their bodies. So they are together. And I wish Peter Obi well to have a good show in Rivers State. But that does not mean that Wike will be putting his support behind him. No.
I don't know. Enigmatic.
Yes,
is it enigmatic, right?
Yeah.
Okay. When you hear Wike talk, what is his main objective? The fact is that Wike is always saying something in the line of equity, fairness, and justice.
Right.
That is his saying, right? Now, among these 3 candidates, who has the fairness, equity, and justice? You can't say it's Atiku because Atiku has been cancelled. You can also say it's Tinubu. Tinubu Muslim tickets doesn't make it fair and doesn't make it just.
That is subjective. It's not fair to you. You can't say it's not fair to me or other Nigerians. That is very subjective.
Now, even if you're saying when it comes to the APC ground, if you watch the APC ground, most of the appointments are all Muslims.
Not made by Tinubu. Tinubu is a candidate now.
Listen to me.
We have to put everything.
We're talking about party, right?
No. You have to put everything in proper perspective. Let me understand. Hold on. Give me a second.
What proper perspective?
Enigmatic, I don't understand.
Give me a second now, brother. Give me a second. Let me explain to you.
Hold on, Enigmatic. Let him actually land that point, and then so see where it's going, and then you can take it on.
Okay.
So when I'm talking based on parties. I'm not talking about who came out as who or whatever. We're talking about, is Atiku not a whatever candidate? Is he a president or whatever? But it's based on what is happening in his party that Wike is judging, right? He's not judging based on Atiku's personality or whatever. He's judging on the party.
Okay, so you are saying Wike's mantra is equity, fairness, and justice.
Yes.
And the person that represents all of that is
Peter Obi. Yes, that is why I'm saying that. He's only gonna. I see him.
And therefore, he's supporting Peter Obi.
Yeah, I see him supporting Peter Obi. Now, if you even watch in the line of his words or his statements today, he said something that you guys are not even saying. This man has the capacity to rule Nigeria. He hasn't said it for Atiku. He hasn't said it for Tinubu. He has only said it for Peter Obi. that he has the capacity to rule Nigeria.
I think
that is his word.
Yeah, I think you are clutching at straws. You are clutching at straws.
Let me go ahead. Let me go ahead. Let me go ahead.
All right.
So I will start from this one you just mentioned now. The only candidate on the ballot in the 2023 election, presidential election, right, that Wike has extended an invitation to Rivers State has been only Peter Obi. So if he says that kind of words to Peter Obi, they are just kind words to him. But he was reminding him, if you go through the lines, if you peruse through the lines of those words carefully, he was reminding Peter Obi at almost every interval that look, this. So look, when you read, like when you on the surface, look at what is on the surface. You guys should stop reading into people's head or people's mind what their ideas, what the definition and the interpretation of their ideas or their mind. No, do not do that. So on the surface of it, again, we say
enigmatic. I'm stating the facts. I'm not reading into his mind.
No, the fact you are trying to state.
Hold on. You are extrapolating and then projecting. You are extrapolating and projecting.
That's what we do here.
Okay. No. They say he's stating facts, but it's not.
You are basically obfuscating over here because what you are doing is. Let me tell you what you are doing. Right? Hold on now, bro. What you are doing is I actually like the whole. Look at Oshomole yesterday. Oshomole was there yesterday. A couple of individuals, they've been there, right? We can safely say, okay, Wike for now. We've not seen where
Buhari is invited as well, and he'll be there shortly to commission projects.
And I think Kwakwaso will be there, I think, tomorrow. Let's see. So look,
no, Kwakwaso will be there on Monday. Buhari is going to be there tomorrow.
You guys obedience. You guys read meanings to everything. That comes out from the mouth of people.
Are you kidding me?
Let's say something. Hold on. This guy, you always do something here which is not fair.
What?
Enigmatic. You point fingers at other people, but you are equally guilty, even more. Now you look at just listen to yourself.
Okay.
You said we read meaning to everything. Wait, what are we here to do? Are you not the same people here?
I'm not here to extrapolate.
Let me say something. Let me land.
Hold on.
Are you not the same people here when the Lagos State governor went to what's it called to Rivers State, when the deputy speaker of the speaker of the House of Rep went to even on Shomole level? Are you people not spinning it around saying that Wike is trying to go trying to switch to APC?
Not me.
Listen. And he went to Lagos. In fact, he endorsed what's his name? Sanwo-Olu. You people say, he has endorsed him, blah blah blah. I mean, why are you?
It's called hypocritical. They're just being hypocritical.
Hold on. You know what the distinction is? Rational mind. Of course, we're all here as political pundits to speculate on the political space, which is what we do. But Des was saying that what he said is a factual statement, but that was just his interpretation. So that was where
one man. I'm not trying to perambulate around. This is his words. His word is that this man has the capacity to rule Nigeria. It's not my word, right? Yes. Did he say it has he said it for Tinubu, whether Tinubu came or not? He can actually say it.
Kwankwaso is going on Monday. If you say the same thing to Kwankwaso,
now, yes, we will now read meaning into. Now I'm reading meaning into what he's saying, which is what we are doing here every day, isn't it? So I don't know why they're attacking me. If he talks it tomorrow,
that's not an endorsement. So that's not an.
It's not an endorsement.
I never said it's an endorsement. I never said it's an endorsement. I never said that.
So, but understanding the fact, what Rational Mind was referring to, right? Even within the context of that, by Wike going to Lagos State to donate 300 million, that is basically even closer to an endorsement than just saying somebody has a capacity to rule. So Kwakwaso will be there on Monday. Oshomole was there yesterday. He said so many, he made so many good comments and he apologized. And these are politicians, and Wike is not just your normal, typical Niger politician, right? If Wike is giving Atiku, a veteran politician, blackface almost every day on a daily basis, and it's almost derailing, if not completely has derailed Atiku's presidential run now, then you think you want to read the mind of somebody like that? You can't. And that is that I'm not saying you are wrong. You are absolutely entitled to your opinion. You can understand this as much as you want, but I'm telling you, reading minutes to the statements and comments of other people.
My point is this:
it's quite wrong.
Hold on. I totally agree with you. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but my point is this: you would use visit of any APC member or what's his name? This River State governor, Wike's statement or whatever action towards APC to mean that it's like it's gravitating towards APC, it's endorsing APC, as the case may be. But when the obedient or other people tries to use that same thing, you try to read meaning to it, like it doesn't mean that. You're reading more meaning to it. It's
rational mind.
That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing, my friend.
I'm not. Well, hold on. Everything I've said over here, I've never made a statement that points to the fact that I never even said what I will tell you, what I may probably tell you is from what I know from the political intellectualism of Wike. He wouldn't be going with Obi at the end of the day if he's going to make a choice. He's either going to go back to PDP to find a way to reconcile with his men, or go with a party who is possibly going to be the next president, which is APC. That's what will come out from my mouth.
Also, if I can add, the politics that we're seeing Wike play, which is almost new to the Nigerian space, is too sophisticated only to endorse Peter Obi. The politics is playing is too sophisticated just to endorse Peter Obi. I mean, he could just endorse Peter Obi.
I'm not saying he endorsed Peter Obi, but what we see today in itself, in a way, the Obi, if I'm Obified, I will spin it around that to mean that, he has endorsed Obi, because he said, if you come to River State, we'll give you the logistics or whatever you need. I could spin that to mean that he has endorsed Obi. So that is just what I'm trying to say. So
of course, you will do that now. It's politics now.
But my point, we know what Wike is doing. Which is one people are not really talking about.
On the surface, rational mind.
Let me get that listen. Wike is trying to promote his own candidates. All this project that is launching is showing to the River State people that, look, if you vote any other party, you people are doomed. See what I've been able to achieve. Vote my candidate, and you will see more project will be done. And of course, we know that he's also projecting himself for future president or future political office. That's what he's trying to do. All the people that he's just inviting them just to show that, I'm friends with everybody. I don't have any political affiliation as such. I'm this and that. No, it's just trying to it's just projecting himself for the future election that is coming. That's how I read it.
And one man, I needed to ask you a question, one man.
Yeah,
because the question, please.
I think.
Hold on. Yeah.
Yesterday we were having some kind of I would say an argument about immunity not being extended, right? So I wanted to know where we're going to. Can president extend immunity? If you say no, then I really don't understand how Wike, that means Wike is doomed, right? If presidency can't extend immunity and governor can't extend immunity, that means Wike is basically doomed, right? Woman.
No, I think the sorry, there's somebody wants
immunity on what? Immunity for what?
You know the constitutional immunity that protects governors from being criminally charged. Is what Des is saying, that if Wike manages to get his man into the River State seat, that the man will be able to extend him immunity. He can't. It's a
Because
constitutional
one man in your word yesterday, he said even presidents can be extended immunity. So now
what do you mean in my words? I never said that.
That's what you said. That was the argument yesterday, that immunity can be extended.
The moment they are out of office, their immunity ended right there.
And the game they can play, the game Wike is playing, that's what you are seeing now.
I understand.
No, that's why they always run into the Senate to try and get some protection there.
And we can say it here, one man right here. At the end of the day, Wike will either go back to PDP or pitch his tent with the party that will likely produce the next president, and Wike will be safe. They will give him an appointment at the end of the day. All he wants is for him to secure all the seats for PDP in Rivers State, and the presidential election will go to the highest bidder. Highest bidder not in terms of financial cash, but in terms of political capital. That is all will play out.
All right. So somebody wanted to come in just then. Who wanted to come in? Was that you, D? All right.
No. I was just trying to say that about Obasanjo, holding hands with Tinubu and others. I wanted Tess to know that for Wike's action today does not mean that does not mean that he has supported Obi, because Obasanjo also welcomed all of them. He even took Tinubu's hand. He shook Atiku's hand. He shook Obi's hand. So it does not translate that Obasanjo have just one of them.
Obasanjo. No, leave Obasanjo.
Obasanjo's part is not the same.
Hold on. Let's just hear from D. Thank you, Tony. Sorry, let's hear from D, and then round up that space. Enigmatic, and then we go on to Niger.
Okay.
D, you wanted, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. D wanted to come in. Let him
I was
going to
ask a question from Rational, but it's more. It would be like I'm taking us back. We are 4 hours. Let's Enigmatic round up his thought.
All right, round up your thoughts, Enigmatic.
Okay. What I believe Wike is doing, from day one, I've always supported Wike's action. The power must come to the south, and then he has always alluded to the fact that they had this Southern meeting, Southern Governors Forum, where in Asaba, and at the end of the day, a couple of them, the few saboteurs among them went back, to Atiku to bring Atiku into the force. But now, with what Wike is doing, he has his own group of the G5. Then the G5 will negotiate politics 101. Is Atiku, if it is very sure, if it's tomorrow, 24 hours in politics is a long shot. If by tomorrow, 18th of November 2022, it's very sure that Atiku has a clear path to Aso Rock. I'm very sure Wike will find a way to reconcile and move back to his fold. But if it is as sure as clean as a whistle that Tinubu, as he's going with the momentum, is going to be the next president, they will find a way to work with him, and then they will secure the government for him. That's the basic truth. So you can like it, you may not like it, you may not. Wike is basically doing a top level big boy political, calculation right here. It will bring everybody. Obi is in the mix now because Obi is part of the southern arrangement. In the southern axis, the two major political presidential figures that we have now, candidates, Tinubu and Obi. Wike, if you look at his movement all this while, he's been dealing with Tinubu's men, but you may not see Tinubu dealing with him because he won't do that. Tinubu is different from Obi. That's why you are seeing Tinubu's men, Bajabia Amila, Sanwo-Olu, Ondo State Governor, Fayose, Fayemi, all of them. So he's playing is a well calculated game, and he will land successfully at the end of the day. That's it. So I wish you guys well, and I wish Obi well, but Obi will not be president. So
all right, brilliant. So thank you. Thank you. So I'll go on to Niger, but before I go on to Niger, DOG, you are logged on twice. So do you want to say something? Then I can remove one because we have two DOGs on the screen.
Oh yeah, you can remove one. Just remove one. Yeah.
Okay. Let me remove this one. Yeah, I'll remove this one. Oh no, I wanted to remove. Just bear with me 1 second. this one here. All right, brilliant. Thank you, DOG. So on my way to Nigeria, let me acknowledge the super chats that have come in. They are not streaming in, but Des kicked it off. Of course, we've already acknowledged that. Eva Alexander Gomez, it says, Majek Fashek Tony, a lot of children, especially from the Southeast, fail paternity test as required when filling a green card. So that was Alexander speaking to that space when we were talking about the young boy that couldn't get himself a girlfriend, or he has to get only half a leg, just a leg. He gets a leg because that's all he can afford of the girl. So thank you for that, Alexander Gomez. And then let me also the buy the coffee thing has not been streaming in, but we've had some activities there. Ayo as ever. And it looks as though, as you can see on your screen, Ayo in this instance joined by World Peace. So thank you to both of them. But I think World Peace may have been bullied somewhat into it with Olukayode forcing his hand that he has to pay tithes and whatnot. So thank you nevertheless, World Peace and Ayo. So that space still open. Endless cups of coffee for your host to make sure that it's sufficiently lubricated. So lubricate your host by clicking on the buy the coffee thing. When you click on it, go wild when you go there. So go wild when you go there as we listen to the very sane narratives of To Niger. So To Niger, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, brilliant. All right, thank you, to Niger. Thank you for joining us. So I suspect what may have excited you is Atiku's narrative on the security space. 17 heads of security agencies are northerners. Atiku slams Buhari, but then he tells of, so first he says he's going to mix up the security space of Nigeria so that there's equal representation of all geopolitical regions. So he said that, but that's an easy thing to say, of course. But he went on to say by the time, and then he was talking about mass recruitments within that space, which he says as both the panacea to unemployment and also a security strategy. By the time you double the strength of the Nigeria police force, maybe you will be taking about 700,000 or so. You will reduce unemployment. So we will extend that operation to the armed forces. By the time you finish doing that, you will find that you would have taken more than 1 million people out of the unemployment market. So, so he wants to straddle two spaces there to Niger, both to tackle the unemployment space and to tackle the security space. I suspect this is something you agree with, to Niger.
Yeah, clearly. I think that's basically has always been my argument that I can't understand how we could have remained like that when we have it's still a win-win solution where you create security while providing good employment. And I think law enforcement is actually good employment. They give you a house and they give you all kinds of benefits while you still keep the country safe. It's a no-brainer, and I'm surprised that it took this long for at least for somebody to be saying it now. And it's one thing to be saying it, in a press release or some kind of statement. We need to be hearing them talking about it, because when you hear the politicians talk about these things, they tend to hide that number away. They always talk about technology, training, and all kinds of stuff. But when it comes to recruiting, using their own people to defend their country, they don't want to raise their voice to say that. So I would like to seriously hear more on that. Yeah, that one is like over the moon, and I hope all the other politicians take that kind of tone too, because a lot of African countries are looking up to us, looking at our numbers and waiting for Nigeria to get its act together. If we can do that, you'll be surprised. I think you were asking a question earlier. Nigeria can turn a corner with this next election. If all the candidates now embrace this kind of idea, I can assure you the tide will start turning. And with the Dangote refinery coming on stream and all the other projects that they are working on in Nigeria coming on stream in the next couple of years, I think Nigeria might have a game changer in the next couple of years. There is a potential.
You know, I'm not far from you in that thought. I think I'm with you there, but carry on.
Yeah, there's a potential, but Nigeria has taught me that that sometimes potential is often harder to reality. I will be cautious about that, but I like the mood music now that is going on, and I hope Nigerians embrace it because it's something that is a good positive change, because we haven't done this forever. We've never done this. What he's talking about is a military size that Nigeria has never done, and many African countries have never done. Black countries. This will probably be the first black country that has gone to this type of number of soldiers. It's crazy to think about that because other countries do it all the time.
But it has to be relative to their population and need, though. So you can't have a country, let's say, with 5 million people, a million. So I think it has to be relative to their population size, surely. With Nigeria, you can understand, but a lot of these African countries with a population of 3-7 million, I'm not sure that they need a million military men.
It's true. It's just that the ratio, when you look at the ratio, that's how you calculate them. Because in the case of Eritrea, I think it's 1 soldier to about 20 citizens, while looking at about almost 2,000. And Burkina Faso was 1 to 3,000 something. So that kind of ratio means that you are going to have instability in your country. And most other countries, developed countries and other countries around the world, they don't do this. Even the ones that are not very developed, Sri Lanka doesn't do that. So this is the first time. It's quite remarkable, really. Yeah, go ahead.
Some of those things you're saying, you need to understand the context as well. Like Eritrea, you're talking about, they have what we call here selective service, like a conscription that they have in Turkey and in Korea, whereby if you turn certain age, you have to report for military service. Nigeria does not have that. We don't have that in Nigeria. Yeah. So all those countries you're talking about, like Eritrea, you're talking about, they have that. You have to report for military duty.
No. Did you hear what you just said? We have a youth corps service, which is a form of
our youth corps service is not that. It's not that. It's not military. It's not. This is different.
Yeah, but it's a conscription service. Though,
no, that's for one man. Don't. That's not what it is. It's a different thing. That's for university or higher school graduates. We're talking about whereby
to serve their country.
You will serve the country.
Compulsory enlistment for state service.
Enlistment, some people call it that way. Here in America, we call it selective service.
No, but that's conscription though. So the youth service subject is like conscription.
It is not. It's not. It is not.
Hold on.
Go on. Did you research?
Compulsory enlistment for state service. Compulsory enlistment.
But that is different. We're talking about every citizen, whether you go high school, you go higher institution, you must report for military service. That is different. This one
they have that in Israel when you turn the
in Israel they have it in Israel. Yeah. So these countries are heavily militarized. This country you're talking about that have such kind of situation whereby when you turn 18, you are high school, drop out, whatever you are, primary school, you have to report for military service. So such countries, they have higher enlistment in the military. They have those kind of numbers where you have 1 soldier to maybe like every 5 people, or as the case may be. But in the Nigerian situation is different. Now, I just want to say this real quick, one man, before I allow this guy to continue. And it's a question.
I think okay, go ahead.
Hold on, let me add that extra and then
the question I want to ask you is, if you listen to Showore, when he said something, he said, do we really need much policing? Because if you have, it's a matter of it's a social issue, economic issue. It is saying that, and I can vouch for that. Some countries I've been to, like in the Scandinavian countries, they don't have much presence of their police. They don't have much police. If the economic situation of the citizens are okay, you won't need more policing.
No, you won't. You have to understand we're a third world country. We are completely removed from the phase of evolution and development that Scandinavian countries are.
I understand one man, and I get you. You're totally
We're
correct.
still at the rudimentary stages
But
of
can't we
development.
start? Can we not start getting the basic done? The basic of the social
No.
and economic aspect of our people.
We're too
so that
far
they can-
removed. We're too far removed.
Well, let's not
from
continue
those
using this excuse,
utopian-
man. I understand.
Sorry. Which part of it is an excuse? We're too far removed from all these utopian
But then we
ideals.
keep using this excuse every time we're far removed.
How is
Can we
it
start
an
doing something?
Are we not far removed from it?
I agree.
Yeah, we are far removed.
I agree.
We are at least a good 50 years away from
see,
it. Could be a direction of travel,
It's
but
a defeatist mentality.
How is it a defeatist mentality?
We're defending us when we continue to say, "Oh, we are like that. There's nothing we can." No, we can do
Nobody
something.
is saying there's nothing we can do.
Okay.
We cannot have a policeless state. With well, of course we have police, but we cannot have, as they have in Scandinavian countries, who have perfected the system for over decades, if not centuries, to evolve into that space. We're still at a very rudimentary. You can't drive Lagos about the expressway. So we're still at
to
that
add
stage
to your
now.
point, one man.
All these other
We're
still at a rudimentary.
they have
Comparing us to America,
They have
Scandinavia.
database. They have cameras.
We're a rudimentary country now. We're still cutlass and
But
bow.
we can start. We can start it. We can begin it. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, we can have it as a
Of
direction
course,
of travel.
Cutlass and hose.
You also compare yourself to Sweden. Come on, man.
Rajana máa gbé ọpẹ́ àtàdá lọ sí farm kò lọ dáko.
He likes to make things interwoven sometimes.
No. You say what? What is a DOG?
I say sometimes you just like to twist stuff up and down.
I don't know.
No. I want to start thinking. I want to start thinking big. My point is, I want us to start thinking big. This mentality of these are defeatist mentality. Oh, this is how it's always been.
Don't be using words like defeatist. No, forget all of that. Don't be using.
Come off that.
Hold on. You are not asking anybody to come out of anywhere. Everybody is as aspirational and as ambitious as you are. But people also acknowledge the reality of the journey. So the reality of the journey is not towards Sweden. We're still fighting. You can't drive from Lagos to Ibadan. So that's where we are. And
that's where we are. But must continue remaining there.
And yeah, we can't continue to remain there. But listen to this. You can't drive from Lagos to Ibadan. That is where we are, which is a rudimentary phase of life. But in the United Kingdom and even more advanced places in terms of social cohesion like Sweden, you barely see a policeman on the street. And if you see them, they're only handing flowers to elderly and helping them cross the road. So look how we are. We can't drive from one point to another, and the policemen are handing flowers. So it's a completely. So we first.
I get you.
Yes.
I don't need to be saying
so we're too far away from. Yeah. So and
my
it's
question
not a defeatist something. It's a reality something.
It's a reality. I know, but my point is that is why your platform here is for that purpose, that we should let our people know that it is doable.
Of course, it's doable, but we're far from that, though. First, let's us escape the bullets
let me let
first,
you guys continue.
and then we start to have elegant thoughts. Back to tonight,
Yeah. So I think I get some of where he's coming. I think what he is, those countries well secured, as he described, like Sweden and all the rest. The ratio of their military to their citizen is around 100. We're not talking about thousands. So they have made sure they're taking care of their security situation first. In the same goes with Dubai, and that which is Qatar or United Arab Emirates. They did the same thing. All these countries, what the factor you have to notice is that all these countries that's being militarized, what he didn't also say was that how well they are doing. You see, so if you are saying we shouldn't be like them, are you saying we shouldn't do well? So you have to link how well they are, how secure they are, to how well the nation is doing. And this is why I go on about security, because I find that if you look at the world, talked about the economic development, or everything you talk about, none of them are the pivotal reasons why nations do better. The one that determines how they do so far that I've seen is security. And it does make sense because you don't go to work every day, leaving your door open and inviting everybody to come and steal all your precious belongings and stuff. So it's just common sense stuff. And it turns out that Africans, we just haven't done this for a very, very long time. And if Atiku sounding like that, Peter Obi has sounded like that, and he has never repeated it again. And that is very interesting that our politicians are very shy about supporting defense. You don't see that in most countries. America, they actually make it a campaign issue to really do great things for their defense and increase the military size. And the same thing goes for this in Tinubu, because when he tried to say it the first time, he completely fumbled it, and he seems to be shying away from it now. And that is a problem, because Nigeria, that is at the heart problem. If you just name me one Nigerian problem, I can tell you how it's tied to our security. It's at the core of what we have not taken care of. This is why we are vulnerable. Whenever any country tells us what to do, we start shaking in our boots. Nigeria is very, very influential. I'm quite surprised how influential Nigeria is on the continent. And it means that our power is magnified anything we do. If Atiku goes ahead and does something like that, you see the influence Nigeria will start pulling on the continent. It will magnify and it will lead to greater. We need stability. That is the problem. You know, our people, most of us that are overseas, we want to return home, but we are afraid of security. And this is because that we have not done that simple task of just securing our country. And poorer countries have done it. Sri Lanka spent less money hiring 2.5 times more soldiers than Nigeria with 10 times less population. That is madness. That kind of disparity, that scale of disparity is we are today. It's not surprising at all. Any country that does that, you will see what you are seeing in Nigeria. I'm even surprised Nigeria is as stable as it is, given the level of lack of security, the level of lack of readiness for all kinds of stuff that hits countries. Look at Sri Lanka. As much as they are more secure than Nigeria, but yet they still have a lot of problems. Egypt has a lot of problems. America has a lot of problems. And we think Nigeria should be, what did you expect? What we have now, one soldier to about citizens, is what you are getting. I'm surprised we are even able to, you're not seeing coups all over the place. So I feel that this move is a big one, and that will be the first time a black nation has gone to have a military chasing 1 million. That is a massive, massive change in paradigm, and I hope is done.
It wasn't talking about the military, by the way. It's talking about the culmination of the security structures. So the police plus So it rounded up the numbers for the security space.
Oh, is he talking about 1 million for military and police put together?
Yes, put together.
Oh, that's not a lot now. The police is already 300 or something. Okay, yeah, it's just about doubling the numbers, really, and which is better than nothing. But I think Peter Obi he did mention about 1 million soldiers, and on TVC the other day, I think one other party member candidate was about to talk about raising 1 million soldiers, and immediately they started saying,
Naija, do you think rather than raising this 1 million man march that you are completely enamored by, do you think rather than that, do you think maybe the Israeli model will be the thing that when you come into adulthood, because this is the system in Israel, when they come into adulthood, they go through a compulsory military service, which they teach them all manners of combat and then weapon handling, and each of them then has a weapon as their first line of defense. So how about that?
If they did that, if they did anything close to Israel, I'm telling you, Nigeria will become a superpower. See, now Israel, I think about 7% of their population at least is involved in their military. Like Singapore, about almost 10% is involved in their military. It means if you take into account the ones that are retiring and the ones that are moving around the economy, we're talking about almost 30% of their population is involved in their military. Then in the case of Nigeria, we use about barely 0.1%. So this 1 million we're talking about.
Let me interject. Israel does that. Sweden does that, and Belgium do that too. All male child from 18 years after university must train. Is the paramilitary on reserve.
Sadly.
Then again, in Nigeria, they introduced that after the Civil War. Just that we broke it down. That's why they created the NYSC. The NYSC is supposed to be for every Nigeria graduate has to be a paramilitary on reserve. But along the line, they destroyed that information. People don't really know the meaning of NYC. Yeah, but NYC was designed for. After that war, Nigeria saw the loophole they had against a group that is advocating for secession, and they know how they were beaten in 1967. So they needed soldiers ready. So that's why they created a NYC to train every graduate from Nigeria to be a paramilitary reserve. But I don't know. They destroyed it.
They tried to do it, and I think Murtala Mohammed, that's why I was really cross with him, because he decimated the military from 250,000 to 150,000 within a year or so. And I don't know why he did that, and what was his justification for decimating the military. And then the Nigerian population was a lot less.
Are you trying to?
Murtala Mohammed did that. No, Murtala
Mohammed spent 6 months in government. What are you talking about?
Yes, but in that time, he was able to bring the military from 250,000 to around 150,000. So that is quite significant shift of Nigerian defense posture. And guess how he lost his life.
To Nigeria, also factor.
I'm not sure about that information, but what I know is that
I'm not sure either.
It was Babangida that brought down the number of personnel.
Yes, that's my understanding.
It was Babangida that did it, not Murtala. Murtala didn't do anything.
That's how I understand it too. So what Tunaja is saying now is new information to me, because I also understand that it was Babangida that decimated the military, not Murtala, who was barely there a minute. He wasn't even there for a minute. But
yes, to add to that, it's Babangida that destroyed NSO, Nigeria NSO, that's Nigeria Security, whatever. We now created SSS, NSA, yeah. Because my friend's father was one of the zonal director of Obinya. He's late now, late Obinya. That guy, because you had some Nigerians that were true Nigerians. He and his group, some Yoruba guys, outside guys, they never crossed. The rest people were crossing. They resigned. Babangida resigned all of them, more than 100 of them, prematurely, because they wanted to destroy NSA, NSO. It was Babangida, but first I'm hearing that Murtala own.
All right.
Yes, I went back in time. I went back in time to look for that information, because I wanted to investigate whether our Nigerian military has ever had a reasonable size to defend the country. And even at that 250,000 wasn't enough. It was his time. I don't know whether he physically. I didn't see the reports, but it was during his time that number collapsed.
Sorry. I think our in-house statistician may be collaborating you to Niger. Our in-house statistician. He says after the war and after he took power as head of state, Murtala Mohammed started the reorganization and demobilization of 100,000 troops from the armed forces. The number of troops in the armed forces decreased from 250,000 to 150,000. So Kulata collaborates what you just said.
Nice one, Kulata, because that is what I found too, and I'm still puzzled why he did that, because that was at a time when we were backing Pan-African movement like the Mandela movement in Africa, in South Africa. US and others were not very happy about it. And guess how he passed Murtala in the end? He wasn't even defended. He just had one person with him, and boom, he was just knocked out. And this is the sin of our people. We don't understand that we have to keep ourselves alive and we have to protect ourselves. This is something other people do regularly. They are paranoid by it, to the point whereby they don't even leave their military base in their own countries. They bring it into our own continent and spread it all over the world, because they are that paranoid. So it's about time our leaders start idea, because it's a simple concept. You can't leave your house without being defended, without having defense. Why are our countries not defended? That is my biggest gripe recently that I discovered with the numbers. And it made sense, because if you don't defend yourself, if I was on the other side, I would take advantage of you. It's just a simple rule of nature. This is not, there's no free lunch in this world. It's just how it works. So on that one, I really hope that somebody takes charge and gets our military at least to 1 million. And that is small. 1 million, about 0.5% of the population. Israel is using 7% of its population to defend itself. So that is still small compared to what Nigeria is capable of doing. If Nigeria goes anything close to the way this is Sri Lanka is, we are looking at about 4-point-something million soldiers.
That would require
yes. Go on.
And the advantage of having these things is that, like the flooding we had now, it wouldn't be happening, because you will have soldiers there to build bridges, build dams, and all this stuff. That's what soldiers do. When there is flooding, you will see the military step out to come and rescue people, ensure that the emergency services are also augmented.
No, hold on, let him run through. Yeah, carry on, return Nigeria.
No, but we see that in the UK all the time. In America, you see the military step in to help this. You know, the military also build infrastructure. They build infrastructure. They are designed to do these things. So this is why the military is important, and the culture of the military also bleeds into the state. If you have a strong military, the culture, because the culture is rule of this, there has to be order in the military, no matter how bad there is order there, and it bleeds into how the state is also this thing governed. And these aspects of society, we have missed it, and we should be asking ourselves, why are black nations like that? It's almost as if we signed some kind of contract during our independence not to do these things. And if we start doing it now, better late than never. Because if we don't fix it, everything we'll do will eventually fail. It's just that simple. Because if I'm the guy sitting on the other side, so I have to give Atiku props for that.
No, hold on. Let him land. We're pushed for time, but I'll say it and then I want to move him to another topic. Go on.
All right. You see, for me, the conscription thing, I don't think it's a way to go for us. If we do that, it's going to be a lot of problem. I mean, recently, I don't know if you people saw to Nigeria. Did you see a report from the Nigerian Defense Academy that they did a recent enlistment for each geographical zone in Nigeria, that the Southeast never turned up. Or maybe they even had a very low, like 1%. People turn up from the Southeast. So why is this so? So you're talking about, I think you said he wants to do 1 million. Are you going to fill this 1 million from one side of the country? Won't you spread it across other geographical parts?
Of course, it should be done all over the country.
Yeah, but then there's a disaffection among certain group of people from, if not the third largest ethnic group in Nigeria, the South is the Igbos, but they hardly go into military service. Go and check the file; it's there. I saw it. Was it last week or this week?
I think we addressed it here as well.
Right, so my point is this: if we do not get the internal politics of that country right, because your internal politics will determine your foreign policies, will determine your national interest and your whatever. So the point is, if we do not get it right, as long as we continue to have this problem internally within the political system in Nigeria, there is nothing we can make of those areas of the even this military part of it. We'll never make any progress in that.
You see, that's
all right. Sorry, tonight.
Last answer.
So answer that, and then bring it home on that topic, and then give us just a brief opinion on the Wike space. So answer rational mind, bring that topic home, and then give us your just brief thoughts on the Wike space.
And Wike, okay. So I think I get his point. You see, a lot of people make these points about our, we have political problems, we have issue with this in economy and all kinds of excuses we give for some things that can be done right. I think in the end, you have to move forward and get things done. If you recruit people from all over the country, disenchanted, but they are also this in Igbo people in the military. I know them. I have actually seen one. The first time I went to Kaduna before, when I went to Kaduna, I went to the military barracks. The person I saw there was an Igbo man. So the first person I met in a Kaduna military barracks was an Igbo man. It's an Igbo man that designed the MRAP that Nigeria is using right now. The Ozugwe, I forgot what it's called.
Yes, we covered it here.
It's an Igbo man.
Yeah.
So it's not like they are not present. They are there. It's just that the way they are being appointed, that's where that's what Atiku is trying to address.
Sorry, that Igbo man, I think is retired now because we covered it here. When he was showing off all of the things, a real genius. He studied history, but then his real life achievement was in engineering.
Yeah. So, and Atiku is correct to say that sometimes the top echelon in the military are from certain regions, and that needs to stop. And I think that when they start having people like from NYSC or other methods come from different regions, as a matter of fact, you can even conscript from all the security agencies like Amotekun and all the rest that are already on the ground. You can conscript from them and transfer them, elevate them into the military, from Tompolo's militia, all of them. You can do that, and that already gives you some element of fighting force and people with experience. So that is on that anyway. And I think that the issue of politics, I agree. But if you have political issues in your country, that is also a security threat, because a house divided is everybody knows that. So that too needs to be addressed. And if it's I'm not sure it's that significant in Nigeria, because people always say that these things are very, very heavy, but on the actually working together. And if some people feel aggrieved, it's true that a lot of people feel aggrieved about stuff that is going on in Nigeria, but so many more are getting on with their life. Even if Igbo people are getting on with their lives. And if they are going to address that, it's something that they can address separately, but it shouldn't stop us from securing our country. As a matter of fact, if you secure your country, you are more likely to have a clearer head to discuss issues then. Because now you are not worried about somebody's going to come and wreck your system, or somebody's going to come and get killed. You can't discuss in a family you don't feel secure in that house. When you feel like armed robbers are going to show up any moment, how are you going to discuss the future of your family in that environment? You see what I mean? So I get your point, but it shouldn't be a block on securing the nation. I think we have to do that as a priority. Everything else will follow from that. Many of us in the diaspora will return to contribute to the future of the country. So on that, let's go to the Wike one.
Yeah, give us a very brief feel of that. Just a
my feeling about
and then we go on to DOG.
Wike is my favorite politician in Nigeria.
I'm really enjoying him at the moment. Wike. I'm really enjoying him.
That's one of my biggest gripes against Atiku. Atiku saw that guy. You know what? He thought, let me stop this guy from being president. An old man. That's one of my biggest gripes. I was like, how can you deny Nigeria this guy? Because he's a crazy guy. He doesn't fear anybody. He's going to change the paradigm, and he's an action man. That kind of person, if he gives you a contract, you better not just go and steal the money, because the Wike is just going to rat you out and embarrass you in public. This is why when he gives contracts, they get it done. And you can say whatever you like about him and all these other antics, but he does this thing, champion accountability and ability to deliver on projects. And that is very important for Nigerians. You see what I mean? And so from that point of view, I think he's a good guy. And him talking, backing this thing, Peter Obi, I think, man, this thing, people, keep saying that, the support for Peter Obi is just politics. People you are misunderstanding. They are reading the room wrong. It's not only him. These people are moving in a different direction right now, and I feel like at the top of Nigerian politics, there's a division of opinion going on there. If you look at the elites, some of them don't want Tinubu, they don't want Atiku. They want a new generation. If you look at the way Obasanjo is behaving, the mood music in IBB, and I'm sure even in the recesses in the Nigerian this upper classes, they prefer Peter Obi right now. And Peter Obi's tactics is also It doesn't antagonize anybody. It's like friends to everybody. And by the time they are all dividing their own opinion, they are all going to converge on him. I've said it before. You know, I told you, one man, in the early days, I told you, this guy is going to catch fire. Because what I saw that could happen was that I've already heard the Obasanjo and IBB say they didn't want older candidates. When these upper people are already saying they don't want older candidates, it tells you that the elites don't want Tinubu and they don't want Atiku. And the parties went on to choose this exact two candidates. What? Only Peter Obi. That's all they got now. If any of these other two will end up in office, God help us, because there's a division at the top already. You see what I mean? So I think that what we are hearing here about Peter Obi might just be the guy that might actually get in there. People are thinking that, because of the machine that Tinubu has and all the rest, when a top northern leader comes out tomorrow and endorses Peter Obi, let's say in December or January, that's going to electrify the north. And don't underestimate that potential. You will be surprised. A leader that you will not expect will come and endorse Peter Obi. You're already hearing
there's only one person that can endorse Peter Obi that will have any cachet, and that will have to be Buhari himself. If it's endorsed by Babangida, it will have no meaning. If it's who else is there?
Kwakwanso could make a difference.
Kwakwanso can make a difference too, but then that would be Kwakwanso then cascading his structures under Peter Obi, and it's highly unlikely because I think he feels Peter Obi is inferior to him. Not as a person, but politically, yeah.
No, I agree with you on that. On the debate, you saw how Kwakwanso was actually being friendly to Peter Obi. So
he was mocking him, or he wasn't being friendly. He was mocking him.
Okay,
anyway, that's how I saw it. But different. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like they don't have any animosity amongst them. They've never really criticized each other. You can see that they are like friendly fire, and everybody's coming after Peter Obi for a reason. That should tell you something. You rarely hear Atiku PDP go after APC anymore. Everybody's going after Peter Obi. It tells you the direction of travel.
What is your speculation apart from the abandon all of those all those empty something that they're doing? What is it? Because let me say why people are giving Peter Obi a mention, because I thought the senior politics would ignore him, but Peter Obi, he seems to have the attention of a particular demographic and a mass. So it doesn't have the attention of a winning mass, but it has the attention of a significant mass. And I think that is why people are somewhat permutating him into serious politics. So they want to cut into whatever it is that he has, because of course it's a tight race between Atiku and Tinubu, and whoever can cut into Peter Obi and Kwakwanso will become the president. So I think that is why they are permutating him into politics. Not that they see him as any real thing of significance, but because they need to cut into whatever it is that he seems to have been able to gather around him.
Maybe you have a point there, but generally, when you look at political cycles, when everybody's going after our candidate, is because they see that person as after the candidate behind you, the one that is ahead. That is how races generally work, and they fear that Peter Obi has momentum. And after that debate, I must say the momentum seemed to have slowed down a little bit, but it has taken up again. And after this match today, this video that I just showed today with Peter Obi and Wike saying that he has the capacity to run the country. Yeah, the momentum is building. You see what I mean?
Can I say something? Do you know why you see all these people? When you see. Let me start it like this. Why you are not seeing Atiku and Tinubu going after each other? Because
Yeah.
They are the big masquerade in the room. And why do you see probably they are mentioning or there's a mention of Obi most of the time is because of the activities of obedience online. Go on. Do you go online at times?
Yeah.
Do you go to Twitter?
No, I don't go to Twitter.
Okay, that's why.
I know so passionate
that's
about
why.
Obi.
Go and check. There was an interview yesterday. Google Kenneth Okonkwo. You will see what that guy said about Soludo. You will shake your head for the Igbos. That's what I would say.
I saw that interview. Hold on. It was quite ugly. I saw that interview. It was quite ugly about that. Yeah, go on. Sorry.
I think Soludo had it coming. Go ahead.
Yes, sorry.
To Nigeria, see, I want to support one man in what he said the other time. You understand? Okay, put Showore and Obi side by side. You know, the only reason Showore is not pulling weight now is because, for example, if he associates with Yoruba or Ijo now, let's assume the entire Ijo and Yoruba pull weight behind Showore, is going to have almost the same effect that Obi is having.
It will have a greater effect because it's a more credible. It has more credibility than Peter Obi. So if he had the ethnic backing that Peter Obi had, it would be more popular because Showore has credibility and Peter Obi doesn't.
Okay.
Sorry, carry on.
I know it's going to be every punch on me if I agree too much. So the thing is this: when you look at Showore in 2019 and Obi now, the only advantage Obi has over Showore is because number one, Obi has been there before, and the second thing is that it's appealing to a particular region. And that region, when we are talking of a major tribe in Nigeria. So we expect the vibe to be that way. But when you remove that, when you remove regional, you will see that Obi is actually a lightweight a politician. But when you now talk of Atiku and Tinubu, for example, like their tactician, they've already hijacked the mechanism, the whole political structure. So they have nothing to fear because why people will be making noise on Twitter or on Facebook, those guys, they are actually capturing the grassroots. They know how to reach Yaloja, they know how to reach Awalapata, all those Misela, they know how to reach Agbero, they know how to reach some Agbekoya, all those people right down there. No farmer will come to Facebook and start arguing with you. They already know what they want to do, and they don't have all these things. And there are some people at the grassroots that they understand how to use radio very well. But other than people that are on Facebook, so we believe because what we are seeing on Facebook is like false positive that make us believe that actually that Obi is pulling weight. Not until you go to the inner core. That is when we know that this guy may end up as a lightweight politician when you take him outside the ethnic group. So that's what I wanted to say.
All right. Round of that space tonight.
Yeah.
Go on.
You see, that bridge that they were working on was not this thing, Twitter, and all the crowds that we have been seeing with it. And the politicians that are going after them, they are not going after him because of Twitter. They are going after him because of what they have heard on the ground. I've had people that went from the UK here to Nigeria, and they are talking Peter Obi. And so the South and the Southeast, I think anybody that bothers to try to convince them otherwise, they are wasting their time. And I think this is what this Wike knows too. And in terms of presidential election, he knows that the people are for Peter Obi in his state. They are not going to be looking at voting for Atiku in that state. So this is the truth of the situation. And to say that the Southeast, they are very, very a kind of, when they want to vote for their own kind of leader that they believe in, they tend to go like lockstep for that person. Look at how they were for Kanu and Ojukwu and all the rest. It's not that, oh, that's unlike Yorubas. Yorubas tend to be quite intellectual and thinking about stuff a lot, and sometimes they have difference of opinion. You look at the Afenifere, how they endorse. So that tells you that is quite a formidable force that is passionate. People that feel this is marginalized, and for once they see a candidate that that is making them proud. So the passion they have, it counts for something in politics. It can convince people to join the movement. They will crawl over grass and fire to go and vote. And so while the other people will be like, nah, our guy just fell over yesterday, I can't be bothered. Or the other one just came for Dubai. So the passion is not there on the other side. It's not as strong. You see what I mean? So it does count for something in terms of convincing people. And I always say this, don't underestimate the elites in Nigeria. The elites in this matter could help tilt this thing towards this Peter Obi. So that's how I would.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Always brilliantly put by Two Niger, of course. You know him. You may not agree with what he has to say, but
can I say something?
Yeah, come in, Ajahn Lekoko.
You see, the elite that you are referring to, they can put their weight behind Obi 1000%. If Obi doesn't play the politics well, the way they play it in Nigeria, he cannot win. Number one factor that can propel Obi to that position is to spend shishi. If they are not ready to spend shishi and bring money out as the politician and bribe people, forget about it. Even Obasanjo during his own time, his own party spend a lot of money. They give people money for him to get there. Same as this Buhari that you people are calling Mr. Is it not Mr. Credibility, or what is the name?
Integrity.
Mr. Integrity. Do you know how much they spend? Do you know how much they give people to vote for him across the country? Is Obi ready to do that?
Ajali Koko, don't worry. Ajali Koko, don't worry about vote buying. We are going to buy the votes for him. No worry. Don't worry about it.
No cheat you. Let him. No, they pay you. No, they pay you.
Ajali Koko, let him not stand his.
What do you mean? You are going to buy the vote for him? You mean you are already buying the vote for him? I have evidence.
Am I saying it with two mouths? I'm going there.
Buying it for him.
You see what will happen now. Let me tell you, Ajali Koko, Anambra State has the highest billionaires in Nigeria. Right. So buying vote is not. If you say that if we're not gonna bring our money, wait till then now. So I told them I'm traveling.
There are more billionaires in Anambra than Kano.
That is statistically.
How did you arrive at that? Yes,
you guys like arguing with
now. Where would you be spending the money? Are they coming to Ondo State or Ekiti State?
I'm tired.
Spend money. Is it not in Anambra State?
No, calm down now. When I reach Nigeria, I will not tell you where I'm going to. Don't worry.
There's let me tell you something.
All of us, we are entrenched in the Nigerian political system. Don't give us
I hope you are not seriously considering, because we see how hard you work. You're probably still at work now as you're interacting. There's no one on this platform that doesn't know how hard you work. I hope you're not going to go and start pumping your money into Peter Obi.
Oh man, I've already spent, like, just today.
Find a good charity and give
just
that
today.
money
I just bought a laptop for someone that has a platform for people. I bought a laptop for him.
Don't waste your money on a dead product. Anyway, it's up to you, but I wouldn't recommend it.
How can you be sure of that? Come on.
One thing is for you to buy a vote, and one thing is for you to buy that vote properly.
You work too hard.
You don't just go to the street and start spending money because you want to vote. No, you see how it's still part of what we are saying. You arrange those things into structural blocks, And that is when you can now spend that money and you put your face, you put your candidate to that money. If I can guarantee you, if you carry all the money in Anambra now, go give them in Ekiti today. I tell you, on that day election, you'll be shocked that Obi may not even win 5% in Ekiti State. And
no problem.
So it's more than money. So,
but that's why I'm asking.
It's more than money, right?
That your money now, Ekiti State, you carry and go. I've been one of the Southeast states that is already cancelled for Obi. Nobody is. Don't you guys know that APC know they see Southeast? Even Buhari, 2015, 2016, he is called the lowest in the country from Southeast. River State votes alone is almost higher than what the whole of Southeast state were able to contribute for Buhari. So when you say you are taking money home, now only you there abroad where they carry money go home.
One man, he said what Ajali Koko said. Say we're not playing the politics, and I'm telling him, don't worry. See that politics that the things that we're not gonna play. It's still gonna play a role. We not go shock. You go shock. You go say, waiting to happen. Where is this money falling out from?
Okay, no waste your money.
Bring money from
is
here.
It not my
One
money?
man went to go.
Yes.
And this not favors.
You don't tell a man how to spend it.
One man.
I don't understand.
With that money instead of
your money is shapeless.
No problem. It's my money, right?
All right.
One man, you know, this stuff favors the numbers from what I'm looking at right now actually favors Peter Obi, because Atiku's other part, the vote Atiku gets from other parts of the country tends to come from the southeast that Peter Obi has just mopped up, and then he's also being squeezed by this in Tinubu and Kwankwaso in the north. Atiku might just at this rate, people will be shocked. Atiku might come out third.
Let me ask you one question. Are you? Sorry, I know if you are free to answer it or not. What part of Nigeria are you from?
I'm from the south.
He's from the creek.
He will never say it. He will never say it. It's for the middle belt.
He's from the creek.
It's for the middle belt. It's not our people.
You sound so mature, but you sound like you don't know politics at all. It's like you don't even know politics.
I may not know politics. I just look at the numbers and the trends.
An average South person, they are very good in politics, but the way you are reading yours, you are reading from behind. I'm sorry.
But I've been proven to be correct so far, so I don't know.
I don't know when you have been, but let me move on. Run it off in a couple more sentences. It's just really the pressure of time.
Benny, Kulata, Benny.
All right, thank you.
See,
right.
One man, remember you were saying that it was just a flash in the pan?
Oh, yeah, but I still.
When I was telling you,
yeah,
that flash in the pan.
Yeah.
So that is that. What is the next? Is there any other topic to?
There are several more, but we're about 5 hours into it, and still plenty of people to go through. But you can still have a mini say in the closing remark phase. Just hang with us if you can. Let's go on to DOG and see if we still have him. D, are you still there?
Yeah.
I can hear the sleep in your voice. Look at that. Anytime you go on this one man, you feel traumatized. They won't just let you talk and go to bed. They will just hold you hostage. Sorry about that. But to the Yemsen Wike space, and it's double Dutch politics.
Yeah, that guy is playing it different, and I think no one can actually say this guy has support anybody yet. I think all he's still doing now is just aiming a dig at PDP, and I think Atiku will be regretting right now because he could have rewrite the story at the earlier stage, but I don't know what he was thinking, because it feels like if you look at it even at the early stage, we all thought, okay, maybe, and this is why Obi left PDP, because we thought, okay, they will give it to the South because they are the one that are really even about the zoning. But all of a sudden, they switched the whole thing to Atiku, and here we are now. Wike has messed. For me, honestly, somebody said, "Oh, we don't talk about Atiku. We don't talk about Atiku." I'm thinking there is nothing really to talk about Atiku. To be honest, it's just we rather even talk about Kakanso because of the votes that might be going to his part from the north when we think about Tinubu and Peter Obi. I think that Wike thing with Atiku has really messed Atiku's chances, to be honest, because now a lot is going on, and the way Wike is doing his thing, nobody can predict. You can't even read what he's going to do. And I think the shocker will just come few months, maybe by end of the year, by December, he will just drop the shocker where he's supporting, then that is it, you know. So for me, and Wike saying he will support Peter Obi with logistics, because the guy acquired a lot of jeeps and buses when it was when they were doing the primaries. He might be giving Peter Obi some of those. That's part of logistics. So I don't see a big deal in that, but I think he's just aiming a dig at PDP at the moment. Not like he has endorsed anybody per se. He's still looking at his chances. And someone like Wike would rather go with somebody that is sure will win. And I think that's why he's still reserved and keeping his decision to himself for now. He wants to see where the vote is going to and who is going to win and what's going to happen. Once he can see that, I'm sure he's going to give his support to the person.
All right, brilliant. And to the British government saying Meshono Omoyibo to to Nnamdi Kanu, what are you then making then of the abandoning of this man, both at home and abroad? His clansmen abandon him, and his newfound nation abandons him.
Honestly, me, I've noticed, like, if something bad happened with even somebody that is British born, that is Nigerian, that is now born, like somebody like Anthony Joshua. If Anthony Joshua was not doing good, that is the way they say. Is it? They will say
they'll call him a British Nigerian.
A British Nigerian.
But if he's doing good, they will drop the
somebody
Nigerian.
does, like the guy that stabbed the soldier Woolwich many years back, when they refer to people like that is the way they they attach them. They will call them like Nigerian. You will see that Nigerian thing in there. So they have a way of claiming what is good and rejecting what is bad. And I don't see them helping Nnamdi in any way, because his case is quite complicated. Fine, the way they've treated him and go about the whole getting him into custody was wrong, but he has committed a crime too. If we want to really face it, he has committed a crime. So I'm not expecting any less. There is nothing they can really do for him. There is nothing they can do for him. Even all this trip, this guy is coming to the UK. Buhari is coming to the UK all the time. You think all this time he doesn't just come for his health concerns alone. I'm sure they talk about all these things with him, and he just stand his ground and let them see how he's saying it. And moreover, he's the one in charge of the country. They can't force him to do what he's not going to do. So I'm not surprised, to be honest. That's why if you are anywhere in the world, whether you're in America or wherever,
you see, in fact, the Nnamdi Kanu case is more really a matter for Kenya, because it is their sovereign soil that this guy was. So their sovereignty was violated.
Exactly.
Unless, of course, they are complicit in it. So that is really where the argument is.
Well, it should be directed.
Their sovereignty was violated or they are complicit.
They won't have come to the UK to pick him up. So once he's out, and that's the problem. And I think that's why this guy himself is not even returning to Nigeria still, Igbo, because those guys don't follow the law. They will still lock him up if he goes to Nigeria. So you just have to know. It's hard, especially a government like Nigerian government. It's hard to battle with them because they don't even respect the court. They don't respect whatever judgment is being given. They still overturn the judgment and do what they like, and nobody does anything about it. So it's just best not to mess with them. That's the real thing. And like I always say, like it's just like Showore. That's why I keep saying, like what we say about Showore, back in the days is what Ajale Oko is now saying about Peter Obi now. Because for me, I feel Showore would have been in a better place if he had just played the politics and leave that activism and gallivanting up and down, this court today, that court tomorrow, to go to Nnamdi Kanu, putting your nose in what is not really your business. You can have a say outside a bit and just keep to yourself and focus on where you are going. Because I think that is what has actually really affected that Showore movement in this time around. He should have been in the position of Peter Obi now if he had focused then and not go about the route he had went with the whole thing. It's quite simple.
All right, brilliant. And
you keep on saying this, as if Nigerian administration or Nigerian state respect anybody. Once you are fighting, look, forget about Showore. The moment you jump on the street or maybe on the media space, anywhere you are fighting for the right of Nigerian people, you become a target. They will come after you, they will molest you, they will strip you naked, they will put you in jail. That has been the antecedent of Nigerian state. That's what Nigerian state know the best to do. So
I totally agree with you, sir.
It is not because of you know where Showore is coming from. Showore is a human rights activist.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes,
sir.
I
agree with your point, honestly.
Yeah.
I agree with your point 100%. But for me, I think if you've known that already, then you know the way to go because of what you are aiming at.
Who is going to fight for us? Who is going to fight for our rights? If we all have to
is Peter Obi not
align with them and be
us now?
Peter Obi doesn't fight for anybody. He never fought for anybody in his life. Obi never fought for the right of Nigerian people. Never. He never fought for the right of one person.
But to me, I feel that this Peter
Obi is no different from other politicians. They are the same.
I believe the way Peter Obi delivers his message, everybody pick it and jump on the bandwagon, thinking, okay, this guy is making sense. Like he's gonna do things when he get there. It means well.
Who are those everybody? Who are those everybody?
The obedient. The obedient.
Me, Ajali Koko, me.
The momentum. That's what he didn't go on the streets to start abusing Buhari, to start condemning them, but he went and started speaking in the light of what people feel is the problem, and everybody buys it, and they are all following him now. That is the way Showore should have gone, to be honest, because if you look at how the struggle, he has started the struggle. He started with the momentum just like this when he came at first. If he had built on that, I think he would have been in a better place, even than Obi now, Peter Obi now.
Hold on, G. We are going to see after 2023 if people will continue, if Obi doesn't win, if people will continue to follow him. Wait until then. You will know Nigerians are very weak people. They are people that doesn't have that strong heart. They don't believe in long-term projects. They are always looking for shortcuts to get results. That is what Nigerians say. That is what Nigerian people represent. Shortcuts to results.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that it says she would never see him family for like how many months I'll be here now?
It's going to about 4 years now.
He never seen wife.
Never seen wife, never seen children.
So me now, for my own son, I think saying they do low show for Niger. Just they enjoy himself.
You wait, that's
it's not the way. So what left his comfort zone to come and fight for the people. So what left his comfort zone in
pull your head.
Did you hear now? I think can you see now?
Anyway.
Do you not think this has a point though? I
Yeah,
mean, 4 years.
course.
4 years is a long time in politics.
No,
It's a long time in
Showore
politics.
is a disciplined guy.
Don't worry about that.
I don't believe that he's doing that kind of.
He's a
He's a disciplined guy. He's a disciplined leader.
He's doing
discipline in other things, but not when it comes to that.
He's doing soapy.
No, settle down.
So, national man, you can't stay 3 years apart from You can't stay away for 3 years.
I will go follow.
Man does not live by bread alone. Man does not live by bread alone.
So yeah, Ajani Koko, my point is, to be honest, if you put Showore down today, I will choose Showore over Peter Obi 1,000 times over and over and over and over again. But for me, and I think the problem with Nigerians is Nigerians they don't follow failure. Once they see you like, oh, this guy looks like he's going to fail. Most people that are following Obi is just because they think, this guy looks like somebody that can do something, and everybody is following him. Let me follow him into, but not like they've actually thought about, okay, can this guy really perform? What is this guy really saying? Is this really saying the truth? So Peter Obi has come out in the light of saying almost exactly what Showore was saying, but not saying it in a way that is antagonizing the government. That's why the government is not. They just seem like, oh, this one is nothing. We can tackle this guy. We can deal with him. Let him be doing the social media stuff. Let him be doing the social. But the momentum is building. That is the way Showore should have gone. But if Showore today, he will go to Nnamdi Kanu'S court cases. That was even one the security that they chased him away. That was
brand.
You know, all those things didn't help him move forward. He should have you are even restricted to Abuja. So you could have focused your energy on, okay, let's look at how we can get people on ground in this state, and they can start chanting this movement from now, rather than fighting that revolutionary cause and going to court when the government are tackling is somebody that is not even is nothing to do with you. You can have a say once in a while about it, but you don't it's toxic already. You are now digging your own head, going to the court cases, talking to the media about it. All those things don't help you in any way. And not like you even have alliance with top people in politics in that country. You are all by yourself. So you should have just fight your fight alone and carry people along in that manner. But once people see that you are derailing, you are not even, the momentum is not building anymore. Now they've locked you up today, they are locking you up tomorrow. Nobody is saying anything about Showore outside, even if you are locked up. It's only when you come out. Obviously, people will divert their attention. That's Nigerians for you. Nigerians will support a rich person, even if the rich person is wrong. Once they know that's the person that is winning right now. You are saying the right thing. They will blank you. They will blank you. So that's why I was saying then, not like I hate Showore. I love Showore. Showore makes real sense when he talks about how he wants to go about solving the problem. But that alone doesn't count at this point anymore, because he didn't build on the momentum he was coming up with initially from onset. He has diverted his attention to doing all this revolutionary thing, looking like as if you are against the government. Obviously, you can't fight government of the day. It's hard. It's hard to do it. Look at this guy with all the noise he had made. Nnamdi Kanu, where is he today? He's locked up for how many months now? Months and months and months.
So nobody should stand up when you are pursuing a political career in Nigeria. What you mean, you can't be so antagonistic.
You stand up, but you look at the people. If I want to go and fight, David wanted to fight Goliath. When David killed Goliath, David didn't go and put his fist to fight Goliath. He aimed him from the distance.
What you are saying
catapult
is that,
or whatever he used then.
What you are saying is that if you want to pursue a political career in Nigeria, you don't have to be antagonistic of the government. You have to party with them, even though they are doing wrong things.
There is a way you go about it. Obi is antagonistic with them, but
Obi is never antagonistic.
Obi
is not antagonistic. Obi is not antagonistic.
He is. He's saying the government, the people are suffering. is telling us, okay, this is the solution. Why are they doing this? Why are they doing that? It's not going and saying, oh, why have they done this? This government is this government is that, this government is bad. But it's saying the things that is lacking in the country. Whose fault is the things lacking in the country? It's the government, but it's not attacking them directly.
What do you mean by attack?
How
does Showore attack them directly? What do you mean by directly? It's just because he go on the street to demonstrate. Does it not have the constitutional right? Hold on. Hold on. Does the constitution not give him the right? Hold on. Does the constitution not give him the right to demonstrate or to protest against the government misgovernance?
But the
government, when you have a government that doesn't follow the rule of law,
do they follow the constitution? No. So that's what I'm saying. You have to.
Some people have to stand up against them to fight for us.
If you want to win, you have to be strategic.
Look, it is not Showore that you have to attack. You have to attack the government. Yes, you have to attack people. Hold on. You have to attack. You have to attack the government.
Politics. Because he could have been in a better place today.
No, he has not played the politics wrongly. You have to attack the government that
you didn't get the OG. You don't get the OG.
No, I got the OG. I got him. But the problem with us is that you want to blame the abuse. You don't want to blame those one that abuse the citizens.
I've blamed them, but obviously that's why they are government of the day. They are the one in power. So that's why I'm saying you have to be strategic with them. If Obi was doing it wrongly, they could have found a way to lock him up. Do you think?
DOG, do you think about this? Let me give you this simple scenario.
Don't get it, man.
Take away. Just close your eyes now, right? And take away the southeast southeast block. Take that block away from Peter Obi and compare Peter Obi now with Showore. Are they not on the same level?
No, they're not. They are definitely.
I'm talking to DOG, bro. Because he has a whole block of a region. Showore does not have that. So take that block away from Peter Obi now.
So it's a tribal. It's a tribal support. You don't get it. You are saying Obi is doing something right. It is tribal support.
All their deities, all their gods.
I knew that this guy's question was going that way.
Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Rational man, let me get that. Let me get back to him. I understand what you are saying, but do you know Peter Obi could have been tribal too if he had not gone in the route he had went? If he had not gone on that revolution, if they've not been locking him up, he had the chance, they didn't restrict him, he would have built on the momentum. This momentum that we are calling Obi, social media, everything now, was the same with Showore. Exactly the same with Showore. The youth were behind him. But obviously, at some point, he didn't win the election, then he changed his course. He started going on the streets, revolution now, calling the government out, shouting, abusing this president, abusing this governor, abusing that one, stepping on stones.
The question that I actually asked you now, I told you, just put that.
I've answered your question. It would have is on the same level, but I'm telling you now, Showore too would have get the backing of his own tribe. The Yorubas too would have supported Showore.
Why did you talk like this guy? How?
I believe, that's my own belief and my opinion.
Can I say something to
I'm sorry.
There is hardly any candidate in this election that does not have the support of his own tribe. Is it Tinubu? Is it Atiku? Is it what's his name?
Showore does not have an ethnic following. Hold on. Showore does not have an ethnic following.
Okay. I'm saying, okay, let me rephrase it. Among the four leading candidates, the so-called four leading candidates,
we are not talking about
that. There's none of them that does not have does not have ethnic dimension.
A simple scenario. Don't be twisted, my brother. No, I've just pasted a simple scenario.
My brother, your scenario is so wrong. Let me tell you. Let me say something.
Take that block. That block away.
Now your scenario is wrong.
You say Obi is ethnic. That's what you are trying to paint. That if you take off that Igbo part of it.
But it's wrong.
I don't think that's what it means. Actually,
that's what it means. No, that's what it means.
No. Right. Okay, hold on, gentlemen. If that is what it means, is he wrong? Because
he's so wrong.
Hold on, if you remove the ethnic backing from Peter Obi, then Peter Obi would be where Showore is.
Exactly, I agree with that.
No,
but
I
my
don't agree
point,
with that. No,
I
no,
agree
no, don't
with
agree with
but
that.
my point,
Yes. The same applies to all other candidates too.
My point is, if Showore had played his politics too, from onset after that election, then I believe he would have got the support of his tribe now, the way Peter Obi has got the support of his own tribe too.
No, he would not. He would not.
He would have, because
with Tinubu in the mix. No, he would not. With Tinubu in the mix, you're not.
Did he get the support of Yoruba in 2019?
Okay, let me flip the question around. Let me flip the question around. Now that you mentioned Tinubu, do you think APC would have getting more support, and even Afenifere would have support Oshibanjo if Oshibanjo has won the primary?
Possibly, yeah.
I think so.
100%, my brother.
No, they will not support Oshibanjo. If Oshibanjo have won the primary, they will not support Oshibanjo on the basis of equity, justice. They will have supported Obi. It will
what is based on? Because it's just coming to the south. It's just coming to the south.
No, not the south. Southeast.
Even what you are saying
They have been very specific since last year. That is the term. If we are rotating this thing, that is the term for Southeast. They've been saying this since last year.
Okay, even at that, but
yes,
it would not have carried any weight, because in this instance, I tell you, many Yorubas would want to go for Oshibanjo.
Thank you.
Yes, fine. What I'm saying, you are saying that no, DOG was saying that if you had been an Oshibanjo on the ticket, Afenifere would have supported Oshibanjo. I said no.
I want to believe that they won't have 100%. They won't support Obi. They won't put their support for Obi. They would have put their support for.
I think
they will have supported Obi. They've been saying this, that is the time for Southeast since last year.
They will support Oshibanjo.
If the Afenifere camp of Adebanjo would have supported Oshibanjo, they are not supporting Tinubu because of their own issues. Because of their own, we don't want to go there tonight. But
exactly.
No. You are getting it wrong. They have said it. They have been saying it. Look, they have been saying it since last year that if you have to go on the basis of rotational presidents, if this thing is coming to the south, it is the turn for the Igbo. They have been saying it. Because according to them, they didn't even know who will be on the ticket of any party since last year, when they have been saying it. That they said the West have had it in the name of Obasanjo, and the South have had it in the name of Jonathan. That is the time for Igbo. They've been saying this since last year.
Let me ask you this question about please. If these people, they'll be saying if Oshibanjo had married instead of OBJ, instead of Tinubu, because of their own hatred for him, do you actually take their words that they would have supported? I mean, the Igbos now, they would have supported Oshibanjo instead of Obi, instead of Tinubu. That is because of Tinubu, they are not supporting.
No. Iran won't support Oshibanjo. They will not support Oshibanjo. They will still support
so
they won't support Ojiba, they will support Obi.
One question, sir. So let's assume that APC put Amechi won the primary. You are telling me Afenifere will support Amechi?
On that, I won't know what they will have done.
But Amechi from the south.
Amechi from south. On that, I won't know because they have been saying strategically that power shift to the south is the turn for the Igbo since last year. So Amechi is from south. It's not southeast. So I don't know what will have been their decision now, but on this one, I think they've been saying this since last year. They didn't.
It's just the south. It doesn't have to be
It's
south,
not because of some people been saying, oh, they hate what do you call it? they hate Tinubu. If you
obviously
are
they have an issue with
they will have
Tinubu,
supported them.
but,
No.
Ajaniku, we all know they have issues. Some of them have issues with Tinubu. It's obvious. It's very
I don't
obvious.
know what is the issue they have with him.
It's obvious. It's obvious.
So
It's
it is that issue. So it's
there is
because
an
of that issue.
somewhere.
So is that because of that issue they did not support him?
Not to support the Yoruba
But
person. So there must be an issue
let's not
somewhere.
about all this thing. Let's not pick about this thing because even these guys we're talking about, they only have one vote each of them. So
it's because of that issue they are not supporting.
Yoruba people will determine if they want to vote for Tinubu or vote for.
Exactly, because I didn't even say Afenifere to carry that
just
much.
The endorsement. That's just it.
It was back in the days. I think Afenifere really had
back
that
in the days,
weight. They don't have that weight again.
All right.
But they still that level of potency. Let's not get it wrong. Let's not get it twisted. They still have that level of potency too when it comes to influence.
All right. Thank you. So thank you, DOJ. So DOJ, round up that space, and then I will start to round up from there. We're nearly 5 hours now, so we will start to round up. But round up your thoughts on that space at DOJ, and then I'll start to take closing remarks.
Yeah. So my own take is, I think, to be honest, I just see Shuri as the best person to do this, but he has missed a lot of things on the road to going to 2023 from where he stopped in the last election, because there was a bit of a momentum just like this for him. But I think all that diversion that he did, going to fight, locking him up, really killed that momentum, because if he had built and played his politics like he's loyal, but he's saying the things that people want to hear and not looking as if he's tackling the government, he would have been in a better place today. For Peter Obi, obviously, most majority of his strength would come from the East, which the East vote alone won't win you an election. And that's why I understand why this guy was trying to tackle somebody that's saying, so if you do your arithmetic, are you telling me Peter Obi will win election? Because that noise doesn't win your election. The noise won't win election. Is the vote that will win your election. And mathematically, if you look at it and you permutate it, obviously everything still looks like it favors Tinubu to me. It still looks like it favors Tinubu. So it's simple.
All right, brilliant. It's simple. So thank you. Thank you, DOG. So I'll start to round off since nobody wants to get
one
me
man. Sorry, I want
yeah.
to put something to you. I don't know if you want to talk about. Maybe you heard about. Did you hear about the is it Quilla girl, the Quilla Robinson girl issue?
Talk us through it. Give us.
So there are a couple of American girls and I think 2 guys. They are friends. They went on holiday in Mexico, and apparently they called. One girl died, but they called the mom to say it was alcoholic poisoning. But eventually they find out that was a video.
Is it the girl that was beaten to death or something like
that?
Yeah.
It's really a sad story, and it's just when friends, actually, even it was our best friend that put the call through to the mom that lied to say it was alcoholic poisoning that killed her. It was really a sad one, very sad story. When you,
I saw it on Linda Ikeji or somewhere, but I just saw, yeah. But they beat her to whatever happened. The incident happened in a hotel room, did it not? So how were they able to get camera? How are they able to get?
No, they were some people. Some of them were recording when she was being beaten, but they just say that when the best friend called the mom to say, "Oh, she's dead through alcoholic poison," apparently the sister didn't believe the story. How the video, sometimes when God does want something to be swept under the carpet, there is a way just make things happen for it to be exposed. So how the video came out, I think it was on TikTok. Maybe one of them was on TikTok, recording it on TikTok at that point. Somehow, they shall find out the video that it was. So when you look at the body, you can see cuts on the leaves, swollen faces. That's how they got all of them. Right? The sister was not just convinced it was poisoning. Then she pushed. Then that video came out. Then that's how they find out she was actually being beaten to death. And it's just sad. Your best friend.
It's unbelievable. but Did the police not notice that there was something on towards? I'm sure there'll be marks on her body. So
Yeah, there is marks. That's why
yeah.
they now arrested them. So they were in Mexico when it happened, but all of them have been arrested. They've taken. I think they are from maybe North
Did they
Carolina
go
or
on a
something.
cruise or something?
They went on holiday to Mexico.
Okay.
Yes, I saw that story floating around. But why does that interest you especially?
No, it's just funny because I've had incident. I actually have a friend that called me 2 weeks ago. His brother was poisoned, and they don't know who poisoned him. And I've been couple of that in Nigeria. And I have a friend that relocated. He lives in Thamesmead. He relocated to Nigeria last year to start business. He said he's tired of the stress of the UK, and he was poisoned too. He died on Boxing Day last year, Christmas. And there has been several cases like that in Nigeria, people poisoning people, killing people, and they are friends. So it's just crazy when you call people your friend and, things like that happen. It was our best friend that called the mom, our best friend that they grew up together, to lie to the mom that was what happened. So...
Is it like a fight gone wrong? But do you know?
Yeah, I think they were a bit drunk then. Obviously, she was not responding. The short video that was online, she was not actually trying to fight back or anything. The girl was just kicking her, the head, everything, throwing her on the floor, and she was even naked. So you can tell there is a lot of things going on. How come she's even naked? And there are guys there. There are two other guys.
Could be drug fueled kind of, like they had drugs in their system.
No, I think that is.
They have meth and other drugs.
But why she? Why didn't they all fight? Why is it only she that there and they were 6? And her best friend called the mom.
Are they white or they are black?
They are black.
They are black Americans, yeah.
Oh, those people, these are called
when you said your friend got poisoned or something, it put me in mind something I saw a while ago, and I went to look for it. I want to show you this. Watch this. Watch this though. Watch this closely. Watch it. Did you see that?
The guy dropped something in the cup.
Yeah.
Apparently, there's another story in Lagos. Some guys were sitting in a bar. It's more like a blind spot in the bar, but some other guy in a blind spot can see that corner. One guy stood up to go to the loo. The other friend put poison in the drink, but that guy saw it, but he was confused. So when that one came back, he stood up and went there and said, "Oh, who is this to you?" He said, "Oh, he's my friend. This is my best friend. We live together." Then he went like, "So why did you put something in his drink?" "Oh, yeah, take the drink and drink if you are sure you didn't put." They figured out it was poison. He was trying to kill the guy because of some money. There was even one. This thing is really happening now that people you call friends, they are living together. The landlord heard the noise, strange noise in the house. So that one went around and started calling people out like, "Where is the noise from?" They called the guy. Is the noise? He said, "No." "Okay, let everybody search." He was even the one searching everybody's flat. They later find out that he has killed his friend that they lived together, wrapped him up in cold blood, and put him under the bed. Drove his car outside. So they say, "Where is your friend?" They said, "Oh, he's gone out." So why is his car outside? He was actually planning to run away with the car and with the guy's cash. They met on transit somewhere. That guy, the other guy, was a business guy that goes to Indonesia and all that to make money and all that. So they started living together after they met. After like a year, they became close friends, and he killed him trying to run away with his money and his car. So it's just crazy now how it's so even rampant in Nigeria, how people poison their friends because of money and all those things now. So it's just a nutshell, just to make people to be careful of who you call your friends, and I think that is the way we quickly put people in friend zone. Not everybody is your friend. People you went to school together are not your friend. They are just probably your classmate or your schoolmate. Your new acquaintance is not your friend. They are new acquaintance. Your colleague at work are even not your friends. They're just your work colleague. Because that word friend now, I don't understand.
Do you have friends, DOG? Do you have friends?
I know a lot of people, but I have few friends.
All right. All right. All right. Thank you, DOG. So thank you, DOG. So I will start to round off here. But gentlemen, I want to condense it no more than 3 minutes, everyone, because I want to make sure that it falls under 6 hours. I'm determined that it falls under 6 hours. So thank you, gentlemen. And then the last calls for, I'm not even going to, let me just leave that. Let me start sweeping up the closing remarks. I'll kick it off with let me kick it off with enigmatic. So enigmatic, just as brief as you can be.
Okay. So let me start with Shore. Shore, he has done his best for Nigerians. He's still doing his best for Nigerians. Nigerian youth, they are yelling about my tired is tired. Nigeria, you want your child to do this, you want Nigeria to do this. They want a paradigm shift, but they are still shifting their paradigm to another member of the oligarch and the establishment guy. So you want a new paradigm shift, look at Showore. It's a guy that you guys should focus on. He has given his life to you guys, and then you still want to go with one of the thieves and the criminals. That's Showore on the part. So if Showore has the backing of the ethnic tribe or the regional tribe that Obi has behind him, it will be a different narrative. And then on the part of Nnamdi Kanu, like I said earlier, he overestimated the values of his people in the Southeast. He overplayed his hand at the certain time in his struggle, and then he probably thought too highly of the movement. So 360 degree, they turned, they focused on Peter Obi. It's either Peter Obi, it's either Nnamdi Kanu or nothing, IPOB or nothing, Biafra or nothing. Now it's either Peter Obi or they send Ubuaku after you. So, it's been a good day today. It's been fun. It's been nice, and then we've always come over here like a family. No personal attack, no personal feelings. Let's just understand the fact that at the end of the day, this election period is going to be APC versus PDP, and the best person will win. Thank you, and have a nice night.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Enigmatic. So Enigmatic stood the duration this time around. So thank you, Enigmatic. So let's go on from Enigmatic and take it in the direction of let's go to Niger. So to Niger, just a brief condensed closing remark to Niger.
Thank you. To the young man that said that felt that he doesn't have a girlfriend, I think he should take heart, because the truth is 40% of men historically have gone on to procreate. So welcome to the club. Regarding Peter Obi's this thing and Wike's I think that that stuff, if Atiku doesn't do anything about it, it's going to catch more fire. Those 5 governors are going to endorse Peter Obi. And regarding the issue about security, I think that Atiku, that's one of the best things I've had from Atiku, apart from talking about how he's going to enrich his friends and privatize our industries to Arabs. I think that's the best thing I've ever heard from him, and he should at least keep that kind of stuff up. At least, you see, the thing about it, he doesn't have to win the election; he can win the argument. If he goes with a good argument and he forces others to talk more about it, then the country is going to follow that path. And I think that that is the path that Nigeria. That's the one single thing. If Nigeria fixes, a lot of things will start falling in place. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you for your company today. So thank you to Niger. From to Niger, let's go on to Red.
Yeah, sorry. Let me just add something quickly. I think the discussion earlier on today was very enjoyable. That's why I was very quiet. I was just laughing my backsides off.
Which one? Which part of it?
From the girlfriend, from the boy, young guys one to the Wike and all that. I was quiet for a very, very long time.
Yeah.
I was listening throughout. So, and I think that kind of discussion is quite good. Before, one of the things I was having an issue with it's all this tribal talk, but none of that today. You were just talking about different issues and all that. So, when we talk like that, it's quite enjoyable to watch. I was just watching.
Well, thank you. The thing takes an organic life of it. So that's how we went today. But we will pay attention to that, because the last thing we want to be is tribal. So thank you to Niger, and especially that you enjoyed it. So that's to Niger, of course, a regular on the platform. So that's to Nigeria. Let's go on from to Nigeria to Rational Mind. Rational Mind, you're up next.
Call you back. Let me call you back.
Do you want me to come back to you?
Let me. I hung up already.
All right.
So, we've said a lot. It's an enjoyable discussion we had today. Able to talk about many things. Look at it from different perspective. Yeah, I think on the issue of the military, the proposition by Abubakar Atiku. I think, like I said, it seems to have one of the best manifestos and plan that is if it's really sincere about really bringing them to fruition. It has the best, and I think it's more presidential than any one of them. But my only problem I can't get past is like I've said, is he's being a Fulani man who wants to take over from another Fulani man, and is seeming injustice with no regard for rules as a whole in his party. Like this guy said, Donald Duke, not only you did, not only you be a day this word. So he should have thought about it very well and not have even contested. I still like him. I've followed him lately. I've been following him, but then I don't think he should be voted for. Like I said, simple reason, because he's a Fulani man. We cannot expect to have another Fulani man succeeding another Fulani man, and we can't even with all the criminal cases dangling on his neck too, like Tinubu right now is also facing. These guys should just go and retire, just go and sit down place and allow the people to.
All right.
My 3 minutes don't reach.
I'm only looking at the time. I want to keep it under 6 hours. All right.
Let me let you.
All right. Fine.
Hope to join you guys next session.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Rational Mind. And I'm aware that I didn't get to you, but you know how it goes sometimes. But thank you, Rational Mind. So thank you, Rational Mind. So from Rational Mind, let's go on to Des, who hopefully is out of his car. He's not out of his truck. Yeah, still in that truck, Des.
I'm still in my truck till weekends. I'm always here.
Well, the Lord is your strength.
I need to make that money. But yeah, final comment, right? Well, what am I even gonna say? I think I'm gonna use it to sing. So one man follow who no road, oh. Follow who no road, oh. Obedience. Ajali Koko follow who no road, oh. Mona follow who no road. I'm saying it now. Obedience know the road to the Aso Rock. You better start following it right now. God bless you all. God bless everybody here in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Des. Thank you, Des. So thank you, Des. And Des, I'm aware that you were one of the first persons to come in, and I never got to you, but it goes like that sometimes. So that Des. But I say leave the singing to Ajanle Koko, and you can see why. So don't do that again, no, please. Don't do that again. That I'm traumatized just from listening to that. Traumatized. Let's make a quick escape then and head in the direction of World Peace. World Peace, you're up next.
Konnichiwa, everybody. First of all, let me greet people there the chat session. Wanna click like, shares, and thumbs up. Like I say, do what I say, and not what I do. Wanna buy my coffee, but today I don't buy my own. Booyaka, I buy a. Let's say
you pay tithe, you know, buy coffee. You pay tithe. Not tithe, you pay.
Actually, that guy caught me on the middle. I was just typing that I'm paying this on my tithe for my $200 piece, 10% of my $200. And I saw the conversation. The guy don't drop the message. I said, "So this guy don't cash me down and push me." But anyway, thanks to my wife. Actually, if this morning my wife collected $500 from me, he gave me an estimate of things I don't know. I began 1.3. He struggled with me. Can collect 1.5. He can't give me 200 inside the game.
Oh, not just the change. Okay. Well, that's still good anyway. Because most women they'll just spend it because they've already collected it from you. So yes, well done to your wife.
Yeah, so she collected it and that. And that's what she gave me. She will not give me back because she texted me from her job now that the government paid my children $500 each. I'm not going to see 0 naira from that money. That money is gone. Anyway, but it's okay for her. And my country people, as I talk, today's topic was very good. These days, you notice I like to interject. I think I don't find my reading, my specialties, what I'm good in. I prefer the interjection than can they give my word section, you know. But every panelist here, you guys get super brain, and to Nigeria, yeah, did well, and there's good guy standing for second. Is the second job now we here now. Ogajo Koko, you know, is the father of the platform. We always balance things. DOG, I've never really seen you for a while. Hi, your daughter.
She's fine. They are both good. Yeah, thanks.
I did watch. Now, sorry, I won't ask I forget that one man very solid.
Oh yeah,
I was going to ask too today. You know,
I'll DM him. We've not seen him for a while. I'll DM him. Yeah.
So be family now. So that's a feature that one by one. At least we will know how they go. Anyway, I don't get much to talk. Make I leave one man. Everybody get your PVC. Vote your candidate. Vote your choice. Either Peter Obi or Atiku. Either Peter Obi or Tinubu. Other than that, I like Ola. Other than that, 100 times 2 hours, you sit there.
I'll leave him alone now. They
come for you.
Don't bully you.
Peace. I'm out. Thanks, Mama.
All right, William. Thank you. Regards to your family, and well done, Mrs. World Peace, for being. So women learn from that. To just give the change back. You know, if you've not spent it all on whatever it is you requested it for, give.
One more. Let me quickly tell you this. Sorry.
Yeah.
Most times, you know, my wife said me like she go to the convenience store like to buy snack for my daughters, my kids. She will give me like, for example, your money. You give me like £20. I'll buy things like £12, and I'll come back. So she'll notice it after like 2. She's like, "Where's my change?" And I said, "Which change?" I changed that she was calculating her change. I said, "No, in Africa, when you say your header message, you don't expect change."
You say different rules. Look at that. You learn from your wife to give the change back. All right. Thank you, World Peace. So from World Peace, let's go on to DOG. So DOG, you're up next.
Yeah, I'm going to be brief. One man, quick question. Kulata, is Kulata the same person as what's his name now? Oh my god.
Enigmatic. No, they are two different characters.
They sound alike, man.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, yeah,
I see them as like you know those sort of city types that are sharks. You know those those city boys that are like sharks. That's how I say Kulata and Enigmatic. They're like, you know, sharp suit, quick wit, ready to cut you down, sort of.
Yeah. Brownberry is okay.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna be brief. I was happy to see Baba Korea, even though I don't come. But I'm not sure he comes often because most time I listen. I'm happy to see him. Then please let's contact Soli and see if he's okay. It was a good section. I always appreciate Babajale Koko, even though we tackle Baba don't agree.
Nobody has defeated Ajale Koko yet, so I'm not aware. He knows too much.
Respect, sir.
Padà sọ́dọ̀ Sowore.
Come back home.
Ìfẹ́ tẹ́ni sí Sowore ló máa jẹ́ kẹ́ feel pé we are hating on him. We are not hating. It's just that it's painful not to see him making that wave that much anymore. To me, it's always painful because I even sent one of his Arise interview. You can see how he's making sense. The solution is pushing forward and all that. You can see this is the right person, but obviously the momentum is not all that. So I wish him best of luck because I'm still hoping to see him on the platform again anyway. So thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. It was a very nice section. One man, take care and see you guys later in the next section. Thanks.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, DOG. Thank you, DOG. So from DOG, let's go on to Tony. Tony, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. You know, even though I don't get into it, but it's okay. I was just trying to say like this guy, as you know, Enigmatic and Brownberry, their voices so alike. Anyway, so Sowore came back from his comfort zone to come and fight for the people. It is not about himself, but about his people. Otherwise, Sahara Reporter his some other reporters or whatever can sustain his life and then his future generation. But he just choose to come and fight for the downtrodden. So let's forget that. So he's a great hero. And then Edo State is 100% for Sowore, and then some part of Edo State and Delta State. So let us not then to the Nnamdi Kanu place. You don't know. So as far as I'm concerned, the government is just that's not the government or this the rulers in Nigeria. Those those gangsters, led by Aisha Buhari and then Sulu Gabari. They are useless people. They don't respect the law, and then they also have their men, their person at the United Nations called Amina Mohammed. So we have nowhere to go. We just hope that this guy will come out, peacefully. And then to those people that are not supporting him, they are crazy. See, for abandoning Nnamdi Kanu for Obi, and then I'll be asking them the question: who might they go to surrender? Who are they go to leave? Obi for? Anyway, other than that, I thank everybody, and then one man, I thank you very much for your show, and then I do enjoy your news, even though sometimes it's today was a little bit too busy for you. So and then sometimes when you talk about anything like the North or whatever, and I think that is too toxic for me to be coming in. Really, I understand that, so that I don't go above the line. So, but I thank you, sir. I thank everybody. Ajani Koko, Ola, everybody. What peace will be a cado, So, now good night too.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Tony. So, thank you, Tony. So, good night, Tony. So, from Tony, let's go on to Ola, to you.
Yeah, thank you. One man went to Mo School of Politics and Economics. So, guys, if you need to learn anything about politics within the Nigerian political space, I think you find yourself at the right place. So that's why that for us not to be selfish, the best thing for us to do is to just share. I know that if someone is even going through a program and you find time to listen to some content, honestly, it's going to make your paper easier to write. You can try it. I'm not just making it up, but it's not as if I'm trying to patronize. I'm even saying the reality. The only thing you need to do is don't forget to give credit when you come. And I will quickly add something. The NYSC program the other time I was trying to ship something in was actually formed not for military reserve. It's for us it's for Nigeria to integrate better, for us to appreciate ourselves better. For example, to find an Igbo man go to somewhere in Sokoto, how can he relate with that person? Even if you like, you can even bring the wife from there if they allow you, so that by the time we mix together, so that the type of situation that led us to unnecessary civil war will never happen to us. That was the total essence of NYSC. Then as for our military, you can recruit 200 million, 2 million people to protect into the military, but if they are not well equipped, honestly, it means nothing. You can have just 100,000 military, and if they are well equipped scientifically and everything, they can be better than even those people that even have 5 million military. So that's just the way I see that. So if you apply more into the military, if they are for research to build better weapon and some other and develop military science, then that one will be very fine, which is a good thing. So then, don't let me take your time. I know that we talk no dey finish. So I won't use the normal phrase today, so that because it's the most used word. Make una come tomorrow to come and give us more knowledge again, so that let us learn from you. Otherwise, I thank you for coming and see you later.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. So as ever, the final word, of course, the mighty one, the daddy of them all, Ajan Lekoko, the final word.
Thank you, one man, and thanks to everyone that came on the platform this evening. We have done it again successfully today. Please come back tomorrow and join one man so we can do another round with him. On this platform, We always dish out the best, and we are the best indeed. Almost 6 hours. It's a wonderful day. We have done a good session again today. So, guys, those of you at the commentary session, please, you are the strength of the platform. Come back tomorrow to do another round as well. And those listeners around the world, I thank you all for being with us from the beginning to this to the end. And click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. One man, greatest thanks to you for bringing us together once again this evening. I say thank you to you, and you have a good night. And tomorrow we shall join you to continue the struggle. Thank you, the Eagle. See you tomorrow, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you.
But before you leave, one man, what happened over here? What's going on with your VA?
I don't know, but I'll call you and then we'll discuss that.
Oh, okay.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you, Ajan Lekoko. So thank you, Ajan Lekoko, and thank you one and all to the coffee buyers, the super chatters, and the in-betweeners. So thank you, everyone. A real nice and tidy little session. So a real nice and tidy little session. Always different every time, and today equally as different. So I'll leave you there. Carry the conversation on with you in the comment section, but here I say peace.